In this video, you will be building a fully responsive multi-page website from scratch. Welcome back to our YouTube channel Code and Create. My name is George and I run this channel together with my friend Lasha. We have several years of experience teaching web development across various platforms. So far we have had the privilege of teaching over 100,000 students, sharing our knowledge and passion for coding. Today we will guide you through an exciting project, building a responsive multi-page website. From a sleek homepage to dynamic client sections, detailed product pages, engaging testimonials, and more. You will learn how to craft a stunning website step by step. This is a hands-on project designed to strengthen your understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript while creating something truly practical. Mastering these core technologies is essential. This project serves as a great bridge, preparing you to confidently move on to, let's say, JavaScript frameworks and libraries, or server-side technologies. I mean technologies like reactjs, nextjs, and so on. By the way, we have lots of projects and tutorials with these modern technologies right here on our channel, so you can check them out. By the end of this tutorial, you will not only have a stunning website, but also a better grasp of responsive design principles and modern UI techniques. So, if you are new here, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell to stay updated with our latest tutorials. Your likes and comments help us as we work toward reaching 20,000 subscribers by the end of 2024. Each interaction motivates us to bring you even better content. Now, let's dive into the details of what we will be creating in this exciting project. Together, we will build a fully responsive multi-page website that not only looks stunning, but also adapts seamlessly to different screen sizes and devices. We will kick things off by designing a clean and modern website header. This is where we set the tone for the entire project with a polished, professional look. It will flow seamlessly into a navigation bar that features interactive drop-down menus for each item. These drop-downs are super intuitive, making it easy for users to navigate through all the pages. Next up, we will dive into the services section, a visually engaging part of the site where we will highlight various offerings. We will use vibrant icons and concise descriptions to keep it simple yet attention-grabbing. This section is designed to stand out while remaining easy to understand the services being offered. Then we will move into one of the coolest parts of our site, the project section. This section will feature a dynamic filter that allows users to sort and explore projects by category. Whether it is web design, development, or creative projects, users can quickly find exactly what they are looking for with just a few clicks. It is all about enhancing the user experience while keeping the design engaging and interactive. Next, we will work on the template section, which is thoughtfully split into two parts. The first part introduces the section with clean visuals and intuitive layouts. The second part takes it to the next level with a fully functional video player that's packed with powerful features. You will have full control over your viewing experience, including volume and playback for a personalized experience, skipping forward or backward to quickly navigate through content, speed adjustments to match your pace, picture-in-picture mode for multitasking like a pro, full screen playback and window manipulation for that cinematic feel. Once we are done with templates, we will move on to the contact section, which plays an important role in user interaction. This section includes a contact form. It is clean, user-friendly, and makes it easy for visitors to get in touch. And finally, we will tie everything together with a footer that wraps up the site in style. This isn't just any footer, it is polished, professional, and includes quick links, contact details, and social media icons. It is the perfect conclusion to our project, keeping everything consistent and user-focused. Now that you have a clear idea of the overall structure and features of our project, let's dive into the details of each individual page and explore what makes them unique and functional. First, we have a clients page. This page showcases customer testimonials in a clean and professional layout. Each testimonial includes ratings and reviews to build trust and credibility. It's all about presenting feedback in a way that's engaging and visually appealing. Next, we have a products page. The products page is an interactive section that highlights themes and plugins with style. It features a split layout with a striking title and description on one side and high-quality images on the other. The promo section uses animations and hover effects to keep users engaged, making it both practical and visually exciting. The contact page is designed for seamless communication. It includes responsive forms for user inquiries, along with a chat option for instant support. Clean design elements and intuitive icons guide users effortlessly, ensuring the experience is both functional and enjoyable. The account page focuses on user authentication with a modern and simple login interface. It includes input fields, a Remember Me checkbox, and options for password recovery. The design is responsive, ensuring a smooth and intuitive experience across devices. Finally, we have a pricing page. The pricing page shows flexible pricing plans in beautifully designed cards. Each card highlights key features with bold typography and gradients. This page is visually striking, helping users make informed decisions. This project is fully responsive, meaning it is designed to adapt beautifully to various screen sizes and devices. Throughout this video, you will learn about responsive web design and how to make a project responsive using media queries. I've prepared a range of commonly used screen sizes, including 6 desktop resolutions, 2 tablets, and 3 mobile devices to ensure the project adapts seamlessly. To demonstrate that the project is responsive, I'll go through each section and page individually, showing how the layout adjusts and performs on desktops, tablets, and mobile screens. So, as you can see, the project, each section and each page, looks nice on different screen sizes and devices. This project has been built using a desktop-first approach optimized for extra-large screens with a resolution of 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels. If you're working on a smaller screen during the video, the project might not display as intended until we make it fully responsive. To view the design correctly, you can use the responsive mode in your browser's developer tools. Set the width to 1920 pixels and the height to 1080 pixels to see the project in its original form. This step ensures you get the intended experience while following along. Alright, that wraps up our detailed overview of the project. Now that you know what we will be building and how it all comes together, it is time to start creating this amazing website step by step. So let's dive into the code and bring this project to life. I have created a new folder on the desktop. It's called Responsive Website. If I open it up, you will find here 2 different folders. The first one is images, in which I have all the different images which we're going to use throughout the project. As for the second folder, it's called videos, and I have here one single video. Okay, let's go ahead and open this folder in VS Code. So besides those two folders, I'm going to create other folders as well. As you know, our project is a multi-page website, so we'll have a couple of different HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. So I'm going to store them in separate folders. The first folder is going to be, actually we need here folder and not the file. So the first folder is going to be HTML, in which I'm going to create index.html file. Then the next folder is going to be, actually we need to create it outside of the HTML folder. So the second folder is going to be CSS, and I'm going to create here style.css file. And next we need to create folder for JavaScript, in which I'm going to insert script.js file. Alright, let's open index.html file and create the basic HTML document. For that I'm going to use a built-in package of the VS Code. It's called Emmet. If I insert here an exclamation mark and hit enter, then we will get here the basic HTML tags. The first thing that I'm going to do here is to change the title. Instead of document, I'm going to insert here responsive website. Next thing that I'm going to do is to link CSS and JavaScript files. For that we have to open link tag in the head element. Then in the href attribute, we have to specify the path of the file. First of all, we have to exit the current folder, which is HTML. For that, I'm going to insert here 2 dots, then /, and now we can choose the needed folder. It's going to be CSS, and then we need style.css. Alright, in the same way, I'm going to link the JavaScript file. First of all, we have to open script tag right above the closing body tag. Then I'm going to insert here source attribute, in which we have to specify the path of the file. Again, we need to exit the current folder. So we need here 2 dots followed by the /. Then we have to choose JS folder and select script.js file. Alright, so all 3 files are connected. And now I'm going to open the folder in browser using live server. So as you can see, the project is running in the browser. Actually, if you're not familiar with the live server package, you can find it in VS Code. Let's close those messages. You can search for live server here in the packages. You can install this package and run the project in the browser. When you're using live server package and you're making some changes and updates to the project, then you don't have to refresh page each time. It automatically reloads the page and runs the changes and updates of your project. Alright, next thing that I'm going to do is to place the editor and the browser side by side, like so, in order to make our working process more convenient and simple. So you can switch browser and the editor like so. Next thing that I'm going to do is to bring in some other CDN links as well. Throughout the project we're going to use font awesome icons, and in order to use them we have to go ahead and search for font awesome CDN.js. Then we have to copy the first link from here Next, we need to open link tag in the head element and paste the CDN link here in the href attribute. Besides that, I'm going to use Google Fonts throughout the project. So let's go ahead and visit the Google Fonts website. And I'm going to search for fonts here. So the first font that I'm going to use throughout the project is going to be Croissant 1. Let's go ahead and select this style. Next, I'm going to search for font called Muli. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. So that's our font. Let's select this style. And the last font that I'm going to use is going to be Mukta. Let's go ahead and select a couple of different styles. Next, I'm going to grab this link from here and paste it in the head element. Now it's time to start to create the HTML markup of our first section. Actually, I'm going to zoom in a little bit the code. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create the comments for the container. We need here end of container. I'm going to separate all the sections and parts from each other with the comments. So let's open div tag with the class container. Next, we're going to create the header. But before that, I'm going to insert here again the comment for the header. Let's insert here HTML5 header tag. Next, we need to create the banner. But again, let's insert here the comment for the banner. We need here end of banner. Let's open div tag with the class name banner. So the banner will include 3 different files. We will have 2 headings and also the button. The first one is going to be h1 heading element with the text create. Next, we need h3 heading element, and the text is going to be modern and beautiful themes. And now we need the button. I'm going to wrap button with the link element because at the end of the day, once we click the button, we have to move to the different page. So we need here a element. Right now, I'm going to insert here £, and then let's create button. The type of the button is going to be button, and then I'm going to insert here join today. All right, that's it about the banner. Next, we have to take care of the backgrounds. So I'm going to insert here comments for the backgrounds. Then I'm going to open div tag with the class name backgrounds. Overall, we'll have 3 different backgrounds. The first one is going to be main background. So I'm going to open div tag, the class bg main. Let's duplicate this line of code twice. Change the class names. We need here bg1 and then bg2. All right, I think that's it about the HTML markup of the header. Let's take a look. So we have here just 3 elements which are visible. I mean the headings and the button. Those backgrounds are not visible because we have here just the empty div elements. And now we have to start to write some CSS. I'm going to open the style.css file. Actually, I'm going to place the file on the right side of the code editor. In this case, both files are visible and it's more convenient for us. So In this lecture, we're going to create some default styles, which will be used for every element. We need here end of default styles. Then I'm going to select every element, and for that we have to use an asterisk. So in this case, all the elements are selected. The first thing that I'm going to do is to get rid of default margin and padding from the elements. If we check the browser, you can see here the space between the elements, so it means that the elements have some default margin. So let's set margin to 0, and also I'm going to set padding to 0 as well. Now if we check the elements, you can see that the space is removed. Okay, next I'm going to set box sizing to border box. Actually, border box is a way to tell the web browser to make sizing the elements on a web page easier. When you set the width and height of an element, border box makes the browser include the border and padding in those measurements. So if you say an element should be 100 pixels wide, that 100 pixels includes the border and padding, and the actual content inside the box adjusts to fit within that space. So this helps you control the size of an element more conveniently. Okay, next I'm going to set text decoration to none. In this case, we remove default underline from the links. Next I'm going to use outline and set it to none as well. With this code, we remove default outlines from the elements like inputs or buttons. And finally, I'm going to set font family for every element. As you know, we grabbed a couple of different fonts from Google Fonts website, and I'm going to use one of the fonts. Let's call it Mukta Sans Serif. Alright, so as you can see, the font is changed for every element. After that, I'm going to set the font size of the HTML element to 62.5%. What this code does is that it sets the font size for the entire HTML document to 62.5% of the default size. By default, most browsers have a standard font size for text, which is typically around 16 pixels. So when you set the font size to 62.5%, it means that all text on your web page will be 62.5% of the default size. This is often used as a trick in web design. 62.5% of 16 pixels is 10 pixels, which is a nice round number. So it makes it easier to work with the relative units like rem. We're going to use rem as the measurement unit throughout the project, so that's why I set font size of the HTML to 62.5%. So if we check the results, you can see that the elements became smaller. That's because of the font size of the HTML element, which now is set to 62.5%. And now we have to move on and take care of the header. First of all, I'm going to insert here comments for the container. And then I'm going to select the container. Let's go ahead and define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100% as well. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's set background color to white. So right now, nothing is changed here. Next, let's move on and take care of the header. I'm going to insert here comments for the header. Then let's go ahead and select header with a tag name. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 100 viewport height. So it means that the header will take up 100% of the viewport as the height. Alright. So now I'm going to style the backgrounds, and then we'll move on and take care of the banner. Let's go ahead and insert here new comments for the backgrounds. Then I'm going to select div elements inside the backgrounds. I mean those 3 div elements. So we need here backgrounds followed by the div selector, and I'm going to set the position for all 3 div elements to absolute. First of all, we need to position elements, and in this case I'm going to position elements according to the parent element, which in this case is header. And in order to position element according to its parent element, we have to assign to the parent element position, but with a relative value. After that, I'm going to select the first background, which in our case is background main. I mean the background which you see here, this one. So let's go ahead and select background main. First of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 150%. For the height, it's going to be 150% as well. So in this case, the element will take up 150% of width and height of its parent element. In this case, the parent element is backgrounds, but as you can see, backgrounds doesn't have any width and height. So the background main will take up 150% of the width and height of the header element. Alright. So right now, we have here the same results. Nothing is visible. I'm in the backgrounds. And now I'm going to set the background with linear gradient function. The direction is going to be to right. Then we need 3 different colors. The first one is going to be, actually, we need here to left and not to right. So the first color is going to be transparent. Then we need here second color. It's going to be kind of purple color, the dark one. So we need here 4400C5, and also we need here the second color. It will be purple again, but the lighter one. So I'm going to use here 4400AB. So let me explain what this code does here. As you can see, this code creates a background for header. It uses a gradient that starts on the left side and goes from transparent to dark purple to a slightly lighter purple. So it gives the background a smooth color transition from left to right, going from dark purple to lighter purple and then transparent. Alright. Next, I'm going to set the position of the elements. The top position is going to be minus 95%. And also I'm going to define left position. It's going to be minus 10%. Let's check the browser. So the element is positioned. And now we have to rotate this element using transform property. I'm going to use here 2 functions, rotate z and skew x, and I will explain each of them separately. So the rotate z function will have the value minus 15 degrees, and also we need here skew x with the value 30 degrees. So the first function, I mean the rotate z function, makes an element on the web page rotate or tilt counterclockwise by 15 degrees. It gives the element a slight slant to the left, as if you are turning a picture frame slightly to the side. As for the second function, skew x, it makes an element on a web page slant or skew to the right by 30 degrees. It's like tilting the element to one side, making it look like a parallelogram. So, as you can see, we have here such results. Now we have to make the corner of the background rounded, and for that I'm going to use property called border radius. It will have 4 different values. The first 3 values will be zeros, as for the last value, which indicates the bottom left corner of the element, is going to be 10 rem. So now, as you can see, the corner of the element is rounded. And lastly, I'm going to decrease slightly opacity. Let's set it to 0.9. Alright, so as you can see, we have here a scroll bar, and actually we don't need it. In order to get rid of the scroll bar, I'm going to assign to the container property called overflow hidden, which allows us to hide the scroll bar. Okay, so everything looks good. Next, I'm going to take care of the second background. I mean the background 1. This one, which is placed under the main background. So let's go ahead and select background 1. Define width and height. In this case, I'm going to set width to 50%. Then the height is going to be 100%. Again, I'm going to use background with linear gradient function. So in this case, we need here default direction. I'm not going to insert here to left or to right or anything. So the first color is going to be transparent. Then I'm going to add here the percentage value, which I'm going to explain very soon. So let's insert here the second color. It's going to be FF26AC. And then we need here the third color. It's going to be F724DB. So here the percentage value, I mean 60%, specifies the position where the color transition occurs within the linear gradient. In simple terms, it means that the background will start as transparent, then change to the first color when 60% of the gradient is complete, and continue transitioning to the second color for the remaining 40% of the gradient. So in this code, 60% of the gradient will be transparent, and then it will smoothly change to the first color, creating a smooth color transition on the background. Okay, let's take care of the position. I'm going to set top position to -40%. And also we need right position. It's going to be -10%. So the element is positioned. And now, as you guessed, we need to rotate it like the first background. So I'm going to use, actually, we need here the same properties and values. Let's copy this code, paste it here. So now the background is rotated and it looks nice. Let's make the corner of the background rounded using a border radius. In this case, we need here 0, 0, 0, and 5 rem. So the background looks pretty nice, but we have here a tiny problem. We need to place this background under the main background, and for that I'm going to use z-index property. By default, each element has a z-index property with the value 0, but if we add here z-index with the value, let's say 1, which is greater than 0, then the background will end up behind, under the background main. Alright, that's it about the second background. Now we have to take care of the third background, which in our case is background 2. Actually, I think will be better if we duplicate this code here. Let's change the class name. So the width and height will be similar, 50% and 100%. As for the linear gradient, I'm going to change it slightly. We need here 70%, and also we need here different colors. So the second color is going to be CA 5995. As for the third color, I'm going to insert here FE. Then we need here 9458. As for the positions, I'm going to set the position to 60%, and the right position will be 10%. We need the same transform property here. Border radius will be again same. So let's check the results. Now, as you can see, the background ended up behind the main background. So in order to fix that, we need again the z-index property. But in this case, the value of the z-index property should be greater than z-index 1. So let's set it to 2. Now the background should be visible. And yes, it's visible. The only thing that I'm going to do is to add opacity. To decrease opacity to 0.4. And also I'm going to add to the background some shadow effect. We need here box shadow with the values 7 RAM, 4 RAM, then 6 RAM, and the color is going to be RGBA 0, 0, 0, and the opacity 0.9. So this code adds a shadow to an element on the web page. Let me explain what those values do. The first number, 7 RAM, determines how far the shadow is horizontally from the element. The second value, 4 RAM, determines how far the shadow is vertically from the element. The third number, 6 RAM, controls the size or blur of the shadow. As for the color, it specifies the color of the shadow. In this case, it's a very dark, almost black shadow, because we have 3 zeros here, which indicates the black color. But we have here opacity 0.9, which makes the dark black color slightly lighter. Eventually, we have here this nice and cool shadow effect. And now we have to take care of the banner, which right now is placed at the top left corner of the page. And actually, it is placed behind the background main. So let's go ahead and insert new comments for the banner. Then I'm going to select banner and define its position, which is going to be absolute. As you know, when we use position absolute, we need position relative for the parent element. And as you can see, header already has position relative. So next I'm going to set the to position to 18%. Then we'll have here left position. It's going to be 20%. So as you can see, the banner changed its position, but it's placed under the background main. So we have to fix that using the index property. I'm going to set the index to 4. And now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. All right. Now it's time to customize each of the elements separately. I'm going to start with the first heading element, which is H1. So let's go ahead and select banner, followed by the H1 heading element. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. In this case, let's use font called Muli. It's going to be cursive. Then I'm going to increase the font size. Let's make it 13 RAM. Let's check the browser. So the font size is changed, and also we have here different font family. Next, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. And also, I'm going to add here some shadow effect. In this case, let's use text shadow. It works in the similar way as the box shadow does. So I'm going to insert here values 0, 1 rem. And then we will have here 3 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use RGBA black color, but in this case with a lower opacity, which is going to be 0.3. So as you can see, the header looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the second heading element, which is H3. So let's go ahead and select banner followed by the H3 heading element. I'm going to change the font size. In this case, it's going to be 3 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's make font weight lighter and set it to 300. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Now I'm going to change the color of the heading. It's going to be white. Again, use text shadow. Let's grab this line of code. The only thing that I'm going to do here is to decrease the opacity. It's going to be 0.1. And finally, I'm going to create some space using margin. So the margin at the top is going to be 0. Then we'll have 0 on the right side. Next we have bottom. It's going to be 3 rem. As for the left side, I'm going to set it to 1 rem. Alright, that's it about the second heading. Now it's time to customize the button. Let's go ahead and select banner followed by button. First of all, I'm going to set width and height. Let's set width to 15 rem. Then the height is going to be 5 rem. And also I'm going to change the background. Let's use again linear gradients. The direction of color transition is going to be to right. Then we need here the first color, which is going to be AA3 FEC. It's a purple color. Then we need another purple color, which is going to be 84. Then 30 EA. It's again a purple color, but the darker one. So let's check the button. So we have here nice and cool background with gradient. Next I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Also I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 3 rem and check the browser. So step by step our button looks great. Next I'm going to set the font size to 1.6 rem. Also I'm going to make the font weight bold. Then let's transform text into uppercase. So the text looks pretty nice, but we need to add some more style to it. We need to create some space between the letters using letter spacing. It's going to be 0.1 rem. And also change the color. We need lighter color. I'm going to set the color to white. So now the button looks pretty nice and cool. Next I'm going to add shadow effect to the element using box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 3 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA with the lower opacity 0.1. So as you can see, the button has the shadow effect. Then I'm going to create some space on the left side using margin left. It's going to be 1 rem, and also change the type of the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so before we finish this lecture, I want to add one more thing to our button. I'm going to create a little hover effect. Once we hover over the button, we need to move it up using transform translate function. So let's go ahead and select banner followed by button, and we need here pseudo class hover. Let's use transform translate y function. It allows us to move the elements according to y-axis, I mean vertically. So I'm going to add here negative value. It's going to be minus 0.2 RAM. So if I check the browser, as you can see, once we hover over the button, then it will move up slightly. Let's make this effect smoother using transition. I'm going to add here transform, and the duration of the effect is going to be 0.3 seconds. So now if I hover over the button, then we'll get this nice and cool effect. Okay, let's go ahead and open the VS Code and start to create the HTML markup. First of all, I'm going to insert here comments for the navigation. Then I'm going to open HTML5 nav element with the class name Navbar. Next, we need to create the logo. So at first, I'm going to insert the comments for the logo. Then I'm going to open link elements. We use here link element because when we click the logo, we have to move to the main page, I mean the index.html. So if I go to any of the pages here and then click the logo, we should go back to the main page, I mean the index.html file. So in the href attribute, I'm going to indicate index.html. Then we need here div element with the class logo. So the logo will consist of a couple of different span elements. Let's open span tag and insert here code, and then we need again span elements with the text create. Next, I'm going to open another span tag and I'm going to insert here templates. Okay, so that's it about the logo. Next, we need to create the navigation items. I'm going to insert here comments for nav items. And then I'm going to open list, I mean UL element with the class name nav items. So the list will consist of 6 different list items. We need here li element, and it will have the class nav item. And then inside the li element, I'm going to open link tag. Like the logo, we need to specify here the names of the pages. At first, I'm going to insert here class. It's going to be nav link, and then the first item is going to be home. So once we click the first item, we should go back to the main page, I mean the index.html file. Let's take a look at the finished version. If I go any of the pages and then click home, then we'll go back to the main page. So I'm going to insert here again index.html. So overall we'll have 6 different list items. Therefore I'm going to duplicate li element 5 times and then change the items. So the second item is going to be clients. We need to change here the name of the HTML file. Actually, those files are not created yet. We will take care of them in the coming sections. In this case, I'm just specifying the names of the HTML files. We will create them later. Okay, so the third item is going to be products. Change the HTML file. We need here products. Next we'll have contact. Then I'm going to insert here accounts. And finally, we need here pricing. So as I said, it's going to be button and not the link. So I'm going to change the class name. We need here navbtn, and also change the name of the HTML file. It's going to be pricing.html. Alright, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. Let's take a look at the project. So as you can see, the navigation items and also the logo are placed behind the background, and also the layout of the backgrounds are changed slightly. So we need to take care of them and fix those problems. Let's go back to the CSS file and start to write the CSS code. So we need to add here new comments for the navigation, and I'm going to select nav element, which has class name navbar. First of all, I'm going to define its position. It's going to be fixed, and also we need to define the top and left properties. Both of them is going to be 0. So right now nothing is changed here. As you can see, the elements of the navigation are placed behind the background, and we have to fix that. And in order to fix that problem, we need to use the index property, and I'm going to assign to it a higher value, let's say 10. Now, as you can see, elements are no longer placed behind the background. Next, I'm going to set width and height of the navigation. Let's define width, it's going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 12 rem. And also I'm going to add here a temporary background color in order to see better where the navbar is positioned. Let's set color to, let's say, light gray. It's going to be CCC. Okay, so here we have our navbar. It's placed at the top side of the web page. Next, I'm going to create some space using padding. So the padding on top and bottom is going to be 0. As for the left and right sides, I'm going to set it to 15 rem. So as you can see, we have here some space on the left and right sides. Next, I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the elements. As you know, navbar consists of two different parts. We have logo and the navigation items. So we need to place both elements in a row horizontally on the left and right sides. And for that, we need to use display flex. So as you can see, the logo and the navigation items are placed side by side. And in order to place them on the left and right sides, I'm going to use justify content with the value space between. So now, as you can see, the logo is placed on the left side. As for the navigation items, as they are placed on the right side of the navbar. Okay, next I'm going to place items, I mean the elements of the navbar, in the center vertically, and for that I'm going to use another property of CSS flexbox, and it's called align items, and I'm going to set it to center. So now the elements are placed in the center vertically. Alright, that's it about the navbar right now. Next, I'm going to take care of the logo. So we need to insert here new comments for the logo. Then I'm going to select div element, which has a class name logo. Again, I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements. Let's set display to flex. And in this case, I'm going to place the items vertically on top of each other. And for that, we have to change the direction of flexbox. And it's going to be column. So now, as you can see, the elements are placed vertically. Next, I'm going to select the first span element in the logo. I mean this one. So for that, we need here logo, then span elements. And now we have to use one of the pseudo classes called nth-child-selector. And here we have to specify the number. As I said, we need to select the first span element, so therefore I'm going to insert here 1. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. Let's use here font called Multi-cursive. Also, let's increase the font size. I'm going to set it to 3 rem. Let's take a look. So here we have the first span element. Let's change the font weight. I'm going to make it bold. Also, let's transform text into uppercase and change the color. I'm going to use white color. So here we have the first span element of the logo. Actually, let's go ahead and get rid of this temporary background. I think we no longer need it. Now the logo looks much better. Next, I'm going to select the span element, which is placed inside the first span element. I mean this one, the text create. So for that, we need logo followed by the span element with nth-child-selector first, and then again we need span element. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. So the font size of this part, I mean this span element, is changed. Now the text became smaller, and we have to move the element up like the text here. So for that, I'm going to use transform with translate y function. It moves the element according to y-axis. I mean it moves element vertically, and in order to move the element upwards, we need to use negative value. In this case, it's going to be 0.8 rem. So as you can see, the element hasn't moved up, and the problem is that span element is an inline element, and once you have the inline element, then transform property is not applied. So we need to transform elements from inline to inline block in order to apply transform property. Now the problem should be fixed. Alright, so as you can see, the element is placed up and the transform property works fine. Next, I'm going to select the second span element. I mean this one, templates. So actually, let's copy this selector from here and change the nth-child-selector. We need 2. So let's change the font family. It's going to be Croissant 1 cursive. Then we need font size. It's going to be 1.5 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to DTT, which is a light gray color. So here we have the second span element. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing, and it's going to be 0.1 rem. And also, I'm going to place the elements on the right side, and for that, let's use text align property with the value right. So the text is placed on the right side, but actually that's not what we need here. If we take a look at the finished version, you see that the second span element is placed nicely on the right side. We have to move it slightly to the right side and also upwards. So again, I'm going to use transform property. We need here translate function. As the values, I'm going to pass here 2.2 RAM, and also we need here -1 RAM. So the first value, 2.2 RAM, moves the element to the right horizontally by 22 pixels. As for the second value, -1 RAM, it moves the element up vertically by 10 pixels. The negative sign indicates the direction is upwards. As for the positive values, they would move it downwards. So now we have the same problem here. Let's assign display inline block to the second element as well. Now, as you can see, the problem is fixed, and we have here nice and cool result. Okay, finally, I want to add a little shadow effect to the logo, I mean the span elements. So let's go ahead and select all the span elements in the logo and use text shadow property with the values 0.5 RAM, 1 RAM, then the color is going to be RGBA, black color with lower opacity, and it's going to be 0.2. Alright, so here we have the logo. Now it's time to move on and continue styling the navigation bar. Let's go to the VS Code, and first of all, before we start to style the navigation items, I want to move the navigation up, I mean outside of the header. Let's cut the code from here and paste it here. Okay, so after the logo, I'm going to insert new comments for navigation items. And then I'm going to select UL element, which has the class name now items. First of all, I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 50%. And then I'm going to place the navigation items side by side horizontally in a row, because right now they are placed vertically. So in order to do that, I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex. Now if we check the results, you will see that the items are placed horizontally in a row. Next, I'm going to create some space between the items, and for that I'm going to use one of the flexbox properties called justify content, and I'm going to assign to it value called space evenly. It will create even space between the items. Alright, after that, let's go ahead and select the li element, which has class name nav item. I'm going to get rid of the default bullets, and for that let's use list style and assign to it value none. So as you can see, the bullets are gone. Next, I'm going to select the link elements. We need here nav link. Let's increase the font size. I'm going to make it 2 RAM. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Actually, we need here text transform and the value uppercase, and also change the color. The color is going to be white. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the navigation items look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 RAM. After that, I'm going to add a little shadow effect to the link elements. Using text shadow, the values will be 0.5 RAM, 1 RAM, and the RGBA black color with the opacity 0.2. Alright, so I think the nav items look pretty nice. Now we have to take care of the last item, which is going to be the button. I mean the pricing button. Let's go ahead and select this element using class name navbtn. Let's define width and height. I'm going to set width to 13 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 5 rem. And also change the background color. Let's set it to white. So as you can see, the width and height are not applied to the elements. And we have here the same problem. I mean, the link element by default is an inline element, and therefore width and height are not applied to the element. So we have to change it. In this case, I'm going to use display flex, because we will need other flexbox properties as well. So that's why I use here flex and not inline block or block. So now if I check the result, you will see that the width and height are applied to the element. I'm going to place the content in the center of the box, and for that I'm going to use justify content with the value center, and also we need align items center. Justify content center aligns the element in the center horizontally. As for the align item center, it places the element in the center vertically. So now we have here the perfect centering. Actually, I'm going to place link elements and also the button in the center vertically, and for that we can add here align items center, and the problem will be fixed. So now the link elements and the button are placed nicely in the center. Let's move on and add here a couple of more styles. Next, I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. It's going to be 4 rem. Now the button is rounded, and also I'm going to add to the button little shadow effect using box shadow with values 0, 1 rem. Then we'll have here 3 rem, and also the color is going to be RGBA with the opacity 0.1. So we have here nice shadow effect. After that, I'm going to take care of the font. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Also, I'm going to use letter spacing. It's going to be 0.1 rem. Then let's change the color. And I'm going to use here color F88344. It's going to be an orange color. And like the nav items, I'm going to make the text uppercase. So let's use text transform uppercase. Alright, so the nav items with the button look pretty nice. I'm going to add a hover effect to the button. Actually, I'm going to use the similar hover effect. So let's select navbtn with hover, and we need here transform, translate y, and value is going to be minus 0.2 rem. So if I hover over the button, it will move up. But as you see, we need here smooth transition. So use transition property. We need here transform. And the duration of the effect is going to be 0.3 seconds. So now we have here nice and cool hover effect. And now it's time to move on and start to create the drop-down menu. Let's go to the VS Code and start to create the HTML markup. We have to insert the comments right after the link element inside the li element. Let's insert here comments for the drop-down menu. It's going to be the first drop-down. So we need here drop-down 1. And then and of dropdown 1. I'm going to open div element, which will have two different classes. The first one is going to be a common class name dropdown, and besides that we need here dropdown 1. Next, I'm going to insert here another div element, which is going to be the left side of the dropdown. So we need here dropdown 1 left. And also let's create the right side. Let's duplicate this line of code and change the class name. We need here dropdown 1 right. Alright, at first let's take care of the left side. So I'm going to insert here h3 heading element with the text features. Then after heading, we need here another div element, which is going to be the list. I mean the wrapper. Inside the div element, I'm going to create another div, which is going to be the features item. So I'm going to add here class name features list item. So each list item will consist of two elements. The first one is going to be a font awesome icon. As for the second one, we'll have here span element. If we take a look at the finished project and check the left side, so as you can see we have the font awesome icons and also the span element with some text. Let's insert here I element with the classes fa solid, fa star, and then insert here span element. The text is going to be all features. Alright, so overall we will have 11 different list items. Therefore I'm going to duplicate feature list item 10 times. And then we have to change the class names of the font awesome icons and also the content of the span elements. So the second I element is going to be fa solid, fa boxes stacked. As for the span element, it's going to be 100 plus elements. Then the third font awesome icon is going to be fa solid, fa file. As for the span element, I'm going to insert here 1000 plus layouts. The next font awesome icon will be fa solid, fa pen nib. Also we need to change the span element. I'm going to insert here no code design. Then after that the font awesome icon is going to be fa solid, fa wrench. As for the span element, I'm going to insert here theme builder. Then the next icon is going to be fa solid, fa cart shopping. Also we need to change the span element, which is going to be e-commerce. Then we will have here fa solid, fa network wired. Also change the span element. We'll have here workflow. And then the next one is going to be fa solid, fa light bulb. As for the span element, let's insert here marketing. Next we will have here fa solid, fa code. And we need here developers. The next icon is going to be FA Solid FA Desktop. As for this panel element, I'm going to insert here side examples. And finally, we need here last icon, which is going to be FA Solid FA Gears. And this panel element will be integrations. Okay, so that's it about the first part. I'm in the left side of the drop-down menu. Here we have all the font awesome icons and the span elements. Next, we have to take care of the right side. First of all, we need here the heading H3, which is going to be services. Then after heading, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be drop-down services. Then inside the div element, I'm going to open another div, which is going to be drop-down service itself. It will include I element and also div element, which will include itself two span elements. So let's insert here I element, which is going to be FA Solid FA Wrench. Then, as I said, we need here div element with the class name drop down service item. And I'm going to insert here two span elements. The first one is going to be theme builder. Let's duplicate this line of code. The second span element will be the number one theme builder. So now I'm going to duplicate drop-down service. Overall, we will have 7 drop-down services. So let's duplicate this code 6 times. And now we need to change the font awesome icons and also the content of these pan elements. The second font awesome icon is going to be FA Solid FA. Actually, oops, we need here to remove this dash, otherwise the icon won't display. Let's get rid of it. So as I said, the second font awesome icon is going to be FA Solid FA Light Bulb. As for these pan elements, we need here marketplace. As for the second span element, I'm going to insert here modules, layouts, and themes. Then the next font awesome icon will be FA Solid FA Cloud. As for the span elements, let's insert here cloud, and then the second one is going to be cloud storage for designers. The next font awesome icon will be FA Solid FA Brain. Also change the span elements. We need here AI. And then the second span element is going to be build websites with AI. And then the next icon is going to be FA Solid FA People Group. As for the span elements, we need here teams. And then the second one is going to be collaboration for agencies. Then we need here FA Solid FA Globe. As for the span elements, we need here hosting, and the second one is going to be fast hosting of the websites. And now we have to change the last drop-down service we need here FA solid, FA crown. As for the span elements, let's insert here VIP, and the second one is going to be 24/7 support and discounts. Alright, so all drop-down services are prepared. The last thing that we have to do is to create the button, which should be placed here. So let's open button tag. The type is going to be button. As for the content, I'm going to insert here join today. Alright, so I hope everything is correct. Let's check the results. So we have here services. All the icons are displayed. And now we have to move on and style the first drop down. And now it's time to start to customize the drop down menu. So let's go to the CSS file, and right after navlink, insert new comments for the drop down menu. It's going to be the first drop down menu, so we need here drop down 1 and then end of drop down 1. Alright, so let's go ahead and select drop down 1. First of all, I'm going to set its position to absolute, and we're going to position this element according to the parent element, which is nav item. So I'm going to assign to nav item position relative. We need it in order to position child elements, in this case drop down 1, according to the parent element, which is nav item. Alright, let's define top and left properties. The top position is going to be 4.9 RAM. As for the left position, I'm going to make it -24 RAM. Let's check the result. So as you can see, the drop down menu is positioned. Now I'm going to define the background color, and it's going to be white. Alright, so here we have the drop down menu. Now we need to define the width and height of the element. So I'm going to set width to 96 RAM. As for the height, it's going to be 60 RAM. Next, I'm going to place features and services side by side horizontally. And for that, I'm going to use Flexbox. We need display flex. So if we check the result, you will see that features and services, I mean left and right sides of the drop down menu, are placed side by side horizontally. Alright, after that I'm going to make the drop down menu a little bit rounded using border radius. I'm going to set it to 1 RAM, and also I'm going to create a little shadow effect using box shadow. The values are going to be 0, 1 RAM, then 3 RAM, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA value. The color is going to be black with lower opacity 0.2. So as you can see, the corners of the drop down menu are rounded, and also we have here nice and cool shadow effects. Next I'm going to create some space inside the drop down menu, and for that let's use padding. I'm going to set it to 2 RAM. Alright, so that's it about the drop down 1, I mean the wrapper element. Next I'm going to take care of the left and right sides. I'm going to select drop down 1 left and define its width. It's going to be 50%. And also I'm going to create some space on the right side of the element using padding right, and the value is going to be 4 rem. So now the first part, I mean the left side, has the width, and also we have some space after the left side. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code and do the same for the right side as well. So the width of the right side is going to be 70%, and also we need here padding left, and it's going to be 2 rem. All right. Next, I'm going to take care of the headings of the both sides. We need the same styles for both headings, so I'm going to select both of them. So we need drop down 1 left h3. Let's duplicate this code and change the left into right. Let's add here styles for the heading. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be multi cursive. Then I'm going to set font size to 1.8 rem. We need color. It's going to be gray color 86988A7. So as you can see, the headings look nice. Next, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using padding bottom. It's going to be 1 rem. Also, we need margin at the bottom. It's going to be 3 rem. And create border at the bottom. We need here bottom. So the width is going to be 0.2 rem. Then we need solid. And as the color, I'm going to use here RGBA 134, 152, 167, and the opacity is going to be 0.5. I used here kind of gray color. So let's check. As you can see, we have here nice and cool border at the bottom, and actually the headings of the left and right sides look pretty nice. All right, next, let's go ahead and select features list item. I mean this part. I mean those 2 elements which are placed inside the features list item. So I'm going to select features list item. Let's set margin. We need 1.5 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. Then I'm going to place the elements horizontally side by side using flexbox. And also we need align item center. It will align the elements in center vertically, and then change the type of the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so now we have some space between the items, and also the cursor is changed. After that, I'm going to customize icons and then the span elements. Let's start with the icons. I'm going to select features list item followed by the I element. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Also, I'm going to set width to 4 rem and then change the color. The color is going to be gray color, which we used recently. So let's check. As you can see, the icons look pretty nice. Let's go ahead and customize the span elements. I'm going to select again features list item followed by the span element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use the same color. I mean the gray color. So as you can see, the span elements look pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do in this lecture is to create little hover effect. Once we hover over the icon or the span element, they should change their color. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to select features list item with hover, and we need here eye elements, and also we have to select span elements. So once we hover over the elements, we need to change the color. The color is going to be 222. It's kind of dark gray color. So now if I hover over the item, you see that the color is changed, but we need smooth transition. Let's add to both elements transition property. We need here color, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. So now if I hover over the items, they will change their color smoothly, and I think it looks pretty nice. And now we have to take care of the second part of our drop-down menu. I mean the services part, the right side. Let's go to the VS Code and select drop-down services. I'm going to define the height. It's going to be 45 rem, and also I'm going to align the elements using again CSS flexbox. We need display flex, and we have to change the direction because we have to align elements vertically, so we need flex direction to be column. Alright, now I'm going to select the drop-down service itself. Again, let's use flexbox. We need display flex, and then we have to create some space at the bottom of the element using margin bottom. It's going to be 3.5 rem. Next, I'm going to change the cursor and make it pointer. Alright, now I'm going to align elements in the center vertically. So I'm going to add here align item center. As you can see, the icons and the textual elements are placed in the center. After that, I'm going to customize the font awesome icons. So let's go ahead and select drop down service followed by the eye element. I'm going to increase width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 5.5 rem. Let's do the same for the height as well. And then let's change the background. And then let's change the background. I'm going to use linear gradient function. The direction of color transition is going to be to right. As for the colors, the first color is going to be B1 50F1. As for the second color, I'm going to use 7E23DA. Those are the purple colors, the lighter one and the darker one. So as you can see, the font awesome icons, I mean those boxes, have the linear gradient. Next, I'm going to wrap the flex items. We have to place them in two columns, so I'm going to use flex wrap with the value wrap. Now the items are placed in two columns, and we have here much better result. After that, I'm going to add here a couple of more styles. We need to make the boxes rounded, and for that let's use border radius with the value 50%. So now the elements are rounded, and we have to place the icons in the center of those circles. For that, I'm going to use flexbox. So we need display flex, then justify content center and align items center. So now, as you can see, the icons are centered perfectly. After that, let's customize the icons. I mean, we need to increase the font size. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's make it white. And also I'm going to set box shadow to 0.5 rem, 2 rem. Actually, we need here rem. As for the color, I'm going to use RGBA value. But in this case, we need to use purple color. So the first value is going to be 1 to 6. Then we will have here 35. Then the next one is going to be 218. As for the opacity, I'm going to set it to 0.3. Okay, so the icons look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to add a little space on the right side of each icon. So let's add here margin right and make it 2 rem. Okay, after that, I'm going to create a little hover effect. Once we hover over the services, we should increase the size of the icons. So I'm going to select drop down service with hover, and then we need eye element. In order to increase the size of the element, I'm going to use scale function. We need transform. Oops. We need here transform, then scale, and I'm going to insert here 1.1. Now if I hover over the icons, they will increase, I mean the size of the icon. Let's make this effect smoother. Use transition. We need here transform, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. So now we have here much better results. The size of the icon increases with smooth effect. Alright, next I'm going to take care of the drop-down service item. I mean those textual elements. We have here 2 different elements and we have to place them vertically. So let's go ahead and select drop-down service item. Use flexbox. We need display flex, and then we have to change the direction. It's going to be column. So now, as you can see, the textual elements, I mean the span elements, are placed vertically. So as you can see, right now all the icons have the same background color, and if we take a look at the finished project, you will see that each item has different background color. So we need to take care of that. So I'm going to select the first drop-down service. We need here nth child selector, and we have to specify here the number 1. Then we need eye element. Let's grab the background. And also we need to grab box shadow from here. Now as you can see, on the first font awesome icon has the purple background color. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code 6 times because overall we have 7 icons. So we have here 7 eye elements. Let's change the nth child selectors. We need here numbers from 1 to 7. And now we have to change the background colors. So the second icon is going to be, the background colors, 3-1 DCA1. As for the second color, I'm going to insert here 2-3 D683, and also change the box shadow. We need here 3-5 2-1-4 1-3-1. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the second font awesome icon has now a green color, the background color. Let's take care of the third item. So we need here colors 3F 5-1 EC. As for the second color, it's going to be 2D2 DCF, and also change the box shadow. We need here 4-5, then again 4-5 2-0-7. So the third font awesome icon is ready. Let's move on and take care of the fourth item. So the color is going to be 00D3 E0. That's for the second one. We need here 03 D4 D8. Next, I'm going to change the box shadow. We need here 3-1-8-0 2-1-6. So let's check the browser. So the fourth font awesome icon is customized. Let's move on to the fifth one. We need here FF 9625. As for the second color, it's going to be FA 751C, and then change the box shadow. We need here 250, then 117 to 8. So we have here the orange background color. Let's move on to the next font awesome icon, which is the sixth one. So we need here 3293 FF, and then the second color is going to be 2371 FF. As for the box shadow, it's going to be 35, then 113255. So here we have the sixth icon, and now we have to take care of the last font awesome icon. The first color is going to be 282 C35. As for the second color, we need here 20252C. As for the box shadow, let's insert here 32, then 3744. Okay, so all the font awesome icons are prepared. They look pretty nice, and now we have to take care of the span elements. Those textual elements. First of all, I'm going to take care of the first span element. Let's select drop-down service item. Then we need span, and then nth child selector. We need the first span element. Let's change the font family. It's going to be Muli cursive. Then I'm going to set font weight to bold. The color is going to be B1 50 F1. Then I'm going to set the letter spacing to 0.1 rem, and let's transform text to uppercase. Oops, we need here text transform and not rendering. The value is going to be uppercase. So as you can see, the styles are applied to the first span element. Right now they have the same color. We have to change that, and also we need to increase the font size of the span elements. Let's select here, drop down service item, follow the span element, and set the font size to 1.6 rem. So now the font is increased of both span elements. As for the colors, I'm going to select first service, then we need to select drop down service item, followed by the span element, and again we need here answer child selector. We need the first span element. Let's grab color from here and insert it down below. So now only first span element has the purple color. Next we need to do the same for the rest of the elements. I'm going to duplicate this code 6 times. Let's change the answer child selectors. We need numbers from 1 through 7, like we did it for the font icons. So the second color is going to be 31 DC A1. It's a green color. Then the third span element is going to be 3F51 EC. Let's change all the colors and then check the browser. Next we need 00D3E0. Then the fifth item is going to be FF9625. Then we need 3293FF. As for the last span element, we need here 28 to C35. Alright, let's check the browser. So as you can see, all span elements have the proper colors. Now we have to customize the second span element. For that, let's select drop down service item, span, and we need here answer child selector with the number 2. I'm going to set the font weight to 300 and also change the color. Let's use here 6A6. Oops, we need here pound sign. Then 6A6 F72. It's a gray color. So as you can see, the colors are changed for the second span elements. And lastly, we have to customize the button. So let's go ahead and select drop down one right button. First of all, let's define width. It's going to be 100%, and the height will be 4 rem, and also change the background color. Let's use here color 3776FF. So here we have the button. We need to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none and also make the corners rounded using border radius. It's going to be 2 rem. Now the button looks much better. Let's take care of the font. I'm going to set font size to 1.4 rem. Then the font weight is going to be bold. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Change the color. Oops. The color is going to be white. Then I'm going to add some space between the letters. And finally change the cursor, make it point. Alright, so the second part of the drop-down menu is prepared and styled. It looks pretty nice. And now we have to make it work. Let's go ahead and go back to the VS Code. First of all, I'm going to create the triangle, and for that I'm going to use after pseudo element. So the triangle will be a part of navigation item. Therefore, we need here nav item followed by the nth child selector. We need the first navigation item, and then I'm going to use after pseudo element. So the content is going to be empty. Then I'm going to define the position. It's going to be absolute. I'm going to position the element according to the parent element. In this case, the parent element is nav item, but right now, as you can see, it already has the position relative. Next, I'm going to define top and left properties. The to position is going to be 2.9 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 50%. The triangle should be placed in the center of navigation item, and in order to center the element, I'm going to use transform translate x function with the value minus 50%. So the triangle will be created with a little trick using borders. I'm going to use border left with the values 2 rem solid, and the color is going to be transparent. Then I'm going to duplicate this code twice. Let's change border left to border right. The values will be the same. And then we need border bottom. And instead of transparent, I'm going to use white color. So as you can see, the triangle is created and it's placed in the center of the navigation item. Now I'm going to hide this element and also the drop-down menu. So in order to hide the element, I'm going to use opacity 0 and visibility hidden. And we need the same thing for the drop-down as well. So now, as you can see, both elements are hidden, and now we have to appear them once we hover over the nav item. So I'm going to add here nav item with hover followed by the after pseudo element. We need those two properties in order to display the element. We need opacity to be 1 and visibility visible. And also I'm going to add here hover for the drop down menu as well. Let's place here opacity 1 and visibility visible. So now if I hover over the nav item, only the triangle is displaying. Yep, we need here drop down 1. So now both elements are displaying, and the only thing that we have to do is to make this appearance a little bit smoother, and for that I'm going to use transition. The values will be all and 0.3 seconds. So now if I hover over the nav item, then we'll get this nice and cool appearance of drop-down menu and the triangle. Alright, so that's it about the first drop-down menu. And now it's time to move on and start to take care of the second drop-down menu. As usual, we're going to create the HTML markup, and then we will take care of the styling. So we need to find the second navigation item, which is clients, and right after the link elements, I'm going to insert comments for second drop-down menu. Then I'm going to open div elements with classes drop-down, and also we need drop-down 2. Then I'm going to open div elements, which will have class name clients item. So as I said, each item will consist of a font awesome icon, then we'll have heading and the paragraph. Let's open I elements, which will have classes FA regular, then FA envelope. After that, we need here H3 heading element. The text is going to be web design agencies. And also we need here paragraph with some dummy text. In order to put here some dummy text, I'm going to type lorem. Then we have to specify here the number of words. In this case, I'm going to insert here 15 dummy words. And now I'm going to hit enter. So as you can see, we have here some dummy text with 15 words. Alright, so that's it about the first item. As you know, we will have overall 4 items. So I'm going to duplicate this div element 3 times. And then we have to change here the icons and also the headings. So the second item, the second icon is going to be FA solid. Then we need FA Earth Americas. As for the heading, I'm going to insert here online store owners. Then we need to change the third item. Actually, we have here a little mistake. We need here regular. Let's change the classes of the third icon. So it's going to be FA brands, then FA sketch. As for the heading element, I'm going to insert here web design freelancers. And now we have to take care of the last item. We need to change the classes of the icon. So we need FA solid, FA store. As for the heading element, I'm going to insert here small business owners. Alright, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. Let's take a look. So as you can see, we have here the second drop-down menu. The HTML markup. And now it's time to style it and then make it work. Let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to insert new comments for the second drop-down menu. We need here drop-down 2 and then end of drop-down 2. So as you know, we will have 5 different drop-downs, and all of them will have the common styles. So instead of writing the same styles over and over again, I'm going to select all of them using common class name, which we assigned to the drop-downs. I mean, this class name here, drop-down. I'm going to select all of them and grab some of the styles from here. So in the common styles, we will have those 2 lines of code. I mean, position absolute and top position. Also, we will have here background color. And then those 3 lines of code. I mean, border radius, box shadow, and padding. And also, I'm going to grab those styles and add them here as well. Next, I'm going to change here class name. Instead of drop down 1, we need here drop down. And actually, I'm going to grab this code and paste it here. Besides that, I'm going to remove the nth child selector from here, because we need triangle for every navigation item. Actually, I think that everything is ready. Let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. So, as you can see, some of the styles are applied to the drop-down, I mean the second drop-down already. Let's go to the VS Code and select the second drop-down and add to it some styles as well. So we need here to define width as 90 rem. Then we need height, it's going to be 37 rem. Also, I'm going to define the left position, it's going to be minus 27 rem. And then we need to use flexbox. So let's set display to flex and check the results. So as you can see, now we have much better results. The items are placed horizontally in a row nicely, and now we have to select them and customize. Let's select client's item. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then we need here margin to be 0 and then 0.5 rem. We need here 0.5 rem. Also, I'm going to define padding. Let's set it to 0.7 rem. So now we have some space between the items. Next, I'm going to use again flexbox in order to align the elements inside of the client's item. Let's set display to flex. Then we need to change the direction because we have to align elements vertically, and for that we have to set flex direction to column. And also I'm going to use align items center. Okay, so as you can see, the elements inside the items are placed in the center using flexbox. Let's set cursor to pointer. Okay, so next thing that I'm going to do is to change the background color for each client's item. As you remember, each item has different background color with linear gradient. So let's go ahead and do that for each item. I'm going to select the first one using nth child selector. I'm going to specify here number 1. As for the background, as I said, we need to use linear gradient. So the first thing that we have to do here is to define the direction, and I'm going to set it to 135 degrees. Next, I'm going to define the first color, which is going to be FA, F7, FE. As for the second color, it's going to be EA, D7, FF. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the first item has background color. I'm going to make the corners of the item rounded, and for that let's use here border radius with the value 1 rem. So now we have nice border radius here. Let's change the color for the rest of the items as well. I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times. Then I'm going to change the numbers. We need numbers from 1 through 4. As for the colors, I'm going to change them. So the first color for the second item is going to be F2, F6, FF. As for the second one, it's going to be CAD 9FF. Let's check the second item. So we have here kind of sky blue color. Next, we need to change the colors for the third item. So the first color is going to be F1, FD, F7. As for the second color, let's make it BF, FF, DF. So it's kind of green color. And now we have to change the colors for the last item. So I'm going to insert here FFF 4ED. As for the second color, let's add here F8, D7, C5. Alright, so all 4 items have nice and cool background color with linear gradient effect. And now we have to take care of the elements inside the items. Let's go ahead and start with the font awesome icons. First of all, I'm going to increase the size of the items. Let's select here I element and set font size to 10 rem. So as you can see, the size of the icons is bigger. And now we have to change the colors for each item separately. So we need to select the first item followed by the font awesome icon. Let's set color to AC 63 FA. So as you can see, the first font awesome icon has changed its color. Let's do the same for the rest of the icons. I'm going to duplicate this code 3 times and change the numbers of nth child selector and also change the colors. So the second color is going to be the 1F 5B F3. Then we will have here 1F C F77. As for the last icon, I'm going to use here color FF8 645. So as you can see, the icons look pretty nice. They have different colors. And now we have to take care of the headings. So let's go ahead and select headings. We need here client item followed by H3 heading element. So I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then we will have here font weight. I'm going to set it to 300. Next, we need to transform text to uppercase. Also, I'm going to set text align to center. Next thing that I'm going to do is to change the line height. Let's set it to 3.5 rem, and also create some space at the bottom using margin bottom with the value 0.7 rem. So now the headings look much better, and as you guessed, we have to change the colors of the headings, and the colors should match to the colors of the icons. So I'm going to do that in a simple way. I'm going to add here selector for the heading. So we need here clients item, then we need nth child selector. We need to specify here 1, and we have to add here h3 heading element. Let's copy this selector and add it for the rest of the elements. I'm going to change the numbers of nth child selector. We need here numbers from 1 through 4. So let's go to the browser. As you can see, the headings have the proper colors and they look pretty nice. So the only thing that we have to do is to customize the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select clients item followed by the P element. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then font weight is going to be 300, and also I'm going to center the text using text align center. So now everything looks pretty nice, and actually with the second drop down menu we are done. And now it's time to move on and start to create the third drop down menu. So the first thing that we have to do is to create the HTML markup. We need to find the third navigation item, which is products, and after link element, I mean the closing link tag, we have to insert new comments for the drop down 3. And then I'm going to open div tag with the classes drop down and drop down 3. Next, I'm going to open another div tag, which will be products. It's going to be the wrapper of the content. Next, I'm going to insert here the product itself. So this element will include font awesome icon and 2 span elements. If we take a look at the drop-down menu, you will see here the font awesome icon and also the 2 span elements. So let's insert here I element with the classes fa solid, fa wrench. We need here fa. Then I'm going to open div tag, and I'm going to insert here 2 span elements. The first one is going to be theme and page builder. Then we need the second span element, in which I'm going to insert the following text: the number 1 theme and visual page builder. So that's it about the products. Overall, we will have 5 products. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this item 4 times. And then we have to make here slight changes. I'm going to change the font awesome icons and also the content of the span elements. So the second font awesome icon will be fa solid, fa file. Then the first span element is going to be page builder plugin. As for the second span element, I'm going to insert here themes and layouts. Then the third font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA book open. As for the span elements, I'm going to insert here extra magazine theme. As for the second span element, let's insert here the best theme for blogger. Then the fourth font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA envelope. As for the span elements, the first one is going to be Bloom email. Bloom email opt-ins. As for the second span element, it's going to be the ultimate email opt-in plugin. As for the last product item, the font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA hashtag. As for the span elements, I'm going to insert here social sharing. As for the second font awesome icon, it's going to be promote social sharing. Alright, and the last thing that we have to do is to create the button. We need to insert it down below. Let's open button tag. The type is going to be button. As for the content, I'm going to insert here join to download. Okay, so that's it about the third drop-down menu, I mean the HTML markup. Let's check the results. If I hover over the products item, you will see here the drop-down menu. As you can see, the drop-down already has some styles because we already have defined some common styles for every drop-down. And now we have to continue and finish the styling of the third drop-down menu. Let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments for the drop-down 3. Let's go ahead and select drop-down 3. I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going to be 40 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 47 rem. Next, I'm going to define left position. It's going to be 50%. Also, we need to center the element using transform. Translate x minus 50%. So the element has positioned in the center perfectly. And finally, I'm going to use padding. Actually, the drop-down already has padding, but I'm going to override the default style. Let's use padding. Right now, by default, each drop-down has padding 2 rem, and I'm going to change the padding at the top side, and I'm going to make it 1 rem. As for the rest of the sides, I'm going to leave it as 2 rem. Alright, after that, I'm going to customize the products. I mean, this element. Actually, as I said, the products will be similar to the services in the first drop-down. I mean, the font awesome icons and also those span elements will be similar. If I take a look at the finished version, you will see that they are quite similar. So I'm going to use the styles from the first drop-down menu. So let's scroll up and find the drop-down services. So here we have them. I'm going to add here products. Let's see, what do we have? So right now, as you can see, the icons and the span elements are placed horizontally in a row. Let's go ahead and add here products I. Now the font awesome icons are not visible because we have to define their colors separately. For that, I'm going to actually, let's get rid of those spaces from here. So I'm going to add here products nth child 1, then I, and if we check the results, you will see that the first font awesome icon has its background color and it looks pretty nice. We have to do the same thing for the rest of the icons. So I'm going to copy this selector and add it here. Let's change the nth child selector. We need here 2. Then do the same for the third item. Also for the fourth icon, and we need the same for the fifth icon as well. Overall, we'll have 5 products. So let's check. As you can see, the font awesome icons look pretty nice. We need the same hover effect here as well. I mean this hover effect. So let's add the selector for products here as well. We need here hover and then I element. So now we have the same hover effect. Alright, next thing that we have to do is to take care of the span elements. So I'm going to add here product div, which is the wrapper of the span elements. Now the span elements are aligned vertically. Next thing that I'm going to do is to add here product div and then span elements. It will change the font size of the span elements. So as you can see, the font size is changed. And now we have to customize each span element. So I'm going to start with the first one. Let's add here products, then div, then span element. With nth child selector, we need the first span element. So if I check, then you will see that the first span element is customized. And now we have to change the colors of the first span element. We need the proper colors like we have it in the first drop-down menu. So I'm going to add here new selector for the products. We need product nth child 1. Then we need div element followed by the span elements, again with nth child selector. And now we have to add here 1. So let's go ahead and check. As you can see, the first span element has different color. I mean the same color that we have for the icon. Let's do the same for the rest of the span elements. I'm going to copy this selector and add it here. We need to change the number of the products. It's going to be second. Then let's do the same for the third product. Next we have product number 4, and then we need the same for product number 5. So as you can see, all span elements, I mean the first span elements, have changed their colors and they look pretty nice. Now we have to take care of the second span element. So I'm going to add here selector for the products. We need here div, then span with nth child selector, and we need here the second span element. So now, as you can see, the second span element looks pretty nice. Alright, next thing that I'm going to do is to define the space between the products. So I'm going to go back to the third drop down. Let's select products and define margin. We need margin on top and bottom, 1.7 rem. As for the left and right sides, it's going to be 0. And now we have to take care of the button. Let's go ahead and style it. Select drop down 3, followed by the button. I'm going to define width, it's going to be 100%, then the height will be 4 rem. Let's change the background color, it's going to be the purple color. We need here 954 for EC. Next, I'm going to get rid of default border, and also I'm going to make the button rounded using border radius. It's going to be 2 rem. After that, I'm going to take care of the font. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Then I'm going to make the font bold. Also, let's transform text to uppercase and change the color. We need color to be white. So the button already looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to increase space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. Also change the cursor, make it pointer. And finally, I'm going to place the button slightly down. Let's do that using transform. Translate Y with the value 1 rem. Okay, so that's it. The third drop-down menu looks pretty nice. And now we have to move on and start to create the next drop-down menu. I mean the drop-down for contact link. Let's go ahead and start to create the HTML markup. We have to find the fourth nav item, which is contact, and I'm going to insert here comments for drop-down 4. Next, I'm going to open div tag, which will have 2 different classes. The first one is going to be common class name drop-down. As for the second one, it's going to be an individual class name drop-down 4. Then we need to open another div element, and it's going to be contact options. Next, I'm going to insert here another div tag, and it will consist of font awesome icon and span elements. So I'm going to open I tag with the classes FA solid, FA envelope. Next, I'm going to insert here span element, which is going to be get in touch. So overall, we'll have 6 different div elements. Let's duplicate it 5 times. And then change font awesome icons and also the span elements. So the second icon is going to be FA solid, FA comments. As for the span element, I'm going to insert here chat with sales. Then the next font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA user, and I'm going to insert here accounts and bills. Then the next font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA wrench. As for the span elements, I'm going to insert here technical support. Then we'll have here FA solid, FA people group. And also I'm going to change the content of this span element. It's going to be ask the community. And finally we need to change the last item. So the font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA file lines. As for the span elements, I'm going to insert here documentation. Okay, so the last thing that we have to do is to create the button. Let's insert here button tag with type button. As for the content of the button, I'm going to insert chat with us. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup of the fourth drop-down menu. So as you can see, we have here the HTML markup, and now we have to style it. So let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments for drop-down 4. Then I'm going to select drop-down menu with its individual class name, drop-down 4. We need to define width and height. So the width is going to be 28 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 33 rem. So as you can see, the size of the drop-down menu is bigger. Next, I'm going to change the position. I want to place it in the center. So for that, we have to define left position and make it 50%. And then in order to center the element perfectly, we need to use transform translate x with the value minus 50%. So now, as you can see, the drop-down menu is centered perfectly. Lastly, I'm going to define padding. Let's set padding to 1 rem on top and then 2 rem on the rest of the sides. So we need 2 rem 3 times. So the padding is applied to the element. Okay, next I'm going to customize the development. Development, which includes the font awesome icon and the span element. So let's go ahead and select contact options, followed by a div tag. I'm going to define margin, which is going to be 1.4 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right sides. And also I'm going to set cursor to pointer. So as you can see, the margin is applied. We have some space between the div elements. Next, I'm going to take care of the font awesome icon. So let's go ahead and select contact options, followed by the I element. I'm going to set width to 4 rem. Then the font size of the font awesome icon is going to be 2 rem, and also we need to change the color. I'm going to use color 329 3FF. So let's check the result. As you can see, the font awesome icons look pretty nice. Next, we have to customize the span elements. So I'm going to select contact options, followed by the span element. The first thing that I'm going to do is to change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. Then I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Also change the color. I'm going to use the same color that we used for the font awesome icon. and also create some space between the letters using letter spacing with the value 0.1 rem. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, these pan elements look pretty nice, and the only thing that we have to do is to style the button which is placed down below. So let's go ahead and select drop down for button. First of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 4 rem. And also we need to change the background color. Let's use here color 2371FF. So here we have the button. Next we need to get rid of this default border, and also I'm going to make the button rounded. So let's go ahead and set border to none. As for the border radius, I'm going to make it 2 rem. So now our button is much nicer. Next we have to take care of the font. First of all, let's define font size. It's going to be 1.4 rem. Then I'm going to make the font bolder using font weight bold. Also transform text to uppercase and change the color. The color is going to be white. So the font looks pretty nice. The only thing that I have to do is to create some space between the letters using letter spacing 0.1 rem, and also I'm going to make the cursor pointer. Okay, so that's it. The fourth drop down menu looks pretty nice, and now we have to move on and take care of the last drop down menu, which is going to be for account link. I'm going to create the HTML markup, and then we will style the markup. Let's go ahead and find the link for account and create new comments for dropdown 5. Then I'm going to open development, which will have 2 different classes, dropdown and dropdown 5. And then I'm going to open form tag. Let's get rid of action attribute, we don't need it. And I'm going to add here class name, which is going to be account form. So inside the form elements, I'm going to create div, which is going to be account input group. It will include 2 input fields. So I'm going to open input tag with type text, and also we need here a placeholder attribute. As the value, I'm going to insert here username. Let's duplicate this line of code. So the second input field will be for password. I'm going to change the type, it's going to be password. And also let's change the placeholder attribute. We need here password. Okay, so that's it about the input group. Next, I'm going to create div elements, which will include input and label. I mean input for checkbox. So let's add a class name to the div element, and it's going to be check. Then I'm going to insert here input elements. The type is going to be checkbox. And also we need here ID attribute with the value check. Next, I'm going to open label. And in the for attribute, I'm going to place check. And also as the text, I'm going to insert here remember me. So we used here ID attribute and also for attribute with the same values. Let's take a look at the browser. So if I click the label, then the checkbox will be checked. So that's why we used those two attributes with the same values. All right. Next, I'm going to insert here button with type button, and I'm going to insert here text member login. After that, I'm going to create paragraph in which we will insert the following text: forgot your. Then we need here span elements, username. Next, we need here or, and again span element with the text password. And finally, we need here question mark. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup for dropdown 5. So here we have the HTML markup, and now we have to customize it. Let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments for dropdown 5. Then I'm going to select dropdown 5, the wrapper div element, and define its width and height. The width is going to be 30 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 32 rem. So as you can see, the size has changed of the drop-down menu. Next, I'm going to center the element, and I'm going to do that using left position 50%, and also we need transform translate x with the value minus 50%. It allows us to center the element perfectly. So as you can see, the drop-down menu is centered. Next thing that I'm going to do is to define padding. I'm going to make padding 2.5 rem on all 4 sides. So the padding is created. I mean the space inside the drop-down menu. That's it about the wrapper development. Next, I'm going to select input group, and I'm going to align inputs using flexbox. We need display flex, and then we need to align inputs vertically, and for that we have to change the direction of flexbox, and we have to make it column. Okay, so that's it about input group. Next, we need to customize the input itself. Let's go ahead and select input group followed by the input tag. So first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 5 rem. And also, let's change the background color. In this case, I'm going to use RGBA color. The first value is going to be 191. Then the next one is going to be 213. As for the third value, it's going to be 240. And then we need to define the opacity. And I'm going to set opacity to 0.4. So as you can see, the size of the inputs are changed, and also we have here different background color. Next thing that I'm going to do is to create some space inside the inputs, and also we need some space between the input fields. So I'm going to set padding to 0.5 rem on top and bottom, and 1 rem on left and right sides. And then I'm going to separate inputs using margin bottom. It's going to be 3 rem. So as you can see, the space inside the inputs are created, and also we have separated inputs from each other. Next thing that I'm going to do is to get rid of default border using border none, and also I'm going to make the inputs slightly rounded. We have to do that using border radius, and the value is going to be 0.5 rem. So now the inputs look much better. Next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the font. I'm going to change the font size. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to change the color. Let's use color 444, which is kind of dark gray color. So now the font and the color is changed. And actually with the input field, we are done. The next thing that I'm going to do is to change the color of the placeholder attribute. For that, we have to select input group, then input, which will be followed by the placeholder pseudo class. Placeholder pseudo element. This one is pseudo element. So we need here color, and I'm going to use color 888, which is kind of lighter gray color. Okay, so as you can see, the color of the placeholder attribute is changed. And actually with the inputs, we are done. Next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the checkbox and label. So I'm going to select wrapper div element, which has class name check. I'm going to move checkbox and the label slightly up. So for that, let's use margin top with the value -2 rem. So as you can see, the elements moved up. Next, I'm going to take care of the label. So let's select check followed by label. I'm going to set font size to 1.6 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be 300. 300. And also I'm going to change the color. Let's use here color 777. Okay, so the checkbox and the label look nice. And now I'm going to take care of the button. Let's go ahead and select the account form followed by button. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 4 rem. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 2D to DCF. So the size of the button and also the background color are changed. Next, I'm going to get rid of default border, and also I'm going to make the button rounded. So we need here border none, and also we need border radius with the value 2 rem. Now we should have much better results. So the button looks pretty nice. Now we have to take care of the font. So let's change the font size. Let's set it to 1.4 rem. Then we need font weight to be bolder. Also, I'm going to transform text into uppercase and change color, make it white. So now we have much more better result. Button looks pretty nice, but we have to add some more styles to this element. I'm going to increase the space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem. Also change the cursor, make it pointer. And we need some space on top and bottom of the button. So I'm going to set margin to 3 rem at the top. Then we need 0 on the right side, 1.5 rem at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. So now we have much nicer results. We have some space on top and bottom of the button, and actually that's it about the button. Next we have to customize the paragraph down below. So let's select account form P, Let's set font size to 1.5 rem. Then we need text align to be center. And also I'm going to add here font weight 300. So here we have the paragraph. As you remember, we have here two links, username and password. So we have to customize those two words. They are span elements. So we have here two span elements. So I'm going to select account form P and then span. Let's change the color of the element. It's going to be 2371FF. Then we need cursor to be pointer. And also I'm going to change font weight. Let's set it to 400. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice. And actually with the drop down menu we are done. And also we can say that with the navigation we are done. And now we have to move on and start to create the next section of our landing page. So let's go back to the VS Code and after header, create new comments for services. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class services. Next, I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be the wrapper of the content. And I'm going to assign to it class name services wrapper. So inside the wrapper, I'm going to open h1 heading tag. And I'm going to insert here content, what we offer. Then after heading, I'm going to open div tag, and it's going to be the services list. So let's add to this element class name services list. So inside that list, I'm going to create the services. Let's open div tag with the class name service. So as I said, each service will include font awesome icon, heading, and also paragraph with some dummy text. So I'm going to insert here I elements with the classes FA solid, FA laptop. Then after font awesome icon, I'm going to open h3 heading tag. It's going to be website creation. And after heading element, I'm going to open p tag. And I'm going to insert here some dummy text with, let's say, 20 words. So here it is. Okay, that's it about the first service. We're going to have 9 services overall. So I'm going to duplicate this element 8 times. And then I'm going to change the font awesome icons and the headings. So the second font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA arrows, 2 circle. As for the heading elements, it's going to be content management. Then the third icon is going to be FA brands, then FA blogger B. As for the heading element, I'm going to insert here blogging. Then the next font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA globe. As for the heading element, going to be e-commerce. Then we will have here FA brands, FA search engine. Then we have to change the heading element. It's going to be CEO. Then I'm going to change the font awesome icon, and it's going to be FA solid, FA user. As for the heading element, let's insert here user management. The next font awesome icon is going to be FA solid, FA ticket. Let's change the H3 heading element. It's going to be multilingual support. Next, we will have here FA solid, FA hashtag. As for the heading, it's going to be social media integration. And the last icon in the service is going to be FA brands, FA rocket chat. So that's it about the services. Let's take a look at the results. So here we have all services and all the icons are displayed. The only thing that we have to do is to create two backgrounds, I mean those two shapes. So we need two div elements right above the closing section tag. We need here class name services bg1 and then services bg2. Okay, so the HTML markup of the services section is created. The last two elements, I mean those backgrounds, are not visible yet because they are just empty div elements. And now it's time to move on and start to style this section. So let's go back to the VS Code and insert new comments after the header. We need here comments for services. Then end of services, and I'm going to select the section element. So first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make height 170 viewport height. It means that the height will take up 170% of the viewport. So if we check the browser, you will see that the section will have height 170% of the viewport. Okay, that's it about the section element for now. Next, I'm going to select services wrapper. I'm going to define width as 60%. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white. And also I'm going to add here box shadow in order to make the element visible. So the box shadow will have the following values: 0, 2 rem, and then we'll have 6 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use RGBA value. I'm going to insert here 130, then 162. 235, and then we need opacity, and it's going to be 0.3. So now, as you can see, the element has box shadow and it's visible on the page. After that, I'm going to take care of the position of the wrapper. So let's set position to absolute. I'm going to position services wrapper according to its parent element, which in this case is services. So we need position relative for the parent element. So I'm going to set the position to 50%. Then the left position is going to be 50%. I'm trying to center the element perfectly on the page. And for that, as you already know, we have to use transform with translate function. And we have to add here minus 50% and minus 50%. We need here two minus 50% because we are trying to center the element vertically and horizontally. So now if I check the browser, you will find that the element is centered perfectly on both directions, I mean vertically and horizontally. Alright, after that I'm going to create some space using padding. Let's set padding on top and bottom to 6 rem. As for the left and right sides, I'm going to make padding 0. So we have some space on top and bottom. Next, I'm going to make the element slightly rounded using border radius with value 1 rem. And also, I'm going to align elements using flexbox. So we need here display flex. Then I'm going to place the flex items vertically. So we need to change the direction of flexbox. It's going to be column. And also I'm going to align items in the center. So as you can see, the items are placed vertically in a column, and also the content is placed in the center. Alright, that's it about the services wrapper. Next I'm going to style the heading element. So let's go ahead and select services wrapper with h1 heading element. I'm going to change the font family. In this case, I'm going to use font called Multi cursive. Then I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Also, let's transform text to uppercase. Then the font is going to be bold. And also change the color. I'm going to use color 394353. It's kind of dark gray color. So let's check the heading. As you can see, the heading looks pretty nice. I'm going to increase space between the letters using letter spacing. It's going to be 0.1 rem. And also I'm going to create some space at the bottom of the element using margin bottom with value 8 rem. Okay, so that's it about the heading. Next I'm going to take care of the services list. Let's go ahead and select services list. I'm going to use again flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then in order to wrap the flex items, in order to place the items in a couple of different rows, we have to use flex wrap with the value wrap. And also I'm going to use justify content center in order to center the flex items horizontally. So right now nothing is changed here because we need to assign width and height to the services, the items themselves. So once we do that, then the items will be placed in a couple of different rows like we have it in the finished version. Okay, so as you guessed, we have to select the service itself and define width and height. So the width is going to be 28 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 35 rem. So now, as you can see, we have 3 different rows, and in each row you can see the 3 items. Alright, so the layout is ready. Now we have to customize the items. So I'm going to create space between the items on left and right sides. So I'm going to use margin. We need here 0 on top and bottom and 2.5 rem on left and right sides. So now we have space between the services. Next thing that I'm going to do is to use again flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because the elements inside these services need to be placed vertically, and for that we have to set flex direction to column. And then I'm going to center the items using align items center and justify content. Oops, we need here justify content center. Okay, so as you can see, the elements inside the services are placed in the center. Next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the font awesome icons. So let's select service followed by the I element. I'm going to set width and height, both of them to 10 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white. Also, we need box shadow. It's going to be 0, 1 rem, then 4 rem. Then we need RGBA color. The values will be 75, then 119, 2 to 1, and the opacity is going to be 0.15. So here we have the font awesome icons. I'm going to make those boxes rounded using border radius. It's going to be 50%. So now we have the circles. And next thing that I'm going to do is to place the icons in the center of those circles. And for that, I'm going to use again flexbox. So we need display flex and then align items center and justify content center. So now the icons are placed in the center of the circles. Let's make them bigger using font size. I'm going to set font size to 4 rem. And also I'm going to create some space at the bottom of the icons. Let's set margin bottom to 2 rem. Okay, so here we have the font awesome icons. Now, as a guest, we have to change the colors for each font awesome icon. I'm going to start with the first icon, but before we do that, I'm going to look at the finished version. So as you can see, each icon has different color, but if you look at the colors, you will notice that we have here linear gradient effect. So I'm going to create this effect. First of all, I'm going to select first service using nth child selector, and then we need I element. So in order to create linear gradient effect with the text element, I'm going to use the following technique. First of all, we need background with linear gradient function. I'm going to insert here the first color. It's going to be white. As for the second color, I'm going to insert 1 to 5, 90D, and also I'm going to add here 60%. So it means that the color transition will start after 60% of the elements. So if we check the browser, then you will see that the font awesome icon still has the black color, but the background of the circle is changed. Actually, we don't need that. We have to change the color of the icon itself. So in order to do that, I'm going to add here two different properties. The first one is going to be a WebKit background clip. The value is going to be text. As for the second property, it's going to be WebKit text fill color, and I'm going to add here transparent as the value. So now, as you can see, we have here nice and cool results. The font awesome icon has linear gradient effect. Let's do the same for the rest of the icons. So I'm going to duplicate this code 8 times because overall we will have 9 icons. And let's change the numbers of the nth child selector. And also we need to change the colors. So the second color is going to be FA751C. So the second icon looks pretty nice. Let's go ahead and change all the icons. So we need here 3. The color is going to be 3293FF. Then we'll have here 4. And the color is going to be 31DCA1. Then we will have 5th icon. As for the color, I'm going to add here 4400AB. Then we'll have the 6th item. Let's add here FF4800. Then we will have the 7th icon. As for the color, I'm going to insert here FF26AC. Then we need here icon number 8. As for the color, let's use 00D1E0, and we need to change the last icon. It's going to be B600E4. So as you can see, all the icons have different linear gradient background colors, and they look pretty nice. Okay, now we have to take care of the headings and the services. Let's go ahead and select service H3. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Croissant 1 cursive. Then the font size is going to be 2 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set color to 5E728F. We need here the pound sign. And finally, I'm going to add here margin. Let's set margin to 2 rem on top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. So as you can see, the headings look pretty nice. And now we have to take care of the paragraphs. So let's go ahead and select service P. I'm going to set font size to 1.6 rem. Then we need to align text in the center. And finally, change the color. I'm going to use here 889CB9. Alright, so as you can see, the services look pretty nice. And we are almost done with this section. The only thing that we have to do is to take care of the backgrounds, I mean those shapes here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to start with the circle. So let's select service PG1. I'm going to set width and height to 80 rem. Then I'm going to change the background. We need to use linear gradient. The direction is going to be to right. Then we need transparent as the first color. The second color is going to be transparent as well. As for the third color, I'm going to add here FF43A7. So here we have the element, the background. As I said, it's going to be a circle, so I'm going to use border radius with a value of 50%. And also I'm going to change the position of the element. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need the position to be 0. Oops. As for the right position, it's going to be 10%. So as you can see, the circle is positioned, and actually it covers the services, and we don't need that. In order to fix that, I'm going to add the index property to services wrapper with higher value than 0. Let's set it to 1. So as you can see, the problem is fixed. Okay, so the only thing that we have to do with the circle is to decrease the opacity in order to make it look much nicer. So I'm going to set opacity to 0.3. So as you can see, now we have much better results. That's it about the circle. Now I'm going to take care of the second background, which is rectangle. I'm going to duplicate this code. Let's change the class name. It's going to be services pg2. So we need the same width and height. As for the background, I'm going to change the color. We need here 74 B5 FF. Then I'm going to change the border radius. In this case, we need 15 rem. Also, I'm going to change top position to bottom, and it's going to be 5%. As for the right position, we need to change it into left. The left position is going to be 12 rem. 12%. Let's check the results. So we have here the rectangle, and I'm going to rotate it slightly. So let's use transform rotate Z, and the value is going to be minus 10 degrees. Actually, something's wrong here, because in the finished version we have a different result. So let's check the code. It's kind of weird, because everything seems to be correct. Oh yes, so we need to change the direction. In this case, the direction should be to left and not to right. So I think it should fix the problem. And yes, the problem is fixed, and everything seems to be perfect. So we have to make Navbar sticky once we scroll down the page. Let's take a look at the finished project. So once we scroll down the page, then we have to change a couple of things. We need to change the background color of the navigation. Also, we need to change the colors of logo and the navigation items. We have to customize the button, and also we have to change the positions of the drop-down menus. Now it's time to use a little bit of JavaScript. Let's open script.js file. The first thing that I'm going to do is to select the navigation. So I'm going to create a new variable, and I'm going to call it navbar. We need to select navigation, and for that I'm going to use query selector method. We have to specify here the class name, which is going to be navbar. Okay, so the navigation is selected, and now we need to check if the vertical scroll position of a web page is greater than 0. So I'm going to use a window object. Actually, window refers to the web browser window or the current tab that you're viewing. So we need to use window object, and we have to add to it an event listener. So the type of the event is going to be scroll. And also I'm going to place here a callback function which will be executed once we scroll down the page. So now we need to check if window is scrolled or not. And for that I'm going to use if statement. As the condition, I'm going to insert here window.scrollY. Actually, scrollY is a property that tells you how many pixels the page has been scrolled vertically from the top. If it is greater than 0, then it means that you've scrolled down from the very top of the page. So we have to check if window.scrollY is greater than 0. If it is true, then I'm going to add new class to the navbar, and then we will define new styles in the CSS file for that newly created class. So I'm going to use navbar, then I'm going to access to the class list of the navbar, and we have to add here new class, and I'm going to call it sticky. So again, if the page is scrolled down, then navbar will get new class sticky. Next we need else statement. If the window.scrollY property is not greater than 0, then we have to remove back class sticky from the navbar. So we need navbar.classList. Then we have to use remove method, and we have to specify here again sticky. Alright, so that's it about the JavaScript. Now I'm going to go back to the CSS file, and we have to select navbar with a sticky class. So I'm going to insert here navbar.sticky, and we have to define new styles. I'm going to decrease the height. It's going to be 8 rem. And also I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to white. So now if we scroll down, then the new styles will be applied to the navbar. As you can see, the background color is white, and also the height of the navbar is decreased. Okay? Next thing that I'm going to do is to make this effect smoother, and for that we have to use transition with the values all, and the duration is going to be 0.3 seconds. So now once we scroll, then the effect will be smoother. Alright, next I'm going to add little shadow effect to the navbar. So let's use here box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA 130, 162, 235, and the opacity is going to be 0.6. So now once we scroll, you will see here nice and cool shadow effect. Alright, next thing that I'm going to do is to change the color of the logo. So let's go ahead and select span elements using again sticky class. So we need here sticky, then logo followed by the span element. I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 092627, and also I'm going to get rid of text shadow from the logo. Let's set it to none. Actually, the color is not changed, so there is something wrong. We have to add this code down below after the code where we style these span elements. So now this code should work. If we scroll down, you will see that the color of the logo is changed. Okay, so now we need the same thing for the nav items. Let's find nav link. So we need here sticky, then nav link, and we have to change the color. It's going to be the same color, 092627, and also we need to get rid of text shadow. Let's set it to none. So as you can see, the color of the nav items are changed. Next, we have to change the position of the triangle, which is the after pseudo element of the nav item, and also I'm going to change the position of the drop down menu. So let's add here sticky followed by the after pseudo element. Let's set the position to, we need here curly brackets. So we need the position to be 6 rem. As for the drop down menu, let's use sticky followed by drop down. I'm going to set the position to 8 rem, and also I'm going to change box shadow. Let's make it 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the color is going to be this one with lower opacity 0.4. So now, as you can see, the positions of the triangle and the drop-down menus are changed, and also we have here nice and cool box shadow. The only thing that we have to do is to customize the button. Actually, we have here a little problem. We don't need this triangle here, so I'm going to fix that. Let's find the after pseudo element, which is a triangle. So we have to exclude here the button, and we can do that in the following way. You can see here that we select nav item and then after pseudo element. So in order to exclude the element from here, we have to use one of the pseudo classes called not, and we have to specify here the button. Actually, it is the last nav item, so we can insert here pseudo class called last child, and it will exclude the button from here. Now if we check, as you can see, we no longer have here the triangle, so the problem is fixed. Alright, the last thing that we have to do is to customize the button once we scroll down. So let's go ahead and find button. It should be after drop downs. So here it is. Let's select button with sticky class. I'm going to change the background. Let's use linear gradient. We need direction to be to right. As for the colors, the first color is going to be FF4 35B9. As for the second color, I'm going to insert here FF3598. Then we have to get rid of box shadow. It's going to be none. And also I'm going to change the color of the button. It's going to be white. So as you can see, button looks pretty nice. And actually, that's it about the sticky navbar. Everything looks and works perfectly. So we can move on and start to take care of the next section. Next thing that we have to do is to create another section, which is called project section. If we take a look at the finished project, then you will see here project section, which I think is very impressive and cool. So now it's time to start to create this section. As usual, I'm going to start with HTML markup. Let's insert new comments here. I'm going to open section tag with the class projects. Then, as I said, we will start with heading and paragraph. So I'm going to open h1 heading element with the text 100 plus full website packs. Then we will have paragraph, which will include some dummy text. As you already know, in order to create some dummy text, we have to write lorem, and then we have to specify the number of words. In our case, I'm going to create 30 words. So here we have our dummy paragraph. After paragraph, we need to create navigation. So let's open div tag with the class filter nav. So overall, we will have 6 different links. 5 of them will be different categories. As for the 6th link, it's going to be view all button. So I'm going to open link tag with the class filter nav link. Then as the text, I'm going to insert here business. And besides that, we need here to insert attribute called data type, in which we have to specify the type, I mean the category of the project. So in this case, we need business. Let's duplicate link element 5 times and then change categories. So the second one is going to be food. We need to change data type as well. Then the next one is going to be health. Then we will have here travel. Then the next one is going to be other. And finally, we need here view all. As for the data type, I'm going to insert here all. Alright, so that's it about the filter navigation. Next, we have to create the projects. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name projects list, in which I'm going to create the project. So each project will consist of 3 different images, like we have it here in the finished project. So as you can see, each project consists of 3 different images. So we need to insert here 3 different images. But before that, we have to add here data type attribute in order to specify the category here as well. So the first category is going to be business, and I'm going to insert 3 different images. Let's open image tag. I'm going to specify here the path of the image. First of all, we need to access the current folder, then select images folder and find the first image, which is going to be web1 image 1. Let's duplicate this code twice and change the names of the images. We need here web1 image 2 and then web1 image 3. Alright, so that's it about the first project. As you can see, we have here the heading, paragraph. Then we see here the navigation and also 3 different images, which right now are too much bigger, but we will fix that. Let's go ahead and duplicate projects 11 times, because overall we'll have 12 different projects. Let's go ahead and make here some changes. So the second data type is going to be other, and also we need here to change the name of the images. We need here web2. Then the third project is going to be for food. We need here 3. Then the next project will be health. Web4. Next we will have other. Let's change the names of the images. We need web5. Then the next data type is going to be health. As for the images, we need web6. Then we will have here food and web7. And the next project will be in travel category. It's going to be web8. Then the next one is food, web9. Then we will have business. So let's leave the value and add here 0. We need web10. Then we will have food, web11. And the last data type is going to be business. I'm not going to change it. As for the names of the images, we need here web12. Okay, so that's it. The HTML markup for the project section is ready. Let's have a look at the browser. So as you can see, we have here all 12 projects. So it's time to style the section. So let's go to the VS Code and right after services section, insert new comments for projects. Then I'm going to select projects section. And first of all, I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% as well. Next, I'm going to create some space at the top and bottom of the section using padding. So I'm going to set padding to 25 rem, then 0, 15 rem, and 0. And also I'm going to align elements using flexbox. We need display flex. Then in order to align elements vertically, we have to change the direction. So the flex direction is going to be column. And also I'm going to align items in the center. So as you can see, the content, the flex items are placed in the center. And also we have some space at the top and bottom of the section. Next thing that I'm going to do is to select H1 heading element. So we need here projects, H1. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Multi cursive. Also, we need font size to be bigger. Let's set it to 6 rem. Then I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom. Let's set margin bottom to 4 rem. And also I'm going to change the color of the heading. The color is going to be FF4800. Let's take a look at the heading. So as you can see, the heading looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the paragraph. So I'm going to select projects P. Let's set width to 90 rem. Then I'm going to align text in the center. Next thing that I'm going to do is to increase the font size. Let's set it to 2 rem. Also, we need to change the color. Let's set color to 5E 728F, and also create some space at the bottom. Let's set margin bottom to 4 rem. So as you can see, the paragraph looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the navigation. So let's go ahead and select filter nav. The first thing that I'm going to do is to define the width. It's going to be 80%. Then I'm going to set height to 10 rem. And also change the background color. It's going to be white. Then I'm going to use box shadow in order to make the navigation visible. So I'm going to set box shadow to 0, 2 rem, 8 rem, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA. The values will be 130, then 162. Let's select these values. I'm going to set opacity to 2.2. Okay, so here we have the filter navigation. Next, I'm going to make it slightly rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 1 rem. Then I'm going to use flexbox. Let's set display to flex. I'm going to align items in the center vertically. So as you can see, the items are placed vertically in the center. Now I'm going to create some space between the items using justify content space evenly. This value allows us to create even space between the flex items. And finally, we need some space between the navigation and the images. So I'm going to do that using margin bottom with the value 6 rem. Okay, so now the navigation is separated from the images. Next, I'm going to customize the link in the filter navigation. So I'm going to select filter nav link. Let's set width and height. The width is going to be 14 rem. Then I'm going to set height to 4 rem. Let's change the background color. It's going to be F2, F4, F5. So, as you can see, width and height and also background color are applied to the link elements. Next, I'm going to make the elements rounded using border radius. It's going to be 4 rem. Also, we need to place the links in the center, and for that I'm going to use again CSS flexbox. We need display flex, then justify content center and align items center. So as you can see, the links are placed in the center. Let's go ahead and set font size to 1.4 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be bold. Also, we need to transform text to uppercase. Then change color. It's going to be 919 BAA. Let's take a look. So the navigation looks pretty nice. I'm going to create some space between the letters using letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Alright, so now I'm going to create a little hover effect. Once we hover over the links they should change their background color, and also I want to move them a little bit up. So let's select filter nav link with hover. I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be DADFE2. And also we need to move element a little bit up. So we need transform, translate Y, and the value is going to be minus 0.1 rem. So the hover effect works fine, but we need smoother effect. So let's add transition all 0.3 seconds. So now everything works fine. Actually, I think that the height of the links are a little bit smaller. Let's check the finished version. Yep, it's definitely smaller, so let's increase height, make it 5 rem. So now we have better results. Next thing that I'm going to do is to make the view all button active. So by default, as you can see, the view all button has different background color, and also the color of the font is white. So in order to do that, I'm going to add new class to the last link, I mean view all link. Let's add here active. Then I'm going to select active class and change background color. It's going to be FF4C01, and also we need color of the text white. Oops. We have to add active to the classes and not to the data type attribute. So that was a little mistake. Now the style should be applied. The only thing that we have to do is to change background color on hover. So I'm going to select active with hover. Let's change the background color. It's going to be FC611F. So now everything works fine, and we have finished working on the first part, and now we have to take care of the website packs. Let's go to the VS Code and start to style the second part of the project section. So we have to select projects, and I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going to be 33 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set height to 33 rem as well. Next, I'm going to select and style images. Right now they are too bigger, so we have to take care of that and make them smaller. So I'm going to select the first image. So we need project image and then nth child selector. We need here first image, and I'm going to set width to 22 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. So the first image is smaller now, but actually it is kind of stretched and it doesn't look good. So in order to fix that problem, I'm going to select image and use property called object fit with the value cover. Now, as you can see, the images look really nice. Next, I'm going to duplicate this code twice. Let's change the numbers here. We need nth child 2 and nth child 3. So the second image is going to be 20 RAM. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 30 RAM. And then we have image number 3. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70%. Alright, next thing that I'm going to do is to select projects list, and I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 70%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. Then I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the elements. So we need display flex. Then we need justify content center to center the flex items horizontally. And then we need flex wrap with value wrap in order to align website packs in different rows. So as you can see, now we have images aligned in different rows. Right now they don't look quite good, but we'll fix that soon. So next thing that I'm going to do is to set the position of the image to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which in this case is project. So we need here position relative because we are going to position the images according to the parent element. So now all the images have position absolute. Next thing that I'm going to do is to set the position for every image to 50%. Next we need positions for the first image. So I'm going to set left position to 50%, and in order to place the image in the center perfectly, we need to use transform translate with the values -50% and again -50%. So the first images are placed perfectly in the center in the project. So next I'm going to add shadow effect to the first image. Let's use box shadow, and I'm going to add here the following values. We need 0, 1 RAM, and then 4 RAM and RGBA. I'm going to use black color with the opacity 0.4. So as you can see, the first images have the shadow effect. They are not fully visible, and in order to fix that, I'm going to use the index property. Let's set the index to 2, and now they should be fully visible, and yes, they are visible. Next I'm going to take here of the second image. Let's set left position to -5%. Also we need translate, actually not translate but transform, and then we need translate y -50%. So the second images are positioned, but we need here again the index property because they are not fully visible. Let's set the index to 1. Now they are visible, but they are placed behind the first images, and that's what we need. So I'm going to add here box shadow. The values will be 0, 3 RAM, 8 RAM, and the color is going to be RGBA 130, 162. Let's select this value and change the opacity. It's going to be 0.9. So now these second images have this nice and cool shadow effect. Actually, I'm going to make the corners of the images rounded. So let's use border radius. Let's set it to 1 rem. So now the images look much better. And next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the third image. So I'm going to set a right position for the third image to -10%. And again, we need translate y -50%. So the third images are positioned. Let's add here box shadow. Actually, we need the same values. So let's copy them from here and paste down below. So now the third images are positioned and have box shadow. The only thing that I have to do is to separate those website packs from each other. So I'm going to add here margin 5 rem, and also I'm going to make cursor point. Okay, so everything looks perfectly, and with the projects we are done. I mean the website packs, everything is styled and looks pretty nice. Now we have to make this navigation work. I mean, once we click any of the categories, then the proper website packs should be displayed. Let's go to the script.js file. Actually, the first thing that I'm going to do here is to add comments for Navbar because I forgot it. So we need here Navbar, end of Navbar, and then I'm going to insert new comments for the project section. So first of all, I'm going to select all the link elements and store them in the variable. So let's create a new variable. I'm going to call it filter links, and then we have to select all the links using query selector all method. This method allows us to select multiple elements with the same class name. In this case, we need here class name filter nav link. This method returns a node list, which is a collection. It is an array-like object. So now we have to loop through the node list, I mean filter links, and add an event listener to each link. So we need here filter links, followed by a for each method. Actually, for each method is an array helper method in JavaScript. It is used to loop through the elements of an array or node list and perform a specific action or operation on each element. So we have to insert here a callback function. So this function will be executed for each element in the node list, and I'm going to insert here an argument. It will be filter link. So it represents the current element being processed in the node list, and now we can add an event listener to the filter link. The type of the event is going to be click, and also I'm going to insert here a callback function, which will be executed once we click the link. So if we take a look at the browser and click any of the links here, then we will navigate to the top of the website. Actually, it is a default behavior of the link element, and we have to prevent this default behavior. For that, we need to pass here an event object And then we can use method called prevent defaults. So now if I click the links, we will no longer navigate to the top of the page. All right. So as you know, the last link, I mean view all button, has a default class active. Once we click any of the links, we should remove this class, I mean class active, from the current element, and we have to add it to the clicked element. So in order to do that, I'm going to select elements using query selector method, and I'm going to specify here the class name. We need filter nav link, and we have to add here class active. So once the active link element is selected, now we can remove class active from this element. We need class list property, then we need remove method, and we have to specify here the class name active. So once we click the link element, then the active class will be removed from the element and it will be added to the clicked element. Now, in order to add class active to the clicked element, we need here filter link dot class list dot add, and we have to insert here class active. All right, so let's check the browser. If we click any of the links, then you will see that the background is changed and actually it works fine. All right, so now we have to take care of the projects. Let's go ahead and select all the projects using again query selector all method. We need to specify here the class name project. And now I'm going to hide all the projects once we click the filter link. So we need to loop through the projects, which is a node list, a collection, and we have to hide each project. So in order to do that, I'm going to select projects, followed by a for each method. I'm going to pass here callback function. The argument is going to be project. Now, in order to hide the projects, I'm going to add new class to the project, and then we will use this class in CSS in order to hide the element. So we need project dot class list dot add, and we have to specify here the class name. In this case, I'm going to call it hide. Now let's go to the CSS file and select project with class hide. In order to hide the element, I'm going to use display none. So now if we click any of the links, then all the projects will be hidden. Okay, now we need to hide and display projects according to the categories, and for that we need to use here a conditional statement, I mean if statement. So let's create if statement. As the condition, I'm going to pass here the following. We need filter link dot get attribute, and I'm going to pass here attribute called data type. As you remember, we added data type attributes to the links and also to the projects as well. So if this expression is equal to project dot get attribute, then data type. So this condition checks if the data type of the clicked filter link matches the data type of the project. In other words, it's checking if the filter link and the project belong to the same category or type. So if this condition is true, then we have to keep the matching projects displaying. But that's not all. We have to add here OR statement, and we have to check another condition, which is going to be filter link dot get attribute, and we have to specify here the data type attribute if this is equal to all. So this part of the condition checks if the data type of the clicked filter link is set to all. So this condition is used to indicate that all the projects should be displayed regardless of their type or the category. Alright, so the condition of the if statement is ready. So if it is true, then we have to display the project. Therefore, we have to remove class hide from the project. So we need here project dot class list dot remove, and we have to specify here the class name hide. Alright, so I think that's it. Now the navigation should work. Let's click. Oops, we have here some problem. Let's inspect the page and check the console tab. So we have an error here which says that project is not defined. We need 29th line. Actually, we need to pass if statements inside here. That's why the project is not recognized. So now the problem should be fixed. Let's check. If we click, well, again we have some problem. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading remove. Let's check this line of code. Oops, we need here class list with the capital L. So now if I check, then everything will work perfectly. Now it's time to move on and start to build the next section. Let's take a look at the finished project. So the next section is going to be a section called templates. So let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments right after the projects. So we need comments for templates. Then I'm going to open section element with the class name templates. So as I said, the first part of our section will consist of two different parts. I mean the left side and the right side. So I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be templates left. So it will consist of heading, paragraph, and the button. I'm going to open h1 heading element, which is going to be templates. Next we need paragraph. So the paragraph will consist of some dummy text. I'm going to insert here lorem, and then the number of words is going to be 30. So here we have the dummy text, and then we need button. The type of the button is going to be button. Also, we will have here class name, which is going to be templates btn. As for the text, I'm going to insert here learn about templates. Okay, so that's it about the right side. I'm sorry, that's all about the left side, not the right side. Now we need to take care of the right side. I'm going to open div tag, which is going to be templates right. So we will have here 3 different images and a play button. So let's insert image element. I'm going to specify the path of the image. We need to exit the current folder, then select images, and I'm going to select web 8 image 1, then web 8 image 2, and we need web 8 image 3. Alright, so that's it about the images. Next we need play button. I'm going to open div tag with the class name play button. So we will create this button using font awesome icon. So I'm going to open a first button tag with the class name play btn, and then I'm going to insert here I element with the classes fa solid, fa play. So that's it. The HTML markup is ready for the template section. I'm in the first part of the section. Here we have the elements, and now we have to style this section. So let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments in the CSS file. We need comments for templates. Then I'm going to select template section, and first of all I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100 viewport height. So it will be 100% of the viewport. Next I'm going to change the background. Let's use linear gradient function. The direction of the color transition is going to be to left. Then I'm going to insert here first color, which is going to be 8430EA. Then we will have the second color, it's going to be 8430EA. It's actually the same color. As for the third color, it's going to be 4C0C9B. Let's have a look at the browser. So as you can see, we have here linear gradient effect. Next, I'm going to hide the right side for a while. Let's select templates right and add here display none. So as you can see, the right part is hidden and we have here only the left side. First of all, I'm going to customize the left side and then we will take care of the right side as well. So let's go ahead and select templates left. I'm going to set width to 50%. It will take up the half of the section. Then I'm going to set position to absolute. I'm going to position templates left according to the parent element. So we need position relative for the templates. Next, I'm going to define top and left properties. Both of them are going to be 0. And also, let's create some space inside the element using padding. I'm going to set padding to 25 rem at the top Then we will have 10 RAM on the right side, 0 at the bottom, and 10 RAM on the left side. Okay, so here we have the elements and also the space inside the left side. Next, I'm going to take care of the heading. So let's go ahead and select templates left h1 heading element. First of all, I'm going to define the font family. Let's set font to Multi cursive. Next, I'm going to set the font size. It's going to be 7 RAM. Also, let's transform text to uppercase. Then we need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.5 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be white. So, as you can see, the heading looks pretty nice. Let's add some more styles to it. I'm going to create some shadow effect using text shadow. We need here 0.5 RAM, then 2 RAM, and the color is going to be RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.3. And lastly, I'm going to create some space at the bottom of the heading using margin bottom. The value is going to be 3 RAM. Okay, so that's it about the heading. Next, I'm going to take care of the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select templates left P. First of all, I'm going to define the width of the paragraph. It's going to be 60 RAM. Then let's set font size to 1.6 RAM. Also, I'm going to set font weight. We need here font weight. It's going to be 300. Then I'm going to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 RAM and change the color. The color is going to be E2, E2, E2. So here we have the paragraph. Next, I'm going to use again text shadow. Let's copy this line of code and add it here. I'm going to decrease the opacity. Let's make it 0.1 RAM. Actually, not RAM, but just 0.1. And finally, we need here margin bottom to create the space at the bottom. Let's set it to 7 RAM. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Next, we need to customize the button. So let's go ahead and select templates left. Actually, we don't need here templates left. We need templates btn. It has its individual class name. So first of all, let's set width to 32 RAM. Then the height of the button is going to be 6 RAM. Next, we need background color. I'm going to set it to white. Let's take a look at the button. So we need to get rid of default border, and also we need to make the button rounded. We need here border none, and then border radius, it's going to be 3 RAM. Okay, after that we have to take care of the fonts. So the font size is going to be 1.8 RAM. Then I'm going to make the font bold. Also, let's transform text to uppercase. Then we need letter spacing to create some space between the letters. It's going to be 0.1 RAM. And also change the color of the font. The color is going to be AA3F EC. Let's take a look. So now the button looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do is to create some shadow effect using box shadow. We need here 0, 1 RAM, 3 RAM, and the color is going to be RGBA with the opacity 0.1. And also, besides that, we need here cursor to be pointer. Okay, so that's it about the left side. Now we have to take care of the right side. As you know, right now the right side is hidden, so I'm going to get rid of display none from here, and I'm going to set width and height of the right side. The width is going to be 50%. Then we need height. I'm going to set it to 100%. Also, I'm going to set position to absolute. Then the top position is going to be 0. And we have to define right position, which is going to be 0 as well. So as you can see, the elements are placed on the right side of this section. Next, I'm going to take care of the images. First of all, I'm going to select all the images. We need here templates right, followed by the image tag. So the images will have two common styles. The first one is going to be position absolute. And also we will have here border radius, and it's going to be 1 rem. Next, we need to customize each image separately. Let's go ahead and start with the first one. We need here templates right, image, followed by the nth child selector. Let's select the first image. So we have to define the width. It's going to be 40 rem. And also I'm going to define the position of the first image. The top position is going to be 50%. Then we need the right position. It's going to be 25%. We need to center the image vertically, and for that I'm going to use transform, translate y with the value minus 50%. So here we have the first image, I mean this one. Let's make it visible using z-index property, because it ended up behind the other images. Let's set z-index to 1. Now you can see here that the first image is fully visible. So next I'm going to create some shadow effect using box shadow. The values will be 0, 2 rem, 7 rem, and the color will be RGBA with the opacity 0.4. And also I'm going to decrease slightly the opacity of the image. Let's set it to 0.8. Okay, so here we have the first image. It looks pretty nice. Let's move on and customize the second image. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code, then change the nth child selector. It's going to be 2. So the width is going to be 20 rem. Then we need here the position 20%. Instead of right position, I'm going to use here left position, and the value will be 18%. We don't need here transform, translate, so let's get rid of it. The box shadow will have kind of different values. We need here 1 rem, then 8 rem. As for the opacity, it's going to be 0.6. Also gets rid of opacity from here. And then take a look at the browser. So here we have the second image. It looks pretty nice and it's positioned correctly. Next we have to take care of the third image. So I'm going to duplicate this code. Change the nth child selector, it's going to be 3. The width of the image will be 70 rem. Then the position is going to be 22%. Next we need here right position, and it's going to be 5%. Also we have to change the opacity of the box shadow, it's going to be 0.5. And then add here opacity. It's going to be 0.5. I'm going to get rid of the index property because we don't need it here. So I think that's it about the third image. Let's take a look. So as you can see, all three images are aligned and they look pretty nice. Okay, now we have to take care of the play button. Let's go ahead and select div element, play button. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then the top position is going to be 57%. We need left position, it's going to be 23%. Let's take a look. So the button is not visible. It ended up behind the images. So we need here the index property. Let's set the index to 3. And now the button should be visible. So here we have the button. Next, we have to select play btn and define width and height. It's going to be 20 rem. I mean the both properties. Next, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to white. And also, I'm going to make the element rounded using border radius with the value 50%. So here we have play btn. I'm in the circle. Next, we need to get rid of default border of the button. Let's set border to none. Then we need box shadow. The values will be 0, 1 rem, 10 rem. And we need RGBA black color with the opacity 0.6. And finally, we need here cursor to be pointer. Okay, so the circle, I mean the button, looks pretty nice. Next, we have to create the back side of the button. I mean this part here, this transparent circle. And I'm going to create this element using before pseudo element. So I'm going to select play btn followed by the before pseudo element. Let's define content. It's going to be empty. Next, we need width and height. Let's set both of them to 26 rem. Then I'm going to set background color to RGBA. We need here white color, which is 255 3 times, but we need lower opacity 0.1. Right now the before pseudo element is not visible because we have to define its position. So let's set position to absolute. Then we need top position is going to be 50%. Then the left position is going to be 50% as well. I'm trying to center the element, and for that, as you already know, we need here transform, translate with the values minus 50% and again minus 50%. Now the element should be visible. So here we have the elements. Let's make it rounded using border radius. It's going to be 50%. And also we need box shadow. Actually, I'm going to grab box shadow from here. I'm in the values. We just need to change the opacity. It's going to be 0.3. So now you can see clearly the circle. Next, we have to take care of the font awesome icon. It is too smaller right now. So let's select I element. We need play btn I. The font size is going to be 7 rem. As for the color of the icon, I'm going to set it to 202 5 to see. So as you can see, the font awesome icon became bigger and it looks pretty nice. Next we have to create the hover effects. I mean these effects. So first of all, I'm going to take care of the play btn. Let's select it with hover. I'm going to increase the scale of the element. For that we need transform scale, and it's going to be 1.2, and we need here transition all 0.3 second. So now, as you can see, the scale increases once we hover over the button. Now we have to make the before studio element slightly smaller on hover. So we need to select play btn with hover, followed by the before studio element. So we need to decrease the scale of the element. Let's grab this code from here and make the scale 0.9. We need here transition all 0.3 second. So once we hover over the button, the scale of the element will decrease, but as you can see, element moves down, and it happens because before studio element by default has transform translate here, so we need to copy translate and add it here as well. Oops. Let's copy translate function and add it here. So now the problem should be fixed. As you can see, everything works pretty nice. So now we have to create the blur effect. I mean, we have to create elements which will cover partially the images with some blur effect. I'm going to create before pseudo element of the section. So we need here templates followed by the before pseudo element. Let's define content. It's going to be empty. Then we need width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 80 rem. Then we need background. I'm going to use linear gradient function. So the direction of the color transition is going to be to bottom. Then the first color will be transparent. Then we need second color, and it's going to be 843 0 EA, this one. As for the third color, we need to use the same 8443 0 EA. So right now the before studio element is not visible because it ended up behind other elements. I mean behind the section element. So in order to make the element visible, we need the index with value 4. So the element is not visible. Actually, it happens because we have to define the position. I forgot it. So we need position absolute. Then bottom position is going to be -5%. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 10%. Now the element should be visible. And yes, it's visible. Next, we need to use property called filter, which will allow us to create a blur effect. So I'm going to use filter with blur function, and the value is going to be 7 rand. So as you can see, we have here pretty nice and cool effect. Now we have a little problem. The button ended up behind the before studio element, and in order to fix that, we have to increase the value of the z-index property. Right now it is 3. Let's make it 5, which is higher than 4. So now the problem should be fixed. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice, and actually with the styling of the first part of template section, we are done. And now it's time to move on and take care of the second part. I mean, we have to embed the video to the section. Let's take a look at the finished project. So if I click the play button, then the video will display. If I click the play button, then it will start playing. Actually, all the controls work fine here. We have here speed options. Right now, the video is playing in normal mode. If I click, let's say 2x, then it will start playing fast. Next, we have here picture-in-picture mode. You can drag and drop this little window. And also, we have here full screen mode. If I click it, then the video will play in full screen mode. Okay, so that's it, what we're going to do. If I click the X button, then the video will close. Let's go ahead and start to create the HTML markup. In the HTML markup, we will have lots of different elements, so be focused and follow the lecture. I'm going to insert new comments right above the closing section tag. We need comments for video. Then I'm going to open div element. It's going to be video container, in which I'm going to insert another div, and it's going to be video. So I'm going to create X closing button. Let's open div tag with the class xbtn, and then insert I element with the classes fa solid, fa xmark. After that, I'm going to open another div, and it's going to be controls wrapper. Next, we need another div tag, and it's going to be video timeline, in which we'll have progress area. This element will include span tag with zeros, and also we'll have here another div, and it's going to be progress bar. This element will be empty. Next, we need to create video controls, in which we will have different options. I mean options on the left side, in the center, and on the right side. So we need div elements with the classes options left. And I'm going to duplicate this line of code twice. As I said, we need options in the center and also on the right side. So let's take care of the options. Actually, we need here options and not option. Let's take care of the options on the left side. We need here button, which is going to be for volume. I'm going to insert here I element with the classes fa solid, fa volume high. Next, I'm going to create input tag. The type is going to be range. And also I'm going to add here a couple of different attributes. The first one is going to be minimum. I'm going to set it to 0. Then we'll have maximum. and it's going to be 1. And also we need another attribute called step, and the value is going to be any. All right, that's it about the range. Next, I'm going to create another div element, and it's going to be video timer. Inside the video timer, we will have 3 different span elements. The first one is going to be current time. I'm going to insert here zeros. Let's duplicate span element twice. So the second one is going to be separator. And I'm going to insert here /. As for the third span element, it's going to be video duration. Next, I'm going to take care of the options in the center. So we will have here 3 different buttons. Let's create button with the class skip backward. I'm going to insert here I element. It's going to be FAS, FA backward. Let's duplicate button twice. So the second button element is going to be for play pause. Let's change the class name for the I element. It's going to be FAS, FA play. As for the third button element, we need here forward instead of backward. So that's it about the options in the center. Next we have options on the right side. I'm going to insert here div element. It's going to be playback content. I'm going to insert here button, which is going to be playback speed. So here I'm going to use Google material symbol instead of I element. Let's go to the browser and search for Google material symbols. We need to visit the Google Fonts website where we have grabbed the fonts from. So I'm going to select here the style. It's going to be rounded. And then I'm going to search for slow motion video. So that's the icon we need. Let's click this icon, and then I'm going to copy this link from here. So we need to paste the link in the head element. And then we have to copy this span element from here. Let's insert span element inside the button. And then check if the icon is displayed. So as you can see, we have here the icon. It is displayed. Next, we need to add here speed options. So overall we will have 5 different speed options. We need div. And the first option is going to be 2x. Let's duplicate div element 4 times and change the options. The second one is going to be 1.5. Then we will have here normal. The next one is going to be 0.75. As for the last speed option, it's going to be 0.5. Besides that, we need to add also the attributes to the div elements. The attribute is going to be data speed, and we need to insert here the similar values. We need here 2, then 1.5. As the normal, I'm going to use here 1. Then we will have here 0.75 and finally 0.5. So that's it about the speed options. Next, we need to add here icon for picture in picture mode. So we need button with the class pic in pic. It means picture. Actually, we need here pic in pic. So It means picture-in-picture mode. And again, we need to grab the icon from here. Let's search for picture-in-picture. So that's the icon we need. I'm going to grab the span element and paste it here inside the button. So if we check the browser, then you will see that the icon is displayed. All right. Next, we need another button for full screen mode. Let's add here class name full screen. I'm going to use iElement with the classes FA solid, FA expand. And finally, we need to embed the video. We have to insert here the video itself. So we need to open video tag. And in the source attribute, we have to specify the path of the file. First of all, we need to exit the current folder. Then we need to select folder called videos. And we have to select this file here. All right, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. I hope that everything is correct. So here we have all the elements. Right now, everything is messed up. You can see here the elements from the header, and it happens because the video is about our project. It's the preview of our project. That's why you see here the elements from the header. We will fix those issues. We will customize those elements. The first thing that I'm going to do before we start to style those elements is to fix a tiny issue. As you can see, this icon is not displayed here. So if we check the HTML code, you will find that we are missing here we need FA solid. So now the problem should be fixed. As you can see, the icon is displayed. Okay, now let's go to the CSS file and create new comments for the video. I'm going to select video container. And first of all, I'm going to define the position of the video. It's going to be fixed. Then I'm going to define top and left properties. I'm going to set top to 0. Then left position is going to be 0. Also, I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 100%. And then I'm going to change the background color. Let's set background color to a RGBA value. The values will be 227, then 242, then we will have 253. As for the opacity, I'm going to set it to 0.9. So here we have the video container, but we have here the problem. It ended up behind some elements, so in order to fix that problem, we need to define the index property. Let's set it to some higher value, let's say 100. So now the problem is fixed. The video container is created, it's styled. Next, I'm going to select video, this element here. So let's select video and define its width. It's going to be 90 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set height to auto. And besides that, we need to select the video itself, this element here. Let's select it using tag name and set width and height to 100%. In this case, it will take up 100% of the width and height of its parent element. So now here we have the video. The next thing that I'm going to do is to place it in the center of the container. In order to do that, I'm going to use Flexbox. So we need display flex. then justify content center and align items center. So now, as you can see, the video is placed in the center of the page. Next, I'm going to add a little shadow to the video. Let's use box shadow. I'm going to insert here the following values. We need 0, then 1 rem, 10 rem, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA. So the values will be 20, then 52, then 1 to 9. As for the opacity, I'm going to set it to 2.7. So as you can see, the video has nice and cool shadow effect. After that, I'm going to take care of the controls wrapper. Let's set width to 100%. Then I'm going to set position to absolute. Next, I'm going to define left position. It's going to be 0. As for the bottom position, I'm going to set it to minus 5.5 rem. So the controls wrapper ended up down below. It happens because we need position relative for the video. Now, as you can see, the controls wrapper is positioned correctly. In order to see it better, I'm going to add here some temporary background color, let's say red. So here we have the controls wrapper. All right, let's get rid of this background color. The next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of the video timeline. So let's select this element. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 0.7 rem. Then I'm going to set cursor to pointer. And also, in order to display this element, I'm going to use again some temporary background color. Let's set it to red. So here we have the video timeline. Next, we have to take care of the progress area. So I'm going to get rid of this color from here, and then I'm going to select progress area. So we need height. It's going to be 0.3 rem. Then we need here background color. I'm going to use RGBA color. It's going to be white color, but with lower opacity, 0.6. So here we have the progress area. Next, I'm going to take care of the span elements. I mean, this span element here, which is placed inside the progress area. So I'm going to select progress area, followed by the span tag. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is progress area. After that, I'm going to define top and left properties. Right now, I'm going to align span in the center of the progress area. For that, I'm going to set the position to minus 2.5 rem. Then we need left position, it's going to be 50%. And in order to center the elements perfectly, we need transform, translate x function with the value minus 50%. Next, I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 333, and also define font size. I'm going to set it to 1.3 rem. So here we have this pan element. Next, I'm going to take care of the progress bar. So let's go ahead and select progress bar. I'm going to define width. Let's set it to 50% for a while. Then the height is going to be 100%. And I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be 2289FF. It's kind of blue color. So here we have the progress bar. Next, I'm going to take care of the circle of the progress bar. So I'm going to create this circle using before pseudo element. So we need here progress bar followed by the before pseudo element. I'm going to set content to empty. Next, I'm going to set width and height, both of them to 1.3 rem. Then we need border radius 50% because we're going to create the circle, and also change the background color. I'm going to use same blue color. Next, we need position in order to display the element. So the position is going to be absolute. We need position relative for the parent element. Then the to position is going to be 50%. Then we need right position. I'm going to set it to 0. And then in order to center the element vertically, we need transform. Translate y minus 50%. So now the circle should be visible. And here we have it. Alright, next I'm going to take care of the video controls. So let's go ahead and select video controls. We need controls and not container. So first of all, let's define width. It's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to align elements, flex items, using flexbox. So we need display flex. Next we need align items, center in order to center the flex items vertically. And also I'm going to create space between the flex items using space between, justify content, space between. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the controls are aligned. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the element using padding. So the padding is going to be 1 rem at the top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right sides. And also I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be RGBA, black color with the opacity 0.5. Okay, so here we have video controls. Next, I'm going to take care of the options. Here we have 3 options, options on the left side. Then we have options in the center and options on the right side. I hope you remember them from here. Options left. Then we have options center and options right. So let's go ahead and select options. I'm going to set display to flex. Then I'm going to define width for each options. I'm going to divide 100% by 3 in order to assign each element the even width. So for that we need width, then calc function. It allows us to make some calculations. So as I said, we need 100% divided by 3. And then I'm going to align items in the center vertically using align items center. All right. After that, I'm going to select second options element and third options element because we need some individual alignment for those options. So I'm going to select options nth child 2, and we need here justify content center. Then let's duplicate this code, change the nth child selector, we need 3. As for the value of the justify content property, it's going to be flex end. So now, as you can see, the options are aligned perfectly. And now we have to take care of the buttons. Let's select button, options, button. I'm going to set width and height to 4 rem. Then we need to get rid of default border from the button. Let's set border to none. Next, I'm going to get rid of default background color. So I'm going to set background color to transparent. And then change the color of the text. It's going to be white. And finally, we need cursor to be pointer. Alright, so now as you can see, the buttons, the icons look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to select eye element. So we need options, eye. And I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.9 rem. Alright, that's it about the buttons. Next, I'm going to take care of the input element, which is a range of the volume. So I'm going to select options, input. I'm going to define height. It's going to be 0.4 rem. Then the width is going to be 7.5 rem. And also we need some space on the right side using margin right. Let's set it to 1 rem. Okay, so I think that the input element, the range of the volume, looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the video timer, those span elements. So let's go ahead and select video timer. We need here timer and not timeline. So we need span element. Let's set color to white. So as you can see, the span element became white. Next, we need to take care of the speed options. So I'm going to select speed options. Let's define width. It's going to be 9.5 rem. Then we need position to be absolute. We need position relative for the parent element. In this case, parent is a playback content. So we need here position relative. Then we need to define bottom position for the speed options. It's going to be 4 rem. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to -4 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white. Here we have the speed options. The next thing that I'm going to do is to make it slightly rounded. Let's set border radius to 0.4 rem. Alright, so that's it about the speed options, the development. Next we need to take care of those text elements, the divs. So I'm going to select speed options followed by the development. Let's set font size to 1.4 rem. Then I'm going to create some space inside the development. Let's set padding to 0.5 rem on top. Then we need 0 on the right side, 0.5 at the bottom, and 1.5 rem on the left side. And then use again cursor pointer. Okay, so now the speed options look much better. Next, we need to make one of the speed options active. Actually, I'm going to make this one active, I mean normal. It would be the default speed option. So I'm going to add class to the third development, which is normal. Class is going to be active option. And then I'm going to select here active option. Let's change the background color. It's going to be the blue color that we used recently. And then we need color to be white. Okay, so as you can see, we have here nice and cool default speed option, which is normal. Alright, so the last thing that I'm going to do with controls is to place those icons perfectly in the center. I mean the vertical centering. As you see, they are not perfectly centered. And in order to do that, I'm going to select here options, I, and then options span. I'm going to set width and height to 100%. And then I'm going to use line height and I'm going to set it to 4 rem. So now, as you can see, the problem is fixed. Alright, so the only thing that I'm going to do in this video is to take care of the X closing button. It should be placed here. So let's go ahead and select XBTN. Actually, we need here I element, I mean the icon. So I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need the position to be -6%. The right position is going to be 0. Also, I'm going to increase the size of the font. Let's set it to 2.2 rem. And then make cursor pointer. Alright, so that's it. We have finished styling the video. It looks pretty nice. And now we have to make it work. For that, I'm going to use JavaScript. So let's go to the VS Code and open script.js file. I'm going to insert here new comments for the video. And then I'm going to select a couple of different elements. The first one is going to be video container. I'm going to select this element using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name, video container. Next, I'm going to select the video itself, I mean the video file. Let's call it variable main video and select this element using tag name. So we have selected this element here, video. And also I'm going to create another variable and it's going to be play pause btn. Let's select this element. We need here class name play pause. And also we have to insert here I element because it is a font awesome icon. Okay, so we have selected 3 different elements: the video container, the video itself, and also play button. Now we have to add an event listener to the play button with click event. And once we click the play button, the video should play. Then on the next click, it should pause. So I'm going to add an event listener to the play pause btn. Let's specify here the click event, and also I'm going to insert here a callback function. This function will be executed once we click the button. So we need to check if the video is paused or not. If it is, it means the video is not playing. And if the video is paused, it should start playing. So we need if statement in which I'm going to insert the following condition. We need main video dot post. It's a built-in property in JavaScript. So if it is true, then we should play the video. For that, I'm going to use built-in function, which is called play. All right. Next, we need else statement, in which we have to pause the video. So we need method called pause. All right. So let's go to the browser and check. Click the button. So as you can see, the video is playing. Now, once I click the button, then it will pause. All right, so everything works fine. Next, we need to change the icon. I mean, if the video is playing, then we should display here the pause button. And once we pause the video, then we should get back here the play button. So we need to replace the buttons, I mean the icons. So for that, I'm going to add an event listener to the main video. The event is going to be play. Also, I'm going to add here callback function. It will be executed once the video is played. So if the video is playing, then we have to replace the class of the font awesome icon. We need here play pause btn dot class list, and then we need to use replace method. We need to replace the current class, which is fa play. We need to replace it with fa pause, and it will change the icon. We need the same thing for the pause event. We need here pause, and then I'm going to add here fa pause, and then we need fa play. All right, let's check if it works. Once we click, then the video will play, and also the icon is changed. So as you can see, everything works perfectly. Next, we have to take care of the progress bar. Right now it has default width 50%. We have to change it, and we have to update the width of the progress bar according to the video progress. So let's go back to the JavaScript file, and first of all I'm going to select progress bar. Let's create new variable. It's going to be progress bar, and I'm going to select this element using again query selector method. I'm going to specify here the class name progress bar. Next, I'm going to change the width of progress bar. As I said, right now it has 50%, and I'm going to make it 0. So as you can see, the width of the progress bar is 0. Actually, the before pseudo element ended up outside of the video player. I'm going to change the position. Right now it has right position set to 0, and I'm going to make it -1.5. rerun. So now the problem is fixed. Next, I'm going to add an event listener to the main video, and the event is going to be time update. Time update event fires periodically as the video's playback time progresses. So I'm going to add event listener to main video, and as I said, the event is going to be time update. We need here callback function. It's going to be executed once the video's playback time progresses. So I'm going to use this structuring and grab two properties, current time and duration, from the event object. We need here e.target, and I'm going to place here event object as the argument. So this line of code extracts two properties, current time and duration, from the e.target object. In this context, e.target represents the video element, in this case main video. Current time represents the current playback time of the video in seconds, and duration represents the total duration of the video, also in seconds. I'm going to show those two properties in console. So let's insert here current time and duration. Then I'm going to go to browser, inspect the page, and check console tab. So once I click the play button, then you will see here the current time shown in seconds, and also we have here the total duration, total time of the video. Okay, let's go back to the JavaScript file. I'm going to get rid of this line of code. The next thing that I'm going to do is to define the percentage value of the progress bar. So for that we need to create new variable. I'm going to call it %. It will be equal to current time divided by duration, and we have to multiply it by 100. So this line calculates the percentage of the video that has been played. It divides the current time by the duration and multiplies the result by 100 to convert it into a percentage value. This value represents how far into the video playback has progressed. Now we have to add this value to the style of the progress bar. For that we have to select progress bar. Then we need style property, followed by the width. Then I'm going to open template strings, and we have to pass here the percentage value that we have just defined. So we need curly braces, then %, followed by the percentage sign. So this line updates the width of a progress bar element to visually represent the progress of the video. It sets the width property of the progress bar's CSS style to the calculated % value, followed by the percentage sign. So this will make the progress bar grow or shrink as the video plays or sticks. Okay, so everything is ready to work the progress bar. So if I click the play button, then the progress bar will update accordingly. So everything works fine. The next thing that I'm going to do is to program those skip, forward and backward buttons. If we take a look at the finished project and click skip, backward and forward buttons, as you can see, they work and the video is rewinding. So let's go to the JavaScript file and select two elements. I mean the font awesome icons. I mean the buttons, skip forward and skip backward. So I'm going to create a new variable and I'm going to call it skip backward. I'm going to select the element using query selector method. We need here skip backward followed by the I element. Let's duplicate this code and change backward to forward. We need here forward. All right. So now we have to add an event listener to both buttons with click event, and then we have to define skipping the video by adding and subtracting some amount of time to the current time of the video. Let's add an event listener to skip backward button. We need here click event, and then we have to pass here a callback function which will be executed once we click the button. So as I said, we have to subtract some amount of time to the current time of the video. Therefore we need here main video dot current time. We need here current time, and then minus equals. I'm going to subtract 5 seconds. So now if I start to play the video, and then if I click backward button, it will skip the video by 5 seconds. So the skip backward button works fine. Next we have to do the same with skip forward button. I'm going to duplicate this code. We need to change variable. It's going to be skip forward. And we have to add here 5 seconds. So again, here we subtract 5 seconds from the current playback time of the video, and it rewinds the video by 5 seconds when the skip backward button is clicked. In the same way, we add 5 seconds to the current playback time of the video, and it fast forwards the video by 5 seconds when the skip forward button is clicked. So if we check the results and click the skip buttons, then you will see that everything works perfectly. Next we have to take care of the volume button. If we take a look at the finished project and play the video, the sound of the video, and also you can see that the icon is changed. So we will program this button in this lecture, and then we will take care of the slider. All right, let's go to the VS Code. First of all, I'm going to add here comments because the code is getting bigger, and in order to avoid confusion, let's add the comments. So I'm going to add here progress bar, then end of progress bar. Then we have here play pause button. Actually, we need to add this line here. And then we have skip buttons. All right. So now it's time to take care of the volume button. I'm going to select volume button. Let's change the name. Then we have to change the class name. It's going to be volume I. It's the font awesome icon. Then I'm going to add here new comments. So I'm going to add an event listener to the volume button with click event. We need volume btn with add event listener. I'm going to insert here click event, and also we need callback function, which will be executed once we click the volume button. So now we have to use if statement in which I'm going to check the current state of the volume button. I'm going to insert the condition inside the if statement, and then I will explain it. So we need not operator followed by volume btn dot class list. Then I'm going to use method called contains, and I'm going to specify here the class name, which is fa volume high. So this condition checks whether the volume button does not have the class fa volume high. The class list.contains method is used to determine if a class is present on the element. If the button doesn't have the fa volume high class, it means that the volume is currently not set to the highest level. So if this condition is true, then we have to set volume to 0.5. So it means that we set the volume property of the main video element to 50%. Next, we need to replace the icon. So if this condition is true, then we have to replace the font awesome icon. So we need volume btn dot class list dot replace, and we have to pass here fa volume x mark. This icon shows us that the sound is muted. Now we need this class name, so let's copy it and paste it here. All right. After that, we have to use else statement, in which we have to set the volume of the video to 0. We have to mute the sound, so we need main video dot volume, and it should be equal to 0. And also we need to replace the icon. We need here fa volume high and then fa volume x mark. So let me explain once again. This line replaces the class fa volume x mark, which represents a mute icon, with fa volume high, which represents a high volume icon. This visually updates the volume button icon to indicate that the volume is now at a higher level. As for this line here, it replaces the class fa volume high with fa volume x mark, visually updating the volume button icon to indicate that the volume is muted. So let's go to the browser and check if it works fine. I'm going to play the video. Then it will mute the sound and the icon will change. So as you can see, everything works fine. The volume button is programmed, And now, as I said, we have to take care of the volume slider, this input element here. Let's take a look at the finished project and play the video. Then it will mute the video and the icon will change accordingly. Let's go back to the VS Code and select the input element. But first of all, I'm going to change the comment. Let's leave here volume, because we're going to add the code of the slider here as well. So I'm going to leave here just volume. Then I'm going to select input element. So we need here volume slider. And I'm going to change the class name. We need here left. It is the part of the options on the left side. So we need left and then input. Alright, so the element is selected. Next we have to add an event listener to the element. So we need here volume slider. And we have to add here an event listener. The event is going to be input. This event is triggered whenever the value of the input element changes. In this case, when the user interacts with the volume slider. So I'm going to pass here input. And then we need an arrow function, which will be executed once the event occurs. So now I'm going to define the volume of the video. We need main video dot volume, and we have to grab the value from e.target object. We need here e.target dot value, and we have to multiply it by 1, and I will explain it why we do that. So this line sets the volume property of the main video element to the current value of the volume slider, which in this case is e.target.value. And the multiplying by 1, this conversion ensures that the value is treated as a number and not the string. Next we have to use if statement. So we need if statement with the following condition: main video is equal to 0. So this condition checks whether the video's volume is set to 0. In other words, if it is muted or not. So if the volume is muted, then we have to update the volume buttons icon to indicate mute. And if it's not muted, we need to update the icon to indicate high volume. So we need again to use those lines. We need here this line of code, and then in else statement we need to replace X mark with volume high icon. So I'm going to pass this line of code here. Alright, and finally I'm going to add here volume slider dot value equal to main video dot volume. So this line of code sets the value of the volume slider to match the current volume level of the main video element. So this ensures that the position of the slider handle visually reflects the current volume setting when the page loads or when the slider is first displayed. Alright, so let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. I'm going to play the video. The slider doesn't work, so let's check the code. We might have a mistake somewhere. So here we need main video dot volume. I forgot to write this property here. So now I think that the code should work. Let's check. Let's go back to the VS Code. So the problem is that we are missing here event object. So now I think alright, so that's it about the volume. And now it's time to move on and take care of the speed options. So if we take a look at the finished project and play the video, we can choose from here any of the speed. Let's play 2x. So as you can see, the video is playing faster. And the same thing we have with lower rate speed. Video is playing in lower rate. Let's go to the VS Code and I'm going to select two different elements here. The first one is going to be speed button. I'm going to select element using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name. It's going to be playback speed. And we need here span element because the button is a span element. Besides that, I'm going to select speed options. So we need here speed options. I mean the wrapper div element, this element here. So we need to specify the class name and it's going to be speed options. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is to manage displaying and hiding the speed options. Once we click the speed button, right now the speed options are visible by default. Right now the speed options are visible by default. We need to change it. I'm going to add click event to the speed button. Actually, we need here new comments for the speed options. Then I'm going to add an event listener to the speed button with click event. And also we need here a callback function, which will be executed once we click the speed button. So I'm going to add to speed options new class with a toggle method. And I'm going to use this class name in the CSS file and we will define new styles for this new class name. So I'm going to use speed options followed by the class list property, and then as I said we need toggle method and we need to specify here the class name. I'm going to call it show. Next we have to go to the CSS file and select speed options with newly created class show. First of all, we need to hide the speed options. I'm going to set opacity to 0 and visibility to hidden. Then we need those two properties with different values. Opacity is going to be 1. As for the visibility, it's going to be visible. And also, in order to make the effect smoother, let's use transition. We need here opacity, then the duration is going to be 0.15 seconds, and also I'm going to add here is. Okay, so as you can see, the speed options are hidden. Now once I click the button, then they will be displayed. Okay, so everything works fine. The next thing that I'm going to do is to hide the speed options when we click anywhere on the page, I mean on the document. So in order to do that, I'm going to add an event listener to the document. We need here add event listener with click event. And also I'm going to insert here a callback function. So I'm going to use if statements. At first, I'm going to insert here the condition, and then I will explain it. So we need here e.target.targetName not equals to span. And then we need the second condition with OR operator. It's going to be e.target.className not equals to the class name of the span element. I mean this one, material symbols rounded. So let me explain what this condition means. This condition checks whether the clicked element e.target is not a span element or doesn't have the class name material symbols rounded. In other words, it checks if the clicked element is something other than a specific span element with that class. I mean class name material symbols rounded. So if this condition is true, then we have to remove class show from the speed options. I'm going to grab this code and change toggle method into remove. So now if we go to the browser, display the speed options and then click anywhere on the page. Oops. Something is wrong here. Let's check console tab. So the error says that E is not defined. As I guessed, we forgot to insert here event object as the parameter. Now the code should work. Let's display the speed options and then click anywhere on the page. So now everything works fine. All right. Next thing that I'm going to do is to manage selecting those options. So we need to select div elements which are placed inside the speed options, I mean wrapper. We need to select those options here. For that, I'm going to create a new variable. Let's duplicate this code. And I'm going to change the name. It's going to be speed options items. And we need to add here div tag. Next, I'm going to loop through the speed options, I mean the div elements. So let's use here newly created variable speed options items, and then we need for each method which allows us to iterate through the collection. So I'm going to add here callback function which needs a parameter. It's going to be option, so it is a current item through the loop. So I'm going to add an event listener to the option with click event. Then we need here again a callback function. So this code iterates through each of the selected div element using the for each method. For each div element which represents a playback speed option, it sets up a click event listener. Next, we have to define the speed rate of the playback according to the clicked speed options. So we need here main video dot playback rate. It is a built-in property in JavaScript. It should be equal to option dot dataset dot speed. So we defined the playback rate, which is equal to option.datasetSpeed. We are grabbing the values from those attributes here. As you remember, we added dataspeed attribute to each speed option with the proper values, and we are accessing those values here. So again, this line sets the playback rate property of the main video element to the value stored in the dataspeed attribute of the clicked div element. The dataset property allows you to access custom data attributes in HTML elements. And in this case, it is used to store the playback speed values associated with each option. I'm talking about those values here. Okay. Next thing that I'm going to do is to change the active option. As you know, by default, the active option is normal. We added class to the HTML element. I mean this element here. You can see here class active option. We need to change this class. I mean we have to remove this class from this element and add it to the clicked element. So in order to do that, we need speed options. Then we have to select element with class active option. So we need here active option. And we have to remove from class list property the class name active option. And we have to add it to the clicked option. So we need here class list dot add, and the class is going to be active option. All right, so I think that's it. Now the code should work. Let's select option. Let's play the video and then select speed option. So something's wrong here. Let's check the console tab. Speed options items.forEach is not a function. Let's check this line of code. Speed options items.forEach. Actually here everything looks correct. Let's check the variables. Yes, we need here query selector all method because we are selecting 5 different elements. Now let's check the results. Let's play the video, select speed option. So still it doesn't work. Now I'm going to check again the code. So I think here everything seems to be correct. The bad thing is that we are not getting here any errors. So I'm going to check if the click event works properly. I'm going to run to the console this element here. So I'm going to click the speed option and then check console tab. We are not getting here the result. So it means that the click event doesn't work here, and maybe speed options are ending up behind some elements, and that's why the click event doesn't work. So I'm going to try here adding the index property with some higher value, let's say 10, and let's check if it works. So yes, that was the problem. Now everything works fine. We can change the speed options without any problem. All right, so that's it about the speed options. I'm sorry for these last misunderstandings, but actually I think that it's not bad. It's good for you, for the students, because when you write the code, you will come across such situations a lot of times. So you should know how to fix the problems, find the bugs, and so on. So we have programmed the speed options, and now we have to move on and take care of those two buttons. The first one is picture-in-picture mode. As for the second one, it is a full screen mode. Let's take a look at the finished project. So once we click the picture-in-picture mode, then we will get here this little window. You can drag and drop the window. So that's the way how picture-in-picture mode works. As for the full screen mode, if we click this icon here, then the video will play in full screen mode. You can minimize the window from here. Okay, so we will program those two buttons in this lecture. Let's go to the VS Code. And first of all, I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it pic in pic btn. We need to select it using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name pic in pic, followed by the span element. We need here dots. Next, I'm going to create here new comments. Actually, let's get rid of this line of code from here. So we need comments for picture in picture mode. I'm going to add an event listener to the picture-in-picture btn, the variable that we have just created. So let's add here event listener with click event, and also we need here a callback function. So in order to play the video in picture-in-picture mode, we have to use one of the built-in JavaScript functions. It is called request picture-in-picture, and we have to attach this method to main video. So as I said, we need here request picture in picture. All right, so let's go to the browser and click this icon here. So as you can see, we have here little window. You can drag and drop the window. So picture-in-picture mode works perfectly. Okay, now it's full screen mode's turn. Let's go to the VS Code and create new variable. I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need full screen btn, and I'm going to change here the class name. We need full screen I element. Then I'm going to insert here new comments for full screen mode. And actually, I'm going to grab this code. Let's paste it here and change the button. We need here full screen btn. As for the method, instead of request picture-in-picture method, we need request full screen method. Now let's go to the browser and click full screen button. So it doesn't work. We have here an error. Cannot read properties of null. Let's check the code. Full screen btn. Let's check the variable. We have here a typo. We need here double else. So now it should work. Let's click the full screen icon, and yes, we have here full screen mode, so it works fine. Alright, so that's it about the picture-in-picture and full screen modes. Both of them work fine. And now we have to move on and take care of the video timeline. I mean, we have to make the progress bar dynamic, and also we have to display the current time of the video and also the video duration. So let's take a look at the finished project. As you can see, we have here the video duration. If we start to play the video, then the current time will display. And also if I click here anywhere, then the progress bar will update. Okay, so that's it, what we're going to do in this lecture. Let's go to the VS Code. I'm going to select element called video timeline. Let's create variable and call it video timeline. I'm going to select this element using query selector method. We need to specify here the class name. It's going to be video timeline. Next, I'm going to insert the comments for video timeline. Then I'm going to add an event listener to the video timeline with a click event. I want to remind you where this element we have in the HTML file. So here is the video timeline. It wraps progress area. So I'm going to add an event listener to the video timeline. Let's use add event listener method and then specify here the click event. Next we need callback function, which will be executed once we click the timeline. So I'm going to define new variable, which is going to be timeline width. And I'm going to make it equal to video timeline dot client width. So this line calculates the width of the video timeline element and stores it in the variable. This width represents the total width of the timeline, which is needed to determine where the user clicked relative to the timeline. In order to make it clear, I'm going to run to the console this variable, I mean timeline width. Let's inspect the page. Actually, I'm going to attach this window to the current tab. So if I click the video timeline, then we will get 900. It is pixels. So the entire width of the video timeline is 900 pixels. So again, the client width property calculates the width of the element. Alright, let's get rid of this line of code. Next, I'm going to define the current time of the video. So we need main video dot current time. It should be equal to the following expression. I'm going to use here e dot offset x. I'm going to explain those things in a moment. So we need here timeline width, the variable that we defined here. Next we have to multiply it to main video dot duration. So let me explain what happens here. This line calculates and sets the current playback time of the main video element based on where the user clicked on the timeline. So here's how it works. e.offsetx represents the horizontal position of the click event within the video timeline element. It indicates where the user clicked along the timeline. So I'm going to run to the console. e dot offset x. Actually, we need to pass here parameter e. So if I click the video timeline, then we will get the position where the user clicked along the timeline. So we're getting here the exact positions in pixels. All right. So next we have here offset x divided by timeline width. This calculates the relative position of the click within the timeline as a fraction of the total width of the timeline. This fraction ranges from 0 to 1. Next we have multiplication by main video.duration. So it represents the total duration of the video in seconds. The result of the calculation determines the exact playback position in the video. It sets the current time property of main video to that position, effectively allowing the user to seek to the clicked point in the video. So if I run to the console, main video dot current time, then if we go to the browser and click along the timeline, we will get current time of the video in seconds. Okay. Next, I'm going to create new variable and I'm going to call it current video time. Let's select element using query selector method, and I'm going to specify here the class name current time. I'm going to remind you where this element is. So we have here current time. It is a span element, and by default we have zeros here. So now we have to display the current time of the video in this element. I mean, we have to display the current time here. So for that we need to insert here current video time dot inner text equals to current time. So let's go to the browser and start to play the video. As you can see, we are getting here seconds, but we have to format this value. We don't need it. We need to display the current time in the format like we have it here in the finished version. We need this format here. So in order to do that, I'm going to go back to the VS Code and I'm going to create new function. Actually, I'm going to insert this function here. So let's call the function format time. It's going to be an arrow function, and I'm going to insert here a parameter. It's going to be time. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to define seconds. So we need new variable called seconds, and it's going to be equal to math.floor, and we have to insert here time modulus 60. So this line calculates the remaining seconds by taking the modulus of the time value with 60. It ensures that seconds contains a value between 0 and 59. In the same way, we need to define the seconds. Let's duplicate this line of code. We need here minutes. So we have to divide time by 60, and then we need modulus 60. So this line calculates the number of minutes by dividing the time value by 60 and taking the floor value. The modulus operation is used again to ensure that minutes is between 0 and 59. Next, we have to define the hours. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code. We need here hours. And then math.floor time divided by 3600. We no longer need here modulus 60. So this line calculates the number of hours by dividing the time value by 3600. 3600 means that 60 seconds are multiplied by 60 minutes. So it gives the total number of hours in the time value. Next, we need to ensure that single-digit seconds, minutes, and hours are formatted with a leading 0 for consistency in the display. For example, if seconds is less than 10, we should add a leading 0 to it. In order to do that, I'm going to insert here seconds equal to seconds. Then we need the condition is less than 10, and we need here question mark. So if this condition is true, then we need here template strings 0 followed by the seconds. And if it is false, then we need just seconds. We need the same thing for the minutes and hours as well. So let's duplicate this line of code twice. So we need here minutes and then hours. All right. Next thing that I'm going to do is to use if statement, where we have to check if hours is equal to 0. So we need if statement, and we have to check hours. Oops. We need here hours equal to 0. So if this condition is true, then we have to return the following result. We need here minutes and seconds, and then we have to return. Let's grab this code from here, paste it here, and I'm going to add here hours with colon. Okay, so the following conditional statement checks if the hours value is equal to 0. If it is, it means that the time is less than 1 hour, and the function returns a string in the format minutes and seconds. And if hours is greater than 0, it means there are hours in the time value, and the function returns a string in the format hours, minutes, and seconds. So now, once the function is ready, we can format the current time. I'm going to call the function here, and as the argument, I'm going to insert here current time. So now the current time should be visible. Let's play the video. Oops, we have here error. Hours is not defined. Let's check the if statement. Yes, we have here a typo. We need hours without E. I made this mistake several times. So now let's check. And yes, we have here current time updating. Okay, so that's it about the current time. Next, we have to take care of the video duration. So let's go back to the VS Code. and I'm going to create new variable. Let's call it video duration. I'm going to select this element using again query selector method. Let's specify here the class name, video duration. We have this element next to current time and the separator. Here is the video duration. So I'm going to add an event listener to the video duration. To the main video. And the event is going to be loaded data. So the loaded data event is fired when the video has loaded enough data to begin playback. Next, we need to insert here a callback function. So this function will be executed once the enough data is loaded to begin the playback. And here we have to define the content of the video duration. We need here inner text property, and it's going to be main video dot duration. Okay, let's check the results. So as you can see, we have here the total seconds, and we have to transform it to the same format that we used for the current time. And in order to do that, we just need to call the function format time, and we have to pass main video duration as the argument. So if we check the results, then you will see that we have here current time shown in the same format that we used for the current time. So we have worked on the video timeline, I mean the current time of the video, and also the video duration. Both of them work fine and they are updating once we play the video. Next, we have to take care of the progress bar. We have to create the draggable progress bar. And also we have to take care of this time here. We have to update the current time once we drag the progress bar. Let's look at the finished project. So as you can see, I can drag the progress bar, and also the current time is updating accordingly. So we need to create this effect in this video. Let's go to the VS Code. The first thing that I'm going to do is to add an event listener to the video timeline. And the event is going to be mouse down. So the mouse down event is triggered the moment the mouse button is pressed down over an element. It is more specific to the action of pressing the mouse button without requiring the button to be released. So this event is often used for detecting the start of a user interaction, such as beginning to drag an element. And also this event occurs before the click event if the mouse is not moved away from the element. The difference between the click event and mouse down event is the following. The click event is triggered after a complete click action, which involves pressing and then releasing the mouse button over an element. It requires both the mouse down and mouse up events to occur on the same element. And also the click event is generally used for actions that should occur once a user has selected or activated an element, like pressing the button to submit a form and so on. So now I'm going to pass here a callback function. Then we need again video timeline with event listener, and in this case the event is going to be mouse move. So now we're adding an event listener for the mouse move event, and now we have to call the function which is called draggable progress bar. Right now this function is not created yet, but we will create it in a moment. So we are adding an event listener for the mouse move event. When the user moves the mouse, the draggable progress bar function is called, and it will update the progress bar and video time as the user drags. So I'm going to create this function. Let's create new variable and then use this name here. We need here an event object and then arrow function. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to grab those two lines from here. So as you remember, this line of code stores the width of the video timeline element. As for the second line of code, it calculates and updates the current time of the video based on where the user clicks on the timeline. And besides those two lines of code, I'm going to pass here progress bar dot style dot width equal to e dot offset x, and we need here pixels. So now we define the width of the progress bar. E dot offset x provides the horizontal offset of the mouse pointer between the event and the padding edge of the target node, effectively setting the progress bar to the point where the user clicks or drags. And now, if we go to the browser and drag the progress bar, it will work. So as you can see, we are able to drag the progress bar. Right now I'm pressing the button of the mouse, but if I just hover over the video timeline, then I will be able to drag the progress bar. We don't need that. We don't need to drag the progress bar on hover. We need to drag the progress bar once we click the video timeline. So in order to fix that issue, I'm going to duplicate this code. We need to change video timeline into video container. This element wraps the entire content of the video. And now I'm going to remove event listener from the video timeline. Okay, so now the problem should be fixed. Actually, we need here mouse up and not mouse down. Okay, now let's go to the browser and check the results. Now I'm pressing the button of the mouse, but once I release the button and just hover over the video timeline, then we won't be able to drag the progress bar. Okay, so the problem is fixed. Next, we have to update the current time of the video, and for that I'm going to use this line of code. Let's insert it here. We need to add here main video. So now if I drag the progress bar, you will see that the current time is updating accordingly. So it works fine. All right. Next we have to take care of the current time once we drag the progress bar. I mean, we have to work on this element here. As you remember, it is a span element inside the progress area. So we have to take care of this element. I'm going to add an event listener to the video timeline. And the event is going to be mouse move. Then we need event objects followed by the callback function. So I'm going to select this element. We need to create new variable. It's going to be progress time. And we need here document.querySelector. Let's specify here the element called progress area. And then we need span element. After that, I'm going to define offset x of the element. Let's create offset x, and it should be equal to e dot offset x. So we get here the horizontal offset of the mouse pointer between the event and the padding edge of the target element, which is video timeline. Next, we have to define the left position of progress time. So we need here progress time dot style dot left, and it's going to be offset x, and we need pixels. So now we set the left CSS property of the progress time element to the offset x value, moving the time preview to align with the mouse cursor on the timeline. So if I go to the browser and hover over the video timeline, you can see that the span element moves along the video timeline. Next, we have to define the width of the timeline. I'm going to copy this line of code. And now we have to define the current time of the span element. Let's create a new variable. It's going to be progress bar time. And I'm going to grab this value here. So now we calculate the time corresponding to the current mouse position of the timeline. It does this by dividing the mouse's offset x position by the total width of the timeline, giving a fraction that represents where the mouse is on the timeline. So this fraction is then multiplied by the total duration of the main video to get the corresponding time in the video. And now we have to format time and display it. I'm going to attach to progress time inner text property. Then we need format time, and I'm going to pass here progress bar time. All right, let's go to the browser. So as you can see, once I hover over the video timeline, the time is updating. But we have here a little issue. By default, we need to hide this time here and also the circle. And then once we hover over the video timeline, they should appear. We need CSS. I'm going to select both elements. I mean progress area, span, and also we need progress bar with before pseudo element. I'm going to hide them using display none, and then on hover, I mean video timeline, hover, then progress area, span, and then we need here progress bar before. Now we need to display back the elements using display block. So as you can see right now, the circle and the span element, both of them are hidden. Once I hover over the video timeline, then they will display back. Alright, so everything works fine. We have created the draggable progress bar. And now we have to manage hiding and showing the video controls. Also, we have to program the X closing button and the play button on the landing page. So let's take a look at the finished project. If I play the video and then stop the mouse, the video controls will hide after 3 seconds. If I move the mouse, then they will appear back. So as I said, we're going to manage this thing in this video, and also we have to program X closing button, which closes the video, and also we'll program the play button. If I click it, the video will appear. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to find controls wrapper and make them hidden using opacity 0, and visibility hidden. So as you can see, the video controls are hidden. Next, we have to go to the script.js file and create. Actually, I'm going to add here new comments for the controls. So we need to create a function. I'm going to call it hide controls. It's going to be an arrow function. And then I'm going to use one of the built-in JavaScript methods called setTimeout. So the setTimeout function is a built-in JavaScript method that sets a timer and executes a function or specified piece of code once the timer expires. So I'm going to pass here a callback function. This is the first argument. And then we have to place here the second argument, which is the amount of time, and it is expressed in milliseconds. So I'm going to place here 3000. So again, the first argument of setTimeout is another arrow function. This inner function defines what will happen once the timer is up. As for the second argument, it's the time delay in milliseconds. Here it's set to 3000 milliseconds, which is equivalent to 3 seconds. Okay, so now, as the block of code, I'm going to insert video container dot class list dot remove, and I'm going to specify here the name of the class. Let's call it show controls. So the show controls class will add styles in CSS that will make the video player controls visible. By removing this class, the controls are hidden from the view. Next, I'm going to call this function. And now we have to go to the CSS file and use class show controls. First of all, I'm going to find the controls wrapper. Next, I'm going to select video container, followed by the class show controls. And then we have to select controls wrapper. So we have to make visible the controls. First of all, I'm going to define the position. It's going to be 0. I mean the bottom position. And then we need opacity 1 and visibility visible. Also, I'm going to use transition for a smoother effect. We need here all. Then the duration is going to be 0.08 seconds. And we need here is. And then I'm going to add show controls class to the video container in HTML file. Let's insert here show controls. Then go to the browser. So if I wait for 3 seconds, then the controls will disappear. Now we have to display them once the mouse is moved. For that, I'm going to add here the video container with event listener. The event is going to be mouse move. We need to place here callback function. And now we have to add to the video container class show controls. So now, if I stop moving mouse for 3 seconds, then the video controls will hide, and once I move the mouse, then they will appear. Okay, so we need to display the controls while the video is paused. For that, I'm going to go back to the JavaScript file and create if statement here right above the setTimeout function. So we need if statement in which we have to check if the main video is paused or not. And then we need return statement. So let me explain what am I doing here. This statement checks a condition, and based on the result of that condition, either continues executing the rest of the function or exits, returns from the function early. So the post is a property that returns a Boolean value, true or false. The if statement checks if the condition is true. So if the video is paused, then the condition inside the if statement is satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, then the return statement is executed. And the return statement immediately exits the hide controls function. This means that none of the code following the return statement within the hide controls function gets executed. So in simple terms, if the video is paused, the function does nothing and stops running right there. So if the condition is false, meaning that the video is playing, the if statement condition is not satisfied and the return statement is not executed. The function then proceeds to execute the setTimeout block, which waits for 3 seconds and then executes the code within its callback function, removing the showControls class from video container. This results in the video controls being hidden after the delay. So hopefully you understand what this line of code does. Let's go to the browser. If I play the video and then pause it, the controls won't disappear, so the code works fine. The next thing that I'm going to do is to stop executing the setTimeout function once we move the mouse. For that, I'm going to create a new variable. It's going to be timer, and I'm going to declare the variable without assigning to it any values. Next, I'm going to assign setTimeout function to that variable, the timer. And after that, I'm going to use one of the built-in JavaScript methods called clear timeout, and I'm going to pass here the variable timer, so it will stop executing the setTimeout function. And also we need here to call hide controls function. All right, let's go to the browser and check if everything works fine. I'm going to play the video and wait for 3 seconds. The controls are hidden. If I move the mouse, then they will display back. If I pause the video, then the controls will be visible. So I think everything works perfectly. And now we have to take care of the X closing button and also the play button in the template section. So let's go back to the JavaScript file and create new variables. I'm going to duplicate this code. So we need play button. And I'm going to select this element with the class name play btn. And also we need xbtn, x button. Let's insert here xbtn followed by the I element. Okay, now we need to add click events to both buttons. Let's insert here play button dot add event listener, and I'm going to specify here the click event. Then we need here a callback function. I'm going to add to the video container new class, which we will use then in the CSS file. So we need here video container dot class list dot add, and I'm going to insert here the class name. Let's call it show video. Then I'm going to duplicate this code, change button, it's going to be X button. Then I'm going to change add method into remove. And also I'm going to post the video once we close the video container. We need here main video dot post. Okay, so everything is ready in JavaScript. Let's go to the CSS file, and first of all, I'm going to hide the video container. We need here opacity 0 and visibility hidden. Next, I'm going to select video container with class show video. And I'm going to display the video. We need opacity 1 and visibility visible. And also I'm going to use transition for smoother effect. Oops, we need here transition. Then opacity 0.3 second. Okay, so as you can see, by default the video is hidden. If I click the play button, then the video player will display, and if I click X closing button, it will hide. Alright, so I think everything works fine, and actually with the video player we are done. Alright, so we have finished working on the template section. We have finished working on the second part of the template section, which was a video player. We have created a video player and made it work successfully. And now we have to move on and start to create the next section of our project. Let's take a look at the finished version. So the next section is a subscribe section. It is a nice and cool but little section. We have here a dark box in the center of the page. It includes a couple of different elements. We have here Google material icon, followed by the heading, paragraph, and also we have here an input element with a button. The box has nice and cool shadow effect. Okay, so that's all about the subscribe section. Let's go to the VS Code, and first of all, I'm going to create the HTML markup. Right after the template section, I'm going to insert new comments, and it's going to be subscribe. Then we need end of subscribe. Next, I'm going to open section tag with the class subscribe. So the first element that I'm going to insert inside this section element is going to be the wrapper. Let's open div tag with the class subscribe wrapper. Then I'm going to create the icon. So we need div element with the class subscribe icon. And it's going to be the Google material symbol. So I'm going to visit the website Google material symbols. Let's click this link here. So I'm going to search for icon called mark as unread. So here we have the icon. I'm going to grab this pan element from here and paste it in the div element. I'm going to change outline into rounded. So let's check the browser. As you can see, we have here the Google material icon. Next, I'm going to create the H1 heading element with the text subscribe now. Next, we have paragraph, and the text is going to be enter your email to receive updates. After paragraph, I'm going to open div tag with the class subscribe input group. So inside the div element, we will have input tag. with the type email, and also I'm going to add here placeholder attribute, and it's going to be your email. Next we need button. The type is going to be button, and as the text I'm going to insert here subscribe. Okay, so the last element that I'm going to create is going to be the shadow. I mean, we need div tag with the class name subscribe shadow. This is going to be an empty element. So that's it about the HTML markup. Let's take a look at the browser. So we have here all the elements, and now, as I said, we have to style those elements. Let's take a look once again on the finished project. So here we have the subscribe section. We have to style those elements, and also we have to create this nice and cool shadow effect. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code, and in CSS file I'm going to insert new comments right after the template section. We need here subscribe. Then I'm going to select the section element with the class name subscribe, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to define width and height. I'm going to set width to 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 100 viewport height. I mean 100% of the viewport. And also let's change the background color. I'm going to use linear gradient. The background color will be similar to the template section's background. So I'm going to define the direction. It's going to be to left. And then we need to pass here 3 colors. First one is going to be 843 0 EA. I'm going to use this color again, 843 0 EA. As for the third color, it's going to be 4C0 C9B. Okay, so the background color is changed, and also the width and height are applied to the section element. Let's go back to the VS Code and take care of the alignment of the elements. I'm going to use CSS Flexbox. We need display flex, and then I'm going to place the content in the center of the section. For that we need justify content center, and then align items center. So as you can see, the elements are placed in the center of the section. Next, I'm going to take care of the subscribe wrapper, which is this dark box. So let's go ahead and select subscribe wrapper. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 80 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 50 rem, and then change background color. It's going to be 231 D34. So here we have the wrapper. Next, I'm going to make the corners rounded, and for that we have to use border radius. The value is going to be 1 rem, and also I'm going to align the elements using again Flexbox. We need display flex, and then I'm going to change the direction because we need to align flex items vertically, so we need flex direction to be column. Next, I'm going to create even space between the flex items, and for that we need justify content not center but space evenly. And finally, I'm going to align items in the center horizontally. For that we need align items center. Oops, we need here center. Okay, so as you can see, the elements are placed vertically in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the icon. So let's select subscribe icon followed by the span element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 10 rem. And also I'm going to change the color of the icon. The color is going to be E03A5B. So we have here nice and cool icon. Next I'm going to take care of the heading. So let's go ahead and select subscribe wrapper followed by the H1 heading element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 4 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's make it lighter. Set font weight to 300. Next I'm going to change the color. I'm going to use color AAA. It is gray color. And then I'm going to move the element a little bit up using margin top. We need negative value and it's going to be -5 rem. Okay, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next I'm going to take care of the paragraph. Actually, let's duplicate this code. Then change the selector. We need here P. The font size is going to be 1.8 rem. Then we need the same font weight value. The color will be 999. It is slightly darker gray color. As for the margin top, I'm going to leave here -5 rem. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Next we have to take care of the input and the button. First of all, I'm going to select wrapper, subscribe input group. Let's define width. It's going to be 50 rem. Then I'm going to change the height. Let's set it to 5.5 rem. And actually, in order to make this element visible, I'm going to add here temporary background color. Let's set it to red. So here we have the wrapper subscribe input group. Next, I'm going to take care of the input elements. So we need again subscribe input group followed by the input element. First of all, I'm going to set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is input group. Next, I'm going to set width and height to 100%. In this case, input element will take up width and height of its parent element, 50 rem and 5.5 rem. So let's take a look at the browser. Here we have the input elements. Let's get rid of this background color. We no longer need it. Okay, after that I'm going to change the background color. Let's set it to 1B1629. Also, I'm going to get rid of default border and then make the corners of the input rounded using border radius with value 5 rem. So the input element looks much nicer. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the input using padding. So the padding is going to be 1 rem at the top, then 1 rem on the right side, 1 rem at the bottom, and 2 rem on the left side. So now we have some space inside the input. Next, we need to take care of the font. Let's set font size to 1.6 rem. Then the font weight is going to be 300. And also I'm going to change the color. Let's use A0C5 FD. Okay, so everything Looks pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of the placeholder attribute. So let's go ahead and select subscribe input group, followed by the input element. And then we need placeholder pseudo element. So I'm going to change the font size. It's going to be 1.6 rem. And also I'm going to change the color. Let's use the same color. So as you can see, the placeholder is changed. Okay, so that's it about the input element. Next, we have to take care of the button, which right now is placed behind the input element. So let's go ahead and select. Oops, we need here subscribe input group, followed by the button element. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 16 rem, then the height will be 100%. It will take up the height of the parent element, I mean 5.5 rem. Actually, you can either write here 100% or inherit. It will work in the same way, but I prefer 100%. I don't know why. Next, I'm going to define the background color. Let's set background to 644 DEF. So next thing that I'm going to do is to change the position of the button in order to see how it looks. So let's set position to absolute. Then we need to position to be 0, and also we need to set right position to 0 as well. Now the button is visible. Let's remove default border and also make the button rounded. We need border none, and then border radius is going to be 5 rem. So the button looks much nicer. Next, I'm going to take care of the font. The font size is going to be 1.5 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be bold. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then change color, make it white. Let's check the results. So as you can see, button looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do is to create some space between the letters, and also I'm going to add to the button little shadow effect. So I'm going to set letter spacing to 0.2 rem. As for the box shadow, it's going to be 0.1 rem, then 5 rem. And as the color, I'm going to use RGBA with the opacity 0.2. This is the black color. And finally, let's set cursor to pointer. Okay. So that's it. The button is ready, and actually all the elements are styled. The only thing that we have to do is to create shadow effect. I mean this effect here. So as you remember, we created the element called subscribe shadow. I mean the div element, which is empty. So I'm going to select this element. And first of all, define width and height. The width is going to be 80%. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 12 rem. Then we need background color. I'm going to set it to 1B1 6 to 9. So here we have the shadow. Let's change the position. I'm going to set position to absolute. We need to position this element according to the section element, so we need position relative for the section element. Then I'm going to set bottom position to -7 rem. As for the left position, it's going to be 50%. And we need to center the element horizontally. For that, we have to use transform with translate function. In this case, we need to translate x, and the value is going to be minus 50%. So as you can see, the element is centered. And now I'm going to rotate the element by x-axis. I mean vertically. For that, we need to use rotate x function, and the value is going to be 70 degrees. So now the element is rotated. Next, I'm going to make it rounded using border radius. It's going to be 30%. So the element is rounded. And now we have to make it blurred like we have it in the finished project. So in order to do that, I'm going to use filter property with the function called blur. And the value is going to be 3 rem. And also, I'm going to set opacity to 0.7. Okay, so now we have here the shadow effect. But we have to transform it to 3D effect, like we have it in the finished project. So in order to create 3D environment, I'm going to assign to the section element property called perspective. It allows us to create a 3D environment. So the value is going to be 50 rem. And also we need property called transform style for the parent element of the shadow, which is subscribe wrapper. We need here transform style with the value preserve 3D. And now the 3D effect will be applied. Let's take a look. So as you can see, we have here nice and cool shadow effect, and it is kind of 3D effect. Okay, so that's it about the subscribe section. I think it looks pretty nice and modern. So let's move on to the next lecture. Alright, so in the last lecture we have finished styling the subscribe section. It looks pretty nice and modern. And now we have to move on and create the last section of the first page. I mean the home page. It's going to be footer. So here we have the footer. It is kind of simple one, but I think it looks pretty nice. We have here different links, also the font awesome icons. And down below you can see the navigation items which work. I mean, if we click any of the navigation items, then we will navigate to the proper page. So as you can see, all the links work fine. Okay, let's go ahead and first of all, as usual, create the HTML markup. I'm going to insert here new comments for the footer. Then I'm going to open HTML5 footer tag. It will include two different parts. We will have footer top, I mean this part here, and footer bottom, the navigation items. So we need here div tag with the class footer top. And also I'm going to create footer bottom as well. So footer top will include social media icons. I'm going to open div tag with the class footer social media. It's going to be, we need here media. So it's going to be an individual class name, but besides that I'm going to add here a common class name, and it's going to be footer item. So I'm going to insert here heading h3. The text is going to be follow us. Then we need here div elements which will wrap the icons. I'm going to call it icons. And I'm going to insert here font awesome icons. The first one is going to be FA brands, FA Facebook F. So overall we will have 7 different icons. Therefore I'm going to duplicate this line of code 6 times. and then change the class names. The second one is going to be FA Instagram. Then we will have here FA LinkedIn in. Then the next one will be FA Twitter. Right now Twitter has different name, but anyway, I'm gonna insert it here. Next we will have Pinterest P. Then the next icon is going to be FA Dribble. And finally we'll have here YouTube. Okay, so all font awesome icons are created. Let's check if all of them are visible and displayed. So here we have 7 different icons and all of them are displayed. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the next footer item, and it's going to be some links. So at first I'm going to insert here H3 heading element. It's going to be features. And then we need link elements. The first one is going to be 1000 plus layouts. I'm going to duplicate this line of code 5 times because we're going to have 6 different links. So the second link element will be 100 plus elements. Then the next one will be no code design. Then the next one is going to be e-commerce. Actually, those links are some dummy links, so you can insert here anything you want. It is absolutely up to you. Then the next element will be workflow. And finally, I'm going to insert here marketing. Okay, so that's it about the second footer item. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this element twice. Then I'm going to change the heading. Let's change here the first letter. It should be capital. So the second heading is going to be services. And in this footer item, we will have 5 links. So I'm going to delete one of them. And then change the content of the link elements. The first one is going to be marketplace. Then we will have theme builder. Next one is going to be cloud. Then we will have here AI. And finally, I'm going to insert here themes. Okay, that's it about the second footer item. Actually, it is third footer item and not second. So the last footer item will be for company. And we will have here 4 links. So I'm going to insert here about us. Then we will have here blog. The next one will be carriers. And the last link element is going to be contact. Alright, so that's it about the footer items. And actually, that's it about the footer top part. I'm going to take care of the footer bottom. We'll have here 6 different link elements and they will be navigation items. So I'm going to open the link elements, and in the hrefs attribute, I'm going to insert index.html because this link element will navigate us to home page. Then let's duplicate this line of code 5 times because overall we have 6 different navigation items. The second one is going to be for clients. Then we will have products. Right now those links, those pages are not created. We will create them in the coming lectures. But anyway, I'm going to specify here the names of the files. So the next one is going to be contact. Then we will have account. And finally, I'm going to insert here pricing. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. All the elements are created. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, we have here all the links and also the font awesome icons. And now it's time to style those elements. Let's take a look once again at the finished project. So here we have the footer, which is kind of simple one, but I think it looks pretty nice and modern. Let's go to VS Code and start to write CSS. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to add here one element because I forgot to create it in the last lecture. So we need here footer content, which will wrap the content of the footer. Let's cut this closing div tag and paste it down below. Okay, so that's it. The HTML markup is ready. I'm going to insert here new comments for the footer. Next, I'm going to select footer element. And first of all, I'm going to define the width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 60 viewport height. 60% of the viewport. And also, let's create some space inside the footer using padding. So the padding is going to be 10 rem at the top, then 0 on the right side, 3 rem at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. Okay. So, as you can see, the width and height, and also the padding is applied to the elements. Next, I'm going to take care of the footer content. So let's select this element, and first of all, define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% as well. Next, I'm going to align the elements using CSS flexbox. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to place the elements, the flex items, vertically in a column. So we need to change the direction of the flex, and it's going to be column. Then I'm going to create space between the flex items using justify content space between, and also let's align items in the center. Okay. So as you can see, the elements, the top and bottom sides are aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the top side. So let's go ahead and select footer top. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then I'm going to align elements horizontally in a row, and for that, let's use again flexbox. In order to create space between the flex items, I'm going to use justify content with the value space evenly. Okay, so the elements in the first part, at the top side of the footer, are aligned nicely. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the social media. I'm going to select footer, social media, and I'm going to define the width. It's going to be 30%. So as you can see, the width of the first footer item, the social media icons, is increased, and it is 30% of the footer. Next, I'm going to select footer item. It is a common class name for all 4 footer items. So we need to use CSS flexbox. I'm going to align flex items vertically in a column. So as you guessed, we have to change the direction, and it's going to be column. So as you can see, the flex items are placed in a column. Next, let's take care of the headings. I'm going to select footer, item, h3. We need the same styles for all heading elements. I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Multi cursive. Then the font size is going to be 2.5 rem. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's use color 007 AAA. And also, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the headings look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the font awesome icons. So let's select icons, followed by the I element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 2.5 rem. Then we need space on the right side of each icon. So I'm going to use margin right with value 2 rem, and also change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so now we have bigger icons, and as you guessed, we have to change the color for each item. Let's go ahead and start with the first one. I'm going to select icons I, followed by the nth child selector. We need first item, actually icon. So the color is going to be 1877 F2. Let's check the results. So as you can see, the color of the first item is changed. Let's do the same for the rest of the icons. I'm going to duplicate this code 6 times because overall we have 7 icons. Actually, we need 7 icons and not 8. So I'm going to change the numbers of the nth child selectors. We need numbers from 1 through 7. And also we need to change the colors. So the second color is going to be C32AA3. Then we will have 0A66C2. The next one is going to be 1DA1F2. Then we will have here BD081C. And the sixth item is going to be, the color EA4C89. And also we need here a red color, which is FF0000. Okay, so as you can see, the colors of the icons are changed and they look pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the links here. So I'm going to select footer item A. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 1.8 rem. Then we need space at the bottom using margin bottom, and it's going to be 1.5 rem. And also change the color of the link. It's going to be 394353. It is dark gray color. Okay, so here we have the links. Actually, I think that we have too much space between them. So let's decrease margin bottom, make it 1.4 rem. Let's make it 1.3 rem. So I think we have now better results. Next we have to take care of the bottom side. So let's select footer bottom. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then we need to align elements using flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to create space between the flex items using justify content space evenly. And also I'm going to use align items center in order to center the flex items horizontally. So as you can see, the link elements are placed horizontally in a row nicely. They are aligned. And now I'm going to create border at the top. I mean the border that we have here. So let's use border top, and values will be 0.2 rem solid, and as the color I'm going to use RGBA value. So we need here 0, then 122, then the next value is going to be 170. As for the opacity, I'm going to make it 0.2. And also we need some space at the top, I mean here at the top, between the navigation items and the border. So let's create that space is in padding top 1 rem. Alright, finally we have to customize the link elements. So I'm going to select footer bottom followed by the link element. We need font family, it's going to be croissant 1 cursive. Then I'm going to set font size to 2 rem and also change the color of the link element. It's going to be 007 AAA. Okay, so as you can see, the link elements look pretty nice. And actually with the footer we are done. So we can say that we have finished working on the main page, I mean the home page. Everything looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the pages, I mean clients, products, contact, account, pricing. We have to create 5 different pages, and also we have to make the entire project responsive to different screen sizes and devices. So still we have to do a lot of things. So let's move on to the next lecture. So in the previous lecture we have finished working on the footer. It looks pretty nice. And as I said, we have to move on and start to create the pages because the home page is already styled and customized. Before we move on and start to create the pages, I want to do one more thing. If we take a look at the finished project, you will find here that we have here a custom scroll bar. It is different from the default standard scroll bar. I mean from this one here. So in this lecture, I'm going to change the scroll bar. Let's go to the VS Code and scroll up. So right after default styles, I'm going to insert new comments for custom scroll bar. Then I'm going to select body element followed by one of the pseudo elements, and it is called WebKit Scrollbar. So now I'm going to define the width of the scrollbar. Let's set it to 1.5 rem. Next we need to define another pseudo element, and it is called WebKit Scrollbar Thumb, which is this part here. So now I'm going to define the background, and let's use here linear gradient. The first color is going to be 8430EA. As for the second one, I'm going to use BB5EF5. So now, if we check, you will see that the thumb is changed. I mean, we have here thumb with different background color. Now we have to take care of the track. Actually, right now, as you can see, the track is white. But anyway, I'm going to define it, because you might need different track. I mean, track with different color in the future. So you should know how to change it. I'm going to select body, then WebKit Scrollbar track, and let's make background color white. So the track is white. If we change the color and make it, let's say, green, then the track will change its background color. So that's the way how you can change the background color of the scrollbar track. Let's get back here white color. Okay, so that's it. We have changed the default scrollbar and make it look modern and nice. Alright, so in the previous lecture we have created a custom scrollbar which looks pretty nice and it's different from the default and standard scrollbars. And now, as I said, we have to start to create the pages. In this lecture I'm going to start to create the client's page. So let's go to the finished project and check once again the client's page. So here we have the client's page, which consists of heading. Then we have here some testimonials from different clients, and down below we have the same footer which we have created for the main page, I mean the home page. Also we have here the navigation. It is similar to the main navigation. The only thing that we have to do with the navigation is to change the color of the logo and also the navigation items, and also we have to change the background color and color of the button. Okay, so let's go ahead and start to work on the client's page. The first thing that I'm going to do is to create a new file here in the HTML folder. So the file is going to be clients.html. Let's open this file. I'm going to move it here. So the client's page, I mean the HTML file, is created. Now I'm going to grab the entire contents. Let's copy the entire code and paste it here. Then I'm going to delete all the sections except the navigation. So let's delete everything except the navigation. We have here the entire navigation from the home page and also all the links that we're using throughout this project. Let's check the browser, go to the client's page. So here we have the navigation and the entire page is empty. So as I said, we have to change slightly navigation. I mean, we have to change the colors of the logo and navigation items. So I'm going to add new class name to the navbar, and it's going to be Multipage nav. Then I'm going to go to the CSS file and we need to find the span element of the logo. Here we have it. I'm going to select that newly added class, Multipage nav, followed by the logo, and then we need span element. Let's change the color of the text. It's going to be 092627. And also I'm going to get rid of the shadow effect, because when we have the white background, then the shadow doesn't look quite good. So I'm going to set text shadow to none, and then let's check the browser. So as you can see, the color of the logo is changed and now it looks much better. Let's take care of the navigation items. So I'm going to find link elements. Here we have nav link, and I'm going to select here Multipage nav followed by nav link. And then I'm going to change the color. So the color is going to be 092627, and also I'm going to get rid of text shadow. Let's set it to none. So as you can see, the color of the nav items is changed. Okay, now we have to take care of the button. Let's find button, which is placed after drop downs, as I remember. So we need drop down 5, and then we should find here, yes, nav btn. So I'm going to select multi-page nav, followed by nav items, and then we have to select, actually we need here nav item and not nav items. So next we need nav btn. I'm going to change the background. We need here linear gradient. The direction of the color transition is going to be to right. Then the first color is going to be FF45B9. As for the second color, I'm going to use FF3598. So as you can see, the background color is changed. Next, I'm going to change the color of the text, and it's going to be white. And also I'm going to get rid of box shadow. Let's set it to none. Okay, so as you can see, the navigation looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do regarding navigations, I'm going to change the box shadow of the drop-down menus. I'm going to change it slightly. So let's find drop-down. And then I'm going to add here. Actually, we need to place the code here. So I'm going to select multi-page nav, followed by nav items. And then we need drop down. So the box shadow is going to be 0, 1 rem, 10 rem. And then we need RGBA color 130. Then the next one is going to be 162. Then we need 235. And the opacity is going to be 0.4. Okay, so now as you can see, we have here different shadow effect, and I think it's much better than the previous one for the white background. Alright, so with the navigation we are done. Let's check if the sticky navbar works fine. For that I'm going to increase the height of the container for a while. So I'm going to use style attribute. And then we need height. Let's set it to 150 viewport height. And now check the results. So as you can see, the sticky navbar works fine. We have here custom scroll bar, but we will change it. We don't need the purple scroll bar here. As I remember, we have here green scroll bar, so we will change it a bit later. Okay, so everything works fine. The navigation looks pretty nice. And now it's time to add the content to the page. Let's take a look at the finished project. So the client's page will include the testimonials from the clients. We're going to create the HTML markup for the content of the client's page. So let's go to the VS Code, and right after the navigation, let's insert new comments for the testimonials. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class name testimonials. So the first element that I'm going to insert here is going to be header. So we need div element with the class name testimonials header. And then I'm going to open h1 heading tag with the text what customers are saying about us, and then we need on, because we're going to add Trustpilot. So after the heading elements, I'm going to open div tag with the class name stars. We're going to have stars here. So I'm going to insert here a Google material symbol. Let's go to the browser and search for Google material symbols. And then we need to find icon called hotel class. So this is the icon that we need. Actually, I'm going to make it rounded. Then grab this span element and paste it here. So if we check the browser, then you will see here the star is displayed on the page. Next, I'm going to add here div tag with the class name Trustpilot. And then we need span element with the text Trustpilot. After that, I'm going to add here 5 stars. So let's open div tag, then go to the browser and search for the icon called star. We need this icon. Let's grab the span element and paste it inside the div element. So overall we will have 5 stars. Therefore I'm going to duplicate this line of code 4 times. So let's check the browser. As you can see, we have here 5 stars. Okay, next thing that I'm going to do is to create another div element, and it's going to be testimonials wrapper. So overall we will have 12 different testimonials. Let's open div tag with the class name testimonial. We're going to create the first one, and then we'll duplicate the testimonial and make some changes. So the testimonial will include 2 different elements. We will have testimonial top and testimonial body. Let's open div tag with the class name testimonial top. It will include the image of the customer and also the name. So I'm going to insert here image tag. Then we need to specify the path of the image. Before that, we have to exit the current folder. Right now we are in the HTML folder, so we have to exit this folder. We need dots and slash. Then we have to enter the images folder and select client 1. Next we need name. So I'm going to open span tag, and the name is going to be John Smith. So here we have the image of the customer and also the name. Okay, that's it about the testimonial top element. Next we need testimonial body. So this element will include those stars, heading, and the paragraph. Actually, it's not heading, I'm sorry, it is paragraph as well. So let's insert here stars. I'm going to grab this element with 5 stars, and then let's paste it here. Next we need paragraph with dummy text. We need 5 words, so I'm going to insert here lorem 5. And then I'm going to insert another paragraph. Actually, if we take a look at the finished project, you will find that we have here different paragraphs. I mean, the length of the paragraphs are different. So right now I'm going to leave this element empty, and then we'll take care of it a bit later. Okay, so that's it about the HTML markup for the first testimonial. As I said, we'll have 12 different testimonials, so I'm going to duplicate this code 11 times. And then I'm going to make some changes. So we need to change. Actually, first of all, I'm going to insert here the number of words. I mean, we need lorem 30. Then we have to take care of the second testimonial. We need here client 2. Then the name is going to be Jack Brown. I'm using some dummy names. You can use whatever you want. Next, I'm going to insert here Lauren 40. Then we'll have here client 3. The name is going to be Ann Smith. As for the paragraph, I'm going to insert here Lauren 50. Then we have here client 4. And the name is going to be Nick Peters. As for the paragraph, we will have here 30 words, so we need Lauren 30. Okay, next we need client 5 with the name Philip Doe. As for the paragraph, it's going to be Lauren 30. Oops. Actually, we need here 12 items. So it's the first one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 6th item, so I'm going to duplicate it 6 times. Now I hope that we have 12 testimonials. So it is 5th testimonial. Now we need here client 6. Then the name is going to be Jane Smith. As for the paragraph, it's going to be Lauren 40. Then the next client is client 7 with the name Jessica Mendes. And the paragraph will be Lauren 40. So it was 7th testimonial. We need here client 8 with the name Steve Thompson. And the paragraph will be Lauren 50. So we need here client 9. And it will be Maria Green. And the paragraph will be Lauren 60. Then we have here client 10. It is Alexis Smith. And we need Lauren 40. Then client 11. Bob Brown. Lauren 20. And finally, we need client 12. It's going to be Rose Hanson. As for the paragraph, I'm going to insert here Lauren 40. Okay, so I think the HTML markup is ready, and I hope that everything is correct here. Let's go to the browser and check. So here we have images with different names and paragraphs. I think that everything, oops, we don't have here the image for the 11th client, so we might have a mistake. This is client 11. So now the problem is fixed. Okay, so I think everything seems to be correct. And now we have to start to style those elements. But before we do that, I'm going to do one thing. As you can see, we have here Scrollbar, which has the purple background color. But if we take a look at the finished project, you will see that the Scrollbar has different green color. So I'm going to take care of that as the first thing. So let's go to the VS Code and first of all create new file in the CSS folder. It's going to be clients.css. Then I'm going to move this file here. We need to link clients.css file to the HTML file. I mean clients.html. So I'm going to duplicate this code and we need to change here the name of the file. It's going to be clients.css. Okay, so once the files are connected, next I'm going to go to the style.css file and grab this code. I mean the code where we change the background color of the scrollbar thumb. So let's copy this code. Then go to the clients.css file. First of all, I'm going to insert here comments for custom scrollbar. And then paste the code here. So we need to change those two colors. The first color is going to be 00B6 7A. As for the second color, I'm going to use 34 DC 87. So as you can see, the color, I mean the background color of the scrollbar is changed and it looks pretty nice. Alright, so that's it about the scrollbar. Next we have to take care of the testimonial section. I'm going to insert here new comments for testimonials. Then we need to select the section element which has class name testimonials. So first of all, I'm going to define the width and height of the section elements. I'm going to set both of them to 100%. Then I'm going to move the section down using margin top. So I'm going to set margin top to 30 rem. Actually, we are creating the space between the top edge of the page and the section. So next I'm going to use CSS flexbox in order to align the flex items. I'm going to set display to flex. And then I'm going to change the direction because we are going to align elements vertically. So we need flex direction to be column. And also we need to align items in the center. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Actually, we need to change the size of the images because right now they are too bigger. So I'm going to select testimonials top, followed by the image tag. Let's set width and height of the image, both of them to 6 rem. Then I'm going to set object fit to cover in order to avoid shrinking the images and losing the quality of image. And then I'm going to make the images rounded. For that, we need border radius with a value of 50%. Okay, so as you can see, we have here much better result because the images became smaller. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. So I'm going to insert here testimonials header, and we need to align text in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the h1 heading element. So let's go ahead and select testimonials header followed by the h1 heading element. First of all, let's change the font family. It's going to be Mulli cursive. Then I'm going to set font size to 5 rem. Also, we need to change the color. Let's use here color 092627. Let's check the browser. So we have here the heading. Now I'm going to increase the space between the letters. So let's set it to 0.2 rem. And also I'm going to decrease the width of the heading. Let's set it to 70%. So as you can see, the heading is placed on the left side of the page. So we have to place it in the center, and for that I'm going to use margin auto. It allows us to place the element in the center. If you want to center the element, you need to use width and margin together. Remember this. So now as you can see, the heading is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to change the line height. Let's set line height to 8 rem. Okay. Next, I'm going to take care of the stars. So let's select the wrapper development, which has class name stars. I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements. So as you can see, the elements are placed horizontally in a row. Next, I'm going to take care of the position of the element. Let's set position to absolute. We need to position element according to its parent element. So we need position relative for the parent, which is testimonials header. And now I'm going to define the top position. It's going to be 50%. As for the right position, I'm going to make it 15%. Okay, let's check the results. So the elements are placed nicely and correctly. Next, I'm going to take care of the Trustpilot. But as I see, the stars are outlined. And if we take a look at the finished project, you can see that the stars are not outlined, they are filled. So let's go and visit the Google material symbols. Let's check the website. So as you can see, in the filters section, we have here option called fill, and we have to turn it on. Now, if I search for the icon, then you will see that it is filled. If I click the icon, then you can see that we have here the exact same span element, the exact same class name, and the content star. So the only difference that we have here is that in this case, when we are using the filled icons, the value of fill property is equal to 1. But if we check the link in our HTML file, you will see that we have here fill property and its appropriate value is 0. So if I change 0 to 1 and check the browser, you will see that all stars are filled. Okay, so the problem is fixed. Let's move on and take care of the next element, which is Trustpilot. I'm going to select Trustpilot and define margin at the top because we need some space at the top. let's set margin top to 1 rem. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to do is to take care of this text element here, I mean the span element, Trustpilot. So let's go to the VS Code and select Trustpilot, followed by the span element. So if we take a look at the HTML markup, you can see here that this element, I mean the Trustpilot element, includes different span elements. We have here the text span, Trustpilot, and also we have here the symbols with span elements. So in our case, we need to select only this span element, and for that I'm going to use one of the CSS combinators. I mean this sign here. It allows us to select only the first child span element here. So if I add here styles like font size 2.5 rem, then color 092627, and also I'm going to use letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.3 rem. And then if we check the browser, you will see that only this span element is styled. The stars are not changed. So if I get rid of this sign from here and then change the color, we will get different results. As you can see now, all the span elements are changed. But if we add here the combinator, then only this span element will change. Okay, so I hope that it's clear for you. I'm going to get back the styles. Okay, next we have to take care of the stars. So I'm going to select Trustpilot, followed by the div element, and then we need span. Let's change the color. It's going to be FFAD00. Then we need font size 3 rem, and also I'm going to use margin. So the margin will be 0 at the top and bottom and minus 0.25 rem. It's on the left and right sides. Okay, so the stars look pretty nice. Next I'm going to take care of this star here. So I'm going to select stars, followed by the span element. Now we need to use the same technique. I mean, we need the first child element. So I'm going to use again the CSS combinator. Let's change font size. It's going to be 5 rem. Then we need color. I'm going to set color to 00B6A7, and also we need margin on the right side. Let's set it to 1 rem. Okay, so I think that we are done with the header. Everything looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the testimonials. So I'm going to go to the VS Code and select testimonial. I'm going to define the width and height of the testimonial. So the width is going to be 33 rem. As for the height, I'm going to set it to 100%. Next, I'm going to place the testimonials on different lines. For that, I'm going to select testimonials wrapper. Let's set width to 80%. Then I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex. And in order to place the flex items on different lines, we have to use flex wrap, and also I'm going to use justify content and set it to center. Okay, so now as you can see, the testimonials are aligned. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the testimonials wrapper. For that, I'm going to use padding. We need padding to be 10 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so everything looks pretty nice. Next, we have to go back to the testimonial, and I'm going to add here a couple of different styles. So we need margin in order to create space between the testimonials. Let's set it to 2 rem on all 4 sides. Then I'm going to set box shadow to 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA 130. Then we need 162. Next one will be 235, and as the opacity I'm going to use 0.4. So now the testimonials look much better. Next, I'm going to make them rounded. For that, we need border radius with the value 1 rem. And also, I'm going to create some space inside the testimonial using padding. Let's set it to 2 rem on all 4 sides. All right. Next, I'm going to take care of the testimonials top. I mean the image and the name. So first of all, I'm going to select wrapper, which is testimonials top. Actually, it is testimonial top and not testimonials top. So let's use flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to align items in the center. And also let's create space at the bottom using margin bottom 1.5 rem. All right. After that, I'm going to select span element. I mean the name of the client. So let's write this code after image. I'm going to select testimonial top followed by the span element. I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.8 rem. Then the text is going to be uppercase. So we need text transform uppercase. Then I'm going to set margin left to 2 rem. Next we need color, and it's going to be 5 F8 A8B. And finally we need letter spacing to be 0.1 rem. Okay, so the names look pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the div elements inside the testimonial body. I mean the wrapper of the stars. So let's select testimonials body followed by the div element. So I'm going to set margin to 1 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. So now we have some space. Next I'm going to take care of the stars. Let's select testimonials body followed by the div element, and then we need span. So I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem, and then change the color. I'm going to use here this green color. So the stars look pretty nice. And the only thing that I have to do is to take care of those paragraphs here. Let's start with the first paragraph. I'm going to select testimonials body followed by the P elements, and then we need nth child selector. We need here nth child selector. So you might think that I should write here 1, but if we take a look at the HTML file, you will see that paragraph is the second member of the div element. So instead of 1, we need here 2. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 RAM. Then we need font family. I'm going to set it to multi cursive. Let's move this line up. So next I'm going to set font weight to bold. And I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 092627. And finally, I'm going to use here margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, so let's check the results. So the first paragraph looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the second paragraph. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this code. Then change the nth child selector. It's going to be 3. So I'm going to get rid of font family. Then the font size is going to be 1.6 RAM. Then we need font weight to be 300. The color will be 4D6 C6D. And finally, we need margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, so that's it. The testimonials are styled and they look pretty nice. So with the testimonial section we are done. But before we finish the lecture, I'm going to do one more thing. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that we have here the footer. I'm in the footer that we created for the home page. So the only thing that I'm going to do is just to copy the HTML markup of the footer from the home page. Let's copy it and paste it in the client's page. So if I copy and paste here the footer and then check the browser, you will see that we have here the exact same footer that we had in the home page. So in the previous section we have created the client's page. It looks pretty nice and cool. And now it's time to move on and start to create our next page, which is going to be the products page. Let's go to the finished version of our project and go to the products page. So the products page consists of a couple of different parts. We will have here the header, which includes 2 headings. Then we have here this part, which includes 2 sides, left and right. On the left side we have some textual elements and the button, and on the right side you can see nice and cool images of the project. Then we have here a section which is something like promo section. We have here nice and cool hover effect, and down below you can see the footer which we have used in the previous pages. I'm in the home page and the client's page. So that's all about the products page. I think it looks pretty nice and cool and also modern. So it's time to start to build this page. I'm going to go to the VS Code and I'm going to create new page. I mean new HTML file, and I'm going to call it products.html. Also, let's create the CSS file and call it products.css. So I'm going to close those 2 files. Then actually we need clients, so let's open it. I'm going to copy the entire content and paste it in the products.html file. So we need to keep here those default HTML elements. We just need to change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be products. We need here products. Next, I'm going to leave here navigation. And I'm going to delete testimonial section. So let's delete testimonial section. And I think that's it. So the HTML file is ready. Let's look at the products page. So as you can see, we have here the navigation and the footer. I'm going to hide footer for a while in order to make our working process more convenient. We have different ways to hide the elements. In this case, I'm going to use attribute called hidden. So as you can see, the footer is hidden. Okay, so as I said, we're going to start to create products page, and the first thing that we have to do is to prepare the HTML markup as usual. So I'm going to insert here new comments for product section. Then I'm going to open section element with the class name products. Next we need div element, which is going to be the wrapper of the content. So I'm going to call it products wrapper. So as I said, the products page will include 3 different parts. The first one is going to be the header. So we need here products header. It will include 2 heading elements. The first one is going to be h1 heading elements. So I'm going to insert here themes and plugins. And then we need h3 heading element. And the text is going to be build the most popular themes and plugins in the world. Okay, so that's it about the header. Next we have to create the second part, and I'm gonna call it products content. So let's create div elements with the class name products content. I don't know if it is a good name, but anyway, I'm gonna call it. So inside the products content, we will have 2 sides. I mean the left side and the right side. So we need div elements, which is going to be products content left. And I'm going to create the right side as well. So we need here products content right. Okay, so let's take care of the left side. In the left side, we will have h1 heading element with the text build. Then I'm going to insert here paragraph with some lorem ipsum dummy text. And the number of words is going to be 30. And also we need button. The type is going to be, we need here type attribute, and it's going to be button. And also I'm going to add here class name, and the class will be products btn. As the text of the button, I'm going to write here learn about us. Okay, so that's it about the left side. Now let's take care of the right side. On the right side, we will have 5 different images. So we need here image tag. And then we have to specify the path of the file. First of all, we have to exit the current folder. Then we have to enter the images folder. And I'm going to select web 2 image 1. Let's duplicate this line of code 4 times because we will need 5 images. So the second image is going to be web 2 image 2. Then we will have web 2 image 3. Next one is going to be web 5 image 1 and web 5 image 2. Okay, so that's all about products contents. We have here all the images. Right now they are too much bigger, but we will take care of that. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to create the third part of this section. And the third part is going to be, as I said, products, promo. So we will have here two parts. The first part is going to be shapes. I mean, those shapes here. We have here circle, two circles, and the rectangle. So I'm going to insert here div element, and it's going to be products, promo, shapes. So we will have here promo rectangle. Then I'm going to create small circle, and then we need large circle. Okay, after that I'm going to insert another div element, and it's going to be promo content. So inside the promo content we need h1 heading element. The text is going to be 100,000. We need here 100,000 plus clients are already building awesome and modern websites with code and create. And then we need join the most empowered community. Okay, that's it about the heading element. Next we need here button. The type is going to be button. As for the text, we need here sign up today. Besides button, I'm going to insert here paragraph. With the text, we offer a 30-day money back guarantee. So join us. Okay, and finally, I'm going to insert here div elements, and it's going to be promo shadow. We will create this nice and cool shadow effect. So that's why we created this div element here. Okay, so I think that's it. All the elements are created and the HTML markup is ready. And now it's time to style those elements. Actually, before we start to styling this section, I'm going to change something in the HTML file. I have added here 5 different images, but actually we need only 3 of them, the first 3 images. So it was my mistake and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to delete those 2 images because we don't need them. And then I'm going to take care of the CSS. So as you remember, we have created new CSS file in the previous lecture. It is called product CSS. So I'm going to open it. Let's move this file on the right side. Then I'm going to close clients.css file. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to add here comments for products. Then I'm going to select the section element. It is products. And first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100% as well. And also I'm going to create space at the top of the section using margin top 30 RAM. Okay, so the width and height are applied to the section, and also we have here the space between the navigation and this section. Also, the scroll bar is displayed. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that we have here scroll bar with a different background color. So I'm going to change it. Let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to open style.css file. So we need to grab this entire code and paste it here. Then I'm going to delete this code. We don't need it. And also we need to delete scroll bar track. Next, let's change the colors here. So the first color is going to be 1D4 FB3. That's for the second color. I'm going to use here 538 CFD. So as you can see, the background color of the scroll bar is changed and it looks pretty nice, and it is appropriate to the colors of this page. So next I'm going to take care of the products wrapper. Let's select this element. The width and height, both of them are going to be 100%. Then I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements. So we need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we're going to align the elements vertically. So we need flex direction to be column. And also I'm going to align items in the center horizontally. Okay, so as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. Let's select products header. We need to align text in the center using text align center. So the text of the heading is placed in the center. Next, we have to take care of the headings. I'm going to start with the first heading, which is H1. So we need the product header followed by the H1 heading element. First of all, I'm going to define the font family. It's going to be, oops, we don't need here the quotes. So we need font family, and it's going to be Mulli cursive. Then I'm going to change the font size. The font size is going to be 6 RAM. Also, we need here letter spacing in order to create space between the letters. So it's going to be 0.2 RAM. And finally, I'm going to change the color of the heading. The color will be 263B53. Okay, so the first heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the second heading, which is H3. So let's select product header followed by the H3 heading element. First of all, I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 3 RAM. Then we need font weight. I'm going to make it 300. Also change the color. The color will be 567599. And then create margin. I'm in the space. So the margin is going to be 2 RAM at the top, then 0 on the right side, then 15 RAM at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. Okay, so here we have the header. Both headings look pretty nice. And now we have to take care of the product's content. I mean this part here. As I said, and as you see, the images are bigger, so I'm going to change the size of the images, and then we will style the rest of the elements. So I'm going to select products content, right. Then we need here image with nth child selector. and I'm going to select the first image. So we need to define the width. It's going to be 35 rem. Then let's duplicate this code twice. Change the numbers of nth child selectors. We need 2 and 3. So the second image will have width equal to 20 rem. As for the third image, it's going to be 30 rem. So now the images became smaller and we can style the rest of the elements. I'm going to select wrapper, which is product content. So first of all, I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 8%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 90 rem. Then in order to make this element visible, we need to add box shadow with the value 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the color is going to be RGBA value. So the first value is going to be 130, then we will have 162, then we need 235, and finally the opacity is going to be 0.4. So now as you can see, the element, the product's content, the wrapper element is visible. Next, I'm going to add here padding in order to create some space inside the element. So the padding is going to be 5 rem on all 4 sides. And also, let's make the corners of the element rounded using border radius. And the value is going to be 1 rem. Okay, so we have here padding and also the corners are rounded. Next, I'm going to align elements inside the product's content using CSS flexbox. So I'm going to add here display flex, and also we need to align items in the center. So actually we have here a little problem. This part should be placed outside of the product's content. That might be the problem. By mistake, I have added promo content inside the product's content. So let's cut this code and add it outside of the developments. So now the problem should be fixed. Well, we have here the same problem. Let's find product's content. So this is the closing div tag of the product's content. Therefore, as I said, we have to grab the code of the promo content and paste it outside of the product's content. So now the problem should be fixed for sure. And yes. So as you can see, the content of the promo content is placed outside of the product's content. Okay, now once this problem is fixed, we have to customize the elements inside the product's content. We have to start with product's content left. Let's define the width is going to be 40% of the product's content. As for the height, I'm going to make it 100%. And then I'm going to create padding. Some space inside the element. The padding will be 15 rem at the top and bottom and 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, next we have to align the elements using flexbox. I'm going to use display flex. Then we have to place the flex items vertically in a column. Therefore, we have to change the direction. It's going to be column, and also I'm going to create space between the flex items using justify content space evenly. It will add even space between the flex items. So as you can see, the elements on the left side are aligned. Next, we have to customize each of the elements. We have to start with the heading. So I'm going to select H1 heading element. We need products content left, followed by the H1 heading element. So first of all, let's change the font family. It's going to be croissant 1 cursive. Then we have to change the font size. It will be 10 RAM. So here we have the heading. If I take a look at the finished project and look at the heading, you will see that the heading has linear gradient effect. We have here blue color, and as you can see, the color has linear gradient effect. So let's go to the VS Code and set background to linear gradient. We need to change the direction of the color transition. It's going to be to right. Then the first color will be 357 3F0. As for the second color, it's going to be 225 0A9. And also I'm going to add here 80% in order to change the color transition. Next, we have to use the following property. It is called WebKit background clip, and it should be set to text. And finally, we need color transparent. So now the heading should have linear gradient effect. So we have here, I think it's kind of different from the finished project. Let's check the colors. So we need 3, 5, 7 and not 3. It should be 7. 3F0 and then 2250A9. Okay, let's check. So now we have here the exact same background color, I mean the linear gradient effect that we have in the finished project. Okay, so that's it about the heading. Next we have to take care of the paragraph. I'm going to select products, content left, followed by the P element. First of all, let's change the font family. I'm going to use here font called Multipage. Then the font size will be 1.6 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the color of the text. The color will be 537983. Then I'm going to decrease space between the heading and the paragraph using margin top. In this case, we need a negative value, -5 RAM. So as you can see, the paragraph is tiled. Actually, I'm going to change the line height. It's going to be 2.5 RAM. So now we have here a bit better effect. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Next, I'm going to take care of the bottom. So let's go ahead and select products, content left, followed by the bottom element. The width of the bottom is going to be 50% of the left side. Then the height will be 6 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the background and I'm going to use linear gradient. The linear gradient will be the same that we used for the heading. So I'm going to copy the value. So as you can see, we have here the same linear gradient effect. Next, we have to get rid of default border of the button. Let's set border to none and also make the corners rounded using border radius. The value is going to be 5 RAM. So now the button looks pretty nice. We have to take care of the font. Let's set the font size to 1.6 RAM. Then we have to transform text into uppercase. Also, let's set the color to white. Then we need letter spacing. The space between the letters will be 0.2 RAM. And finally, let's set cursor to pointer. Okay, so as you can see, the button looks pretty nice. And actually, with the left side, we are done. Everything looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the right side. So I'm going to select the right side, I mean element with the class name products content right. Let's define the width. It's going to be 60% of the parent element. Then I'm going to select image. Let's use this selector here. We are going to add here some common styles. The first one is going to be position. I'm going to set position to absolute. And then we need position relative for the parent elements. I mean the product's content, because we're going to align images according to the product's content element. So I'm going to add here position relative. Then I'm going to make the corners of the images rounded using border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. And also we need box shadow for all images with the values 0, 2 rem, 8 rem, and the color will be black. As for the opacity, I'm going to make it 0.5. Okay, so here we have the images with box shadow. Next, we have to position the images. For that, let's add some styles to the individual images. So I'm going to add here height. It's going to be 70 rem. Then in order to maintain the quality of the image and in order to avoid shrinking it, I'm going to use object fit cover. We need here cover and not contain. Okay, next we have to take care of the positions. So the top position is going to be 50%. Then we need right position. I'm going to set it to 15%. Oops. And next we need to center the image vertically inside the product's content element. So for that we have to use transform with translate y function, and the value is going to be minus 50%. So as you can see, the first image is aligned and it is placed in the center of the elements. I mean center vertically. Next we have to take care of the second image. I'm going to add here top position. It's going to be 20%. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 33%. So the second image is aligned. And now we have to take care of the third image. The top position, actually we don't need here top position. We need bottom position. The bottom position is going to be 20%. And then we need right position. I'm going to set it to 3%. Okay, so that's it. Images are aligned, and actually with the product's content element we are done. And now we have to take care of the second part, which is product's promo. All the elements are created and prepared, and we have to style them. Once again, let's take a look at the finished project. So we're going to customize this section here, and we have to create this nice and cool hover effect. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code and select product's promo. I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, it's going to be 150 viewport height. I mean 150% of the viewport. Let's check the browser. So, as you can see, the height is not applied to the product's promo element. So we might have some mistake in the HTML file. So here we have products promo. Oops. So products promo should include the content of this section. So actually, let's check this closing div tag. Okay, so we have some mistakes here. We have to cut this code from here because it is not a part of the product's content. Let's paste it here. And also we have to include promo content in the product's promo. So we have to include this element here. Okay, so now I think and I hope that everything is correct. And the code should work. Okay, so here we have the height, which is equal to 150% of the viewport, and also the width is applied 100%. Okay, after that I'm going to take care of the shapes. I mean those three shapes here. I'm going to start with the promo rectangle. Let's go ahead and select these elements. First of all, we need to define the width and height. Both of them will be 60 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Actually, I'm going to use linear gradient. So I'm going to define the direction of the color transition, and I'm going to set it to 135 degrees. In this case, the direction will be diagonally. So the first color is going to be 184FBB. As for the second color, I'm going to make it transparent. And also I'm going to define the percentage value. It's going to be 8%. So here we have the rectangle and the linear gradient background. Next, I'm going to take care of the position of this element. So the position is going to be absolute. And in order to position this element according to the parent elements, which is products promo, I'm going to use position relative. Next, let's define left and top positions. I'm going to start with the top position. It's going to be 25%. And then the left position will be 10%. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the rectangle is positioned. Next, I'm going to make it rounded, because if we take a look at the finished project, you will see that it is rounded. So I'm going to use border radius with the value 10 rem. So as you can see, the corners of the rectangle are rounded. Next, I'm going to rotate this element. So for that, we need transform rotate z function. I mean, we need to rotate the element by z direction. And as the value, I'm going to insert here 45 degrees. So as you can see, the rectangle is rotated. And finally, I'm going to decrease the opacity of the rectangle. Let's make it 0.2. Okay, so that's it about the promo rectangle. Next, I'm going to take care of the circle. I mean the small one. So let's go ahead and select small circle and define width and height. The width is going to be 4 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 4 rem as well. Then we need background color, which is going to be FFAD00. Then we need to make the element rounded using border radius with value 50%. Let's check the browser. So here we have this circle. After that, I'm going to take care of the position. Let's set its position to absolute. Then we need the position to be 20%. As for the right position, I'm going to make it 40%. So as you can see, the circle is positioned. And the last thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the opacity slightly. So let's set opacity to 0.7. Okay, so that's it about the small circle. Next, we have to take care of the large circle. So let's go ahead and actually, I'm going to duplicate this code. Change the class name. We need here a large circle. The width and height will be 50 rem. Then we have to change the background color. I'm going to use color 34 DC. Then 87. It is a green color. Then we need border radius 50%. Also position absolute. Next we need bottom position, and it's going to be 25%. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 12%. Let's get rid of opacity. we don't need it in case of the large circle. Okay, so here we have the large green circle and all the shapes are ready. Next we have to take care of the promo content. I mean this element here. So let's select promo content. I'm going to set width to 60%. Then the height will be 45 rem. And also I'm going to change the background using linear gradient. Let's use linear gradient function. First of all, let's define the direction of the color transition. In this case, I'm going to use to right. Then the first color will be 184 FBB. As for the second color, I'm going to use 13036D. So here we have the promo content. I'm going to place it here in the center. So for that, we need to change the position. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then in order to center the element perfectly, we need the same technique. I mean, we need to use top, left, and transform properties. So I'm going to set top position to 50%. Then the left position will be 50%. And also we need transform with translate function. And the values will be minus 50% and again minus 50%. So now in this case, the element is perfectly centered inside this section. Next, I'm going to make the box slightly rounded. For that, we need border radius with the value 1.5 rem. Also, I'm going to create some space inside the box, but we need space on the left and right sides only. So we need padding with the value 0 and 5 rem. Okay. After that, I'm going to align the content of the promo content. I mean this element. So in order to align the elements, I'm going to use CSS flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we are going to place the flex items vertically. Therefore, we have to change the direction and it's going to be column. Then I'm going to center the content in both directions, I mean horizontally and vertically, and for that we need justify content center and also align items center. Let's check the browser. So as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so everything is ready. Next we have to customize each element here inside the promo content. I'm going to start with the heading. Let's select promo content followed by the H1 heading element. I'm going to set the font family to Mulli cursive. Then the font size is going to be 4 rem. Also, I'm going to increase the space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. I'm going to capitalize the text. Therefore, we have to use text transform with the value capitalize. And finally, change the color, make it white. Okay, so the heading is customized, but as you can see, we have to align the text in the center. And for that, I'm going to add here text align center. So now the text is placed in the center. All right. That's all about the heading. Next, we have to take care of the button. So let's go ahead and select promo contents, followed by the button element. First of all, let's define width and height. The width is going to be 25 rem. Then we need height, which is going to be 6 rem. Also, let's change the background color. I'm going to use 34 DC. I mean this color here, which we used in case of the large circle. Okay, let's check the browser. So here we have the button. Actually, we need some space between those 3 elements. So I'm going to create that space using margin Let's set margin to 7 rem at the top, then 0 on the right side, 5 rem at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. So now we have space, and next we have to get rid of default border, and also we have to make the button rounded. We need border none, and then border radius with the value 5 rem. So the button looks nice, but we have to take care of the font. Let's change the font size. It's going to be 2 rem. Then we need font weight to be bold. Also, I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Then change the color, make it white. And finally, we need some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem, and also change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so that's it about the button. It looks pretty nice. And finally, we have to take care of the paragraph. So let's go ahead and select promo content P. Let's set the font size to 2.5 rem. Then the font weight is going to be 300. Also, we need color to be white. Then I'm going to capitalize the text. So we need text transform with the value capitalize. And finally, create space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Okay, so the paragraph looks pretty nice as well. And actually, all 3 elements inside the promo content are customized. Next, we have to create the shadow. I mean, this shadow here. So, as you remember, we have created an empty element called promo shadow. So I'm going to select this element. Oops, we need promo shadow. Let's set width and height. The width is going to be 90%. Then the height will be 10 rem. Let's change the background color. I'm going to use color 052B5C. So here we have the shadow. Next we have to take care of its position. So let's set position to absolute. Then we need bottom position to be minus 20%. So the position of the shadow is changed. Next we have to make it rounded using border radius. Let's set it to 10 rem. Then I'm going to rotate the elements using transform rotate x function, and the value is going to be 20 degrees. So the element is slightly rotated. Next we have to create the blur effect. So for that we need filter with blur function, and the value is going to be 3 rem. So the element is blurred, and now we have to decrease slightly the opacity. Let's set opacity to 0.7. Okay, so the shadow is almost ready. Next we have to create the 3D environment, and the effect of the shadow will be much more cooler. So I'm going to go back to the VS Code. In order to create the 3D environment, we have to use property called perspective, and I'm going to add it to the wrapper, which is product promo. Let's set perspective to 50 rem. Then in order to apply this property to the shadow, we have to add another property to the parent of the promo shadow element. In this case, the parent is promo content, and we have to add here transform style with the value preserve 3D. So now, as you can see, we have here much better and cool result. Okay, now it's time to create the hover effect. On hover, I'm going to move the promo content close to the user. I mean, this effect here, it comes closer to the user. And we have to do that using transform property. So first of all, I'm going to add here hover to the promo contents. Then we need transform. If I use here only translate the function, then we will overwrite this code here. So we need to grab this function and add it here. And we have to add here translate the function with value 10 RAM. So now the hover effect works fine. As you guessed, we have to make this effect smoother, and for that we need transition with values all and 0.5 seconds. So now we have nice and cool hover effect. Next we need to change the background of the product promo, and also we need to move those shapes as well. In order to do that, I'm going to use JavaScript. You may think that we can do that using CSS, but once we select this element, we need to change the style of the parent element, which is product promo. We cannot do that using CSS, so that's why I'm going to use JavaScript. Actually, let's create new JavaScript file inside the JS folder. I'm going to call it products.js. Then we need to link this element to the HTML file. So let's duplicate this code here and change the name of the file. It's going to be products.js. So I'm going to move this file here. First of all, we need to select two different elements. The first one is the wrapper. Let's create a new variable and call it products promo. I'm going to select this element using query selector method. Let's specify here the class name. It is products promo. Let's duplicate this line. So the second variable is going to be promo content. Let's change the class name. We need here promo content. After that, I'm going to add an event listener to the promo content. Oops. We don't need dots. We need promo content. Actually, we need here content. So as I said, I'm going to add to these elements add event listener, and the event is going to be mouse over. It is the same thing as the hover effect. So next we have to pass here a callback function, which will be executed once we hover over the elements, I mean the promo content. So I'm going to add here new class to the products promo element. Then we will use this new class in the CSS file and we will define the new styles. So I'm going to add here products promo class list property and then add method. I'm going to call the class name animate. So we have to add class to the products promo on hover. But once we mouse out, then we have to remove this class name from the products promo element. Therefore, I'm going to duplicate this code here. On mouse out event, we have to remove class animate from products promo. Okay, so that's it about JavaScript. Next, we have to go back to the CSS file and find products promo. I'm going to select this element using class animate. So we need animate, followed by products products promo, and we have to change the background color. I'm going to use RGBA value, and it's going to be 10, 59, then 156, and the opacity will be 0.7. And also use transition for smoother effect. We need here all 0.3 seconds. So if I hover over the promo content, then the background will be changed. So everything works fine. Next, we have to take care of the shapes. I'm going to select promo rectangle with animate class. So we need animate, followed by the promo rectangle. And on hover, I'm going to increase the opacity of the elements. Let's set it to 0.8. And also we need to increase the size of the rectangle using scale function. But besides the scale function, we have to add here rotate z function as well in order to avoid overwriting the code. So I'm going to grab this code from here. And also add here scale function. I'm going to increase the scale of the rectangle. Let's make it 1.4. And also we need transition. It's going to be all 0.3 seconds. Okay, so let's hover over the promo content. As you can see, the scale of the rectangle increases on hover, and also the opacity of the element increases as well. All right, let's move on to the next shapes. I mean, we have to take care of the small circle. Let's select it using class animate. So in case of the small circle, I'm going to increase the opacity to 1. And also I'm going to increase the scale. Let's make it 1.4 as well. Let's add here transition, all 0.3 seconds. So as you can see, we have nice and cool effect with the small circle as well. Next we have to take care of the third shape, which is this large circle here. Let's select large circle with class animate. In case of the large circle, we just need to increase the scale. So let's set it to 1.4. And also add here transition, all 0.3 seconds. Alright, so everything looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do is to take care of the shadow. We have to change the shadow on hover as well. So let's find the shadow and then select it with class animate. So on hover, I'm going to increase the height. It's going to be 13 rem. Then I'm going to change the bottom position and let's set it to -15%. Then I'm going to change also blur effect. We need here 2.5 rem. And finally, let's change the opacity, make it 0.9. I'm going to add here transition, all 0.3 seconds. So if I hover over the promo content, then the shadow will change. And actually we have here nice and cool effect. Okay, so with products promo section, we are done. The only thing that we have to do in case of the products page is to add here the footer. I mean the footer that we added to the client's page. So as you remember, in order to do that, we just need to copy footer from here and paste it. Actually, we already have here footer, so we did not need to copy and paste. We just need to get rid of this attribute from here. I just forgot that we already have here footer. So now everything should work fine. And we can say that with the products page we are done. Everything looks and works fine. So in the previous lecture we have finished working on the products page. It looks pretty nice and cool. And now we have to move on and start to take care of the next page, which is contact page. Let's take a look at the finished project. So here we have the contact page. It consists of a header where we have two different headings. And also you can see here two different parts. On the left side, you can see a couple of different input fields. We can contact the support team. As for the right side, you can see here a technical support. We can chat with support, and also you can see here a couple of different options. Also we have here nice and cool circle behind the support team section. Okay, so that's it about the contact section. Let's go to the VS Code and organize the working files for a new page. I'm going to close those files. Then I'm going to create new file in the HTML folder. It's going to be contact.html. And also I'm going to create contact.css file. Next, I'm going to move this file here on the left side. Then let's copy the entire contents in the products.html file and paste it here. Then I'm going to close this file. So we need to change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be contact.css. Then we have to remove product section. I mean this section here. Let's get rid of it. Also, I'm going to hide the footer for a while and get rid of this link from here. Okay, so everything is ready. Let's go to the contact page. Here we have the empty page with just the navigation. So in this lecture, I'm going to create the HTML markup for the contact section. Let's insert here comments for contact. Then I'm going to open section elements with the class name contact. Inside this section element, we need div, which will be contact wrapper. It will wrap the entire content of the section. Next, I'm going to insert here an empty div element, which will be contact circle. I mean this circle here. After that, we need to create the header. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name contact header, in which I'm going to insert two different headings. The first one will be h1 heading element with the text contact us. As for the second heading, it's going to be h3 heading element, and I'm going to insert here, if you have any questions, please feel free and get in touch. Okay, that's it about the header. Next, we need to insert here div tag, which will be contact content. So inside that element, we will have two parts. I mean contact form wrapper and contact support wrapper. I mean those two parts here. So let's open div tag, which is going to be contact form wrapper. I'm going to insert here a Google material symbol. So let's go to the browser and search for Google material symbols. So I'm going to search for icon called group. So here we have it. Actually, I'm going to select rounded. Let's copy the span element from here and paste it here. I'm going to check if the icon is displayed. So as you can see, we have here icon. Okay, next we need h4 heading element, and it's going to be contact the support team. After that, I'm going to insert here paragraph with the text: if you have any questions, send us an email. After the paragraph, I'm going to open form elements. And inside the form elements, we will have a couple of different inputs. So I'm going to open input tag with the type text, and also we need here a placeholder attribute with the text name. I'm going to duplicate this code twice. So the next input will be for email. We need to change the type. And also the placeholder attribute, it's going to be email address. As for the third input element, I'm going to leave here type text. As for the placeholder attribute, I'm going to insert here subject. Then after input elements, we need the text area. It will have placeholder attribute, and the text is going to be your message. And then finally we need here button with type button, and as the text of the button I'm going to insert here submit message. Okay, so that's it about the contact form wrapper. Next I'm going to create the second part, which is going to be contact support wrapper. I'm going to insert here again Google material symbol. Let's go to the website and search for icon called construction. Well, we need to grab this icon. Let's copy the span element and close this tab. Let's insert here span element and then check the browser. So here we have the second icon. After span element, I'm going to insert here h4 heading with the text technical support. Then we will have here paragraph with the text: if you need help, you can chat directly with our support team. After that, I'm going to insert here button with type button, and also I'm going to add here class name. It's going to be chat-btn. As for the text, I'm going to insert here chat with support. Next, I'm going to insert here div tag, which will be support list. And I'm going to insert here a couple of different buttons. So let's open button tag with the type button. And also I'm going to add here class name. It's going to be support list btn. So the first btn, the first button will be for ask the community. We will have 4 different buttons, so I'm going to duplicate it 3 times, and then I'm going to change the content of each button. The second one is browse documentation. Then we have here join the Facebook group. And finally we need here explore the blog. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup of our contact section. I hope that everything is correct. We will see that when we start to style this section. So we have here all the elements, and now, as I said, we have to style this section. Once again, let's take a look at the finished project. So that's the way how the contact page looks. We have here header and 2 different parts. We're going to customize all the elements. So let's go to the VS Code and insert new comments in the CSS file. It's going to be contact. Then I'm going to select section element, which has class name contact, and I'm going to define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 150 viewport height. 150% of the viewport, and also I'm going to create some space at the top side using margin top 30 rem. Okay, so as you can see, these tiles are applied. Actually, we're going to change the scroll bar. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that we have here a blue scroll bar. So I'm going to copy the code from products file. We need this code. I'm gonna grab it and paste it here at the top. So now, as you can see, the scroll bar is changed. Okay, next I'm going to take care of the contact wrapper. So I'm going to define width and height. Both of them will be 100%. And also I'm going to align the content using flexbox. We need display flex. We have to change the direction because we're going to align flex items vertically. So we need here direction to be column. And also I'm going to align items in the center. Okay. So as you can see, the content of the contact section is aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the circle. I'm in this circle here. So let's go ahead and select contact circle. I'm going to define width and height. Let's set width to 90 rem. Then the height is going to be 90 rem as well. We're going to make this element rounded, so we need border radius with the value of 50%. Next, I'm going to change the background. I'm going to use linear gradient. So first of all, let's define the direction. It's going to be to right. As for the colors, the first one will be 65 B1 FF. As for the second color, I'm going to make it transparent. And also we need here the percentage value. Transparent will be 30%. Okay, so here we have the circle with a linear gradient effect. I'm going to change the position of the element. Let's set position to absolute. Then we need position relative for the parent element, which is contact wrapper. We're going to position the element according to the parent element. I mean according to the contact wrapper, so we need here position relative. Next, I'm going to define the button position, and it's going to be 12%. As for the left position, I'm going to set it to 20%. And finally, I'm going to decrease the opacity of the circle. Let's make it 0.2. Okay, so the circle is positioned nicely. Next, I'm going to take care of the headings. So let's go ahead and select contact header. I'm going to align text in the center using text align center. So as you can see, the text is placed in the center of both headings. I'm going to start styling the first heading. So let's go ahead and select contact header H1. Let's change the font family. It's going to be Multi cursive. Then I'm going to define font size. Let's set it to 6 rem. Also, we need letter spacing. I'm gonna make space between the letters 0.2 rem, and also change the color of the heading, and it's going to be to 63B53. Okay, so as you can see, the first heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the second heading. Let's select contact header followed by the H3 heading element. Let's increase the font size. It's going to be 3 rem. Then I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to 300. Also, I'm going to change the color of the heading, and it's going to be 567,599. Then we need to create some space at the top side and also at the bottom side. So I'm going to use margin, and it's going to be 2 rem at the top side and 0 on the right side, 15 rem at the bottom side, and then 0 on the left side. Okay. So here we have the second heading, and both of them look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the contact content. I mean this part here. So let's go ahead and select contact content. I'm going to place both parts of the contact content side by side horizontally, and for that I'm going to use flexbox. So as you can see, both sides are placed horizontally. Next, I'm going to select the first part, which is contact form wrapper. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 45 rem. Then we need height. It's going to be 78 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white. And in order to make the element clearly visible, let's define the box shadow. We need here 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the RGBA color. The values will be 130, 162, then 225, and the opacity is going to be 0.4. Okay, so here we have the first part, the left side of the contact content. Actually, we need to place the circle behind these elements. So for that, I'm going to use the index property. Let's set the index to 10 and then check the browser. So now as you can see, the circle ended up behind the element. Next, I'm going to create some space inside the box using padding. So the padding will be 4 rem at the top and bottom sides, and then 2 rem on the left and right sides. Alright, after that, I'm going to make the corners of the box rounded. For that, we need border radius, 1 rem. Then I'm going to create space on the left and right sides of the element using margin. We need here 0 and 3 rem. And also I'm going to align text in the center. Okay, so that's it about the wrapper. Actually, as you can see, we have here a tiny problem. The navigation is ending up behind this element, so I'm going to fix that problem. let's open style.css file and find the navigation navbar. So we have here the index property, and I'm going to increase the value. Let's set it to 100. Now we have here the same problem. Let's set the index to 1000. Well, now the problem is fixed. Okay, let's move on and continue styling the contact section. Right now, I'm going to take care of the icon, which is a material symbol of Google. So let's go ahead and select contact form wrapper, followed by the span element. Then increase the font size. It's going to be 8 RAM. And also I'm going to change the color of the icon, and I'm going to set it to 8 F4 2 EC. So as you can see, the icon looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the heading. Let's select contact form wrapper, followed by the H4 heading element. I'm going to set the font family to Multipage cursive. Then I'm going to set the font size to 1.6 RAM. Then we need font weight, it's going to be 300. Then I'm going to transform text into uppercase. Next, let's change the color of the text. I'm going to use the same color here, so let's grab it from here and add here a pound sign. Then I'm going to increase space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.01 RAM. And finally, I'm going to create some space using margin. We need margin 3 RAM at the top side. Then we have 0 on the right side, 1 RAM at the bottom side, and 0 on the left side. So here we have the heading. It looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the paragraph here. So I'm going to select contact form wrapper P. First of all, let's define font size. It's going to be 1.8 RAM. Then I'm going to change the color. Let's make it 5, 6, 4, 6D. Change the font weight. Let's move this line up. Then we need margin at the bottom side. Let's set it to 7 RAM. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. I mean, the top side of the wrapper looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the form. I mean, those input fields. So let's go ahead and select contact form wrapper, followed by the form elements. And I'm going to use flexbox in order to align the input fields. So we need display flex. And then in order to place the input elements vertically in a column, we have to change the direction of the flexbox, and we have to set it to column. So as you can see, the input fields are placed in a column vertically. Next, I'm going to customize them. So I'm going to select contact form wrapper, followed by the input tag, and then we need to select the text area as well. So first of all, let's define a width. It's going to be 100%. Then I'm going to change space. Then I'm going to create some space between the inputs. Let's set margin to 2 RAM and then 0. Change the background color of the inputs and set it to F0, F2, F4. Let's check the browser. Okay, next I'm going to increase the space inside the inputs. So for that I'm going to use padding. It's going to be 1 RAM on all sides except the left side. It's going to be 2 RAM. I mean 2 RAM on the left side. So as you can see, we have space inside the inputs. Next, I'm going to get rid of this default border. So let's set border to none. Also, I'm going to make the corners a little bit rounded using border radius with the value 0.5 RAM. Then let's set font size to 1.5 RAM and also change the font weight. I'm going to make it 300. Okay, so as you can see, the input fields look pretty nice. Next, we have to define the height separately for inputs and for the text area, because we need different heights for those elements. Let's select contact form wrapper, then input, and set height to 5 RAM. Then I'm going to duplicate this code and change input to text area. We need height to be 10 RAM. And also I'm going to add here one more property. It is called resize, and I'm going to make it none. So we no longer can resize the text area. Okay, so I think those input fields look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the placeholder attributes. I'm going to change the color of the placeholder attribute for inputs and for the text area as well. So I'm going to grab this selector from here. And then paste it. Oops. Let's copy and paste. I'm going to add here placeholder pseudo class, I mean pseudo element. Then I'm going to add here color property, and the color is going to be 0D335F. Okay, so as you can see, the placeholder attributes have changed their colors and they look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the button. So let's go ahead and select contact form wrapper, followed by the button element. So I'm going to change the height. It's going to be 5 RAM. Then I'm going to change the background using linear gradient. So the direction is going to be to right. Then we have to insert here 2 different colors. The first one will be AC for 0 EC. As for the second color, I'm going to make it 85 D. Actually, no, 85 2 B EA. So the color has changed. I mean the background color. It is now linear gradient. I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none and also make the button rounded using border radius. It's going to be 5 RAM. Now we have here much better result. I'm going to change the font. I mean, I'm going to customize the font and not change. So let's set the font size to 1.4 RAM. Then the font weight is going to be bold. Oops. Next, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Also increase the space between letters, make it 0.1 RAM. Change the color, it's going to be white. And finally, we need cursor point. Okay, so that's it about the first part of contact content. Next, we have to take care of the second part. Let's go ahead and select contact support wrapper. I'm going to define width and height. So the width is going, so we need here width. Width is going to be 45 RAM. Then we need height. I'm going to make it 67 RAM. Then change the background color, make it white. And also we need box shadow in order to make the element visible. So the box shadow will be 0, 1 RAM, 10 RAM,
And as the color, I'm going to insert here this color here. So here we have the second part. I'm going to add here border radius. It's going to be 1 rem. Then we need margin. On the left and right side, it's going to be 3 rem. And also, let's align text in the center. Okay. After that, I'm going to take care of the icon. Let's select contact support wrapper, followed by the span element. We need here font size, it's going to be 8 rem. Then I'm going to add here color. The color will be 6797 FF. Actually, we have here some problem. We need here contact support wrapper. So now the problem is fixed. Actually, I think that we are missing here something because we don't have space here. So we need space, and we had to make it using padding. We are missing here padding with the values 4 rem and then 2 rem. Now the problem should be fixed. Yes. Now we have here the same result. I'm going to take care of the heading. So let's go ahead and select contact support wrapper, followed by the H4 heading element. I'm going to set the font family to Multi cursive. Then the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. Also, I'm going to change the font weight. It's going to be 300. Then I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Also, let's change the color. I'm going to make it 6797 FF. Let's check the browser. So the heading looks nice. Next, I'm going to increase the space between the letters. Let's make it 0.1 rem, and also we need space using margin. So the margin will be 3 rem at the top side, 0 on the right side, 1 rem at the bottom side, and then 0 on the left side. Okay, so the heading looks pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the paragraph. Let's go ahead and select contact support wrapper, followed by the P element. The font size will be 1.8 rem. Then we will have here font weight. It's going to be 300. Let's change the color. I'm going to make it 5C6 460. And then we need margin at the bottom side. Let's set it to 4 rem. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Next, we have to take care of the chat BTN. I mean this button here. So let's go ahead and select chat BTN. I'm going to set the width to 100%. Then the height will be 5 rem. I'm going to change the background. Let's use again linear gradient. So the direction will be to right. As for the colors, I'm going to use 65 B1 FF. As for the second color, it's going to be 4F 8 AFF. Let's check the button. So here we have the button. I'm going to get rid of default border. Also, we need here border radius with value 5 rem. Let's check the button. So it looks pretty nice. Let's take care of the fonts. I'm going to set the font size to 1.4 rem. Then it's going to be bold. Also, I'm going to make it uppercase. Then I'm going to increase the space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. Change the color, make it white. So as you can see, the button looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do is to increase the space at the bottom, and also we have to make the cursor pointer. So let's set margin bottom 5 rem and then cursor pointer. Oops. Okay. Actually, yes. Cursor. Well, we have here a tiny issue. I think that we need the z-index property for this part as well, because as I guess the circle is overlapping this part, so I'm going to add here, not here, but here, z-index with the value 10. Now let's check. As you can see, the problem is fixed. All right. Next, we have to take care of those buttons here. We're going to style them this way. So let's go ahead and select wrapper, which has class name support list. I'm going to use display flex because we're going to align those buttons using flexbox. I'm going to align them vertically in the column, so we need flex direction to be column. All right, now we're going to customize them. Let's go ahead and select support list followed by the button element. Let's set the height, make it 4.5 rem. Also, we need space between those buttons, so we need margin to be 1 rem at the top and bottom sides and 0 on the left and right sides. Also change the background color and use here color F2, F4, F5. Let's look at the results. Next, I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set border to none. Also, we need border radius to make the corners rounded. The border radius will be 4 rem. Then I'm going to take care of the fonts. Let's set font size to 1.4 rem. I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then the color will be 4F, A, not A but 8, A, FF. Then we need letter spacing. Let's set it to 0.1 rem. And finally we need cursor pointer. Okay, so as you can see, everything looks pretty nice, and actually with this page we are almost done. The only thing that we have to do is to add here the footer. For that we just need to get rid of the attributes that we added here. I mean the attribute hidden. Let's remove it. So here we have the footer, and actually with the contact page we are done. So in the previous lecture we have finished working on the contact page. As you can see, it looks pretty nice, and now we have to move on and start to work on the next page, which is account page. Let's take a look at the finished project. So here we have the account page. As you can see, it consists of header, and we have here the input fields, I mean the form, with icon and also with submit button. Down below you can see another button, and also we can see here the circle, which is nice and cool background of the form. Down below you can see the standard footer. Okay, so that's it about the account page. Let's go to the VS Code, and I'm going to organize the working files. So we need to create new HTML file in the HTML folder. account.html. Then I'm going to create new CSS file in the CSS folder. Then let's go to the contact.html file and copy the entire code. I'm going to paste it here. Let's close this file. So I'm going to make here some changes. We need to change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be account.css. And also I'm going to get rid of the contact section. Also, we need to hide the footer. Let's make it hidden. Okay, so I think I'm going to move this file on the right side. Let's check the browser. Go to the account page. So here we have the account page, which right now is empty. We just have here the navigation. I'm going to create the HTML markup. So let's insert here new comments for account. I'm going to open section tag with the class name account. Next we need div elements, which will be account wrapper. So the first thing that I'm going to insert here is account circle. I'm in the background of the form. Next, I'm going to insert here header. It will consist of two heading elements. The first one will be h1 heading with the text member space. As for the second heading, I mean the h3 heading element, we need here manage your account, download products, and chat with us. Also, we need here 24/7. Okay, so that's it about the account header. Next, I'm going to open another div element with the class name account form wrapper. So the first thing that I'm going to insert here will be span elements. I mean the Google material symbol. Let's go to the browser and then visit the website. So I'm going to search for icon called person check. Actually, that's the icon. So I'm going to select rounded, then grab the span element and paste it here. I'm going to check the browser if the icon is displayed. So we have here the icon. Next, I'm going to add here form elements in which we will have div with the class name account inputs, and I'm going to insert here input tag with the type text and with the placeholder attribute. It's going to be username. Then we need another input for password. So I'm going to change the type. It's going to be password. And also we need to change the placeholder attribute. I'm going to insert here password. Okay, after that, I'm going to open another div tag, and it's going to be account check. So I'm going to insert here input tag with the type checkbox. And also I'm going to add here ID attribute. It's going to be account check. Next we need label. And inside the for attribute, I'm going to insert the same value. I mean account check, the value that we used for ID attribute. Let's insert here. Remember me. So we used here the same values for ID and for attributes because once we click the label, the input should be checked. That's why we used here the same values. Next, I'm going to insert here button with type button. And as the text, I'm going to insert here login. Then after button, I'm going to insert paragraph with the text forgot your. Then we need to open span element, username, or again span password. We wrapped those words with span elements because they will be links. I'm going to add here question mark. Okay, so that's it about the form element. Next we have to add one more button after that div element. Let's open button with the type button. Also, I'm going to add here class name. Let's call it btn out because it should be placed outside of the form. As the text, I'm going to insert here not a member yet, join today. Okay, so I think that's it about the HTML markup. Everything is ready. Let's check the browser. So we have here all the elements for the account page. And now as guest we have to style those elements. So once again, I'm going to show you the finished version of our project. So here we have the account page. It consists of header, then we have form with this circle background, and down below you can see the footer. Okay, so let's go to the VS Code and insert here new comments for account. Then I'm going to select section element with the class name account. First of all, let's define width and height. The width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 120 viewport height. And also we need space at the top using margin top 30 rem. Okay, so the width and height are applied to the element. Actually, you can see here the scroll bar. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that we have here blue scroll bar. So let's change it. I'm going to go to the contact.css file and grab this code from here. And the contact page, we have blue scroll bar. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. Okay, so as you can see, the scroll bar has changed its background color. Next, I'm going to select account wrapper. We need to define width and height. Let's set both of them to 100%. And also, I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements. We need display flex. Then we have to change the direction because we have to align elements vertically. So we need flex direction column and then align item center. Okay, so now I'm going to take care of the circle. I mean this circle here. So let's go back to the VS Code and select account circle. Let's define width and height. The width is going to be 70 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70 rem as well. Then Let's change the background. I'm going to use linear gradient. The direction is going to be to left. As for the colors, the first color will be 65 B1 FF. As for the second color, I'm going to make it transparent. So here we have the element, which right now is not circle, so we need to set border radius to 50%. Now the element has shape of the circle. Next, I'm going to take care of its position. So we need position absolute. Then I'm going to add here position relative, because we are going to position the element according to its parent element. And in our case, the parent element is account wrapper. So the bottom position is going to be 20%. As for the left position, I'm going to make it 33%. And finally, let's decrease the opacity, make it 0.2. Okay, so here we have the circle. Next, I'm going to take care of the header. Actually, the header will be similar to the header of the previous page, I mean the contact page. So in order to avoid writing the same code, I'm going to open contact.css file and grab the code of header. Let's paste it here and change the class name. So we need here account. So let's check the browser. As you can see, the header looks pretty nice. I mean both headings. The only thing that I'm going to do is to decrease the margin at the bottom. Let's set it to 12 rem. Okay, so that's it about the header. Next, I'm going to take care of the form. Let's select wrapper, I mean account form wrapper. And first of all, define its width. It's going to be 50 rem. Then we need height. I'm going to set it to 50 rem as well. Then I'm going to set background color to white. And in order to make this element visible clearly, I'm going to set box shadow to 0, 1 rem, 8 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use, we need here 0, then 1 rem, and RGBA value 130, 162, 235, and the opacity 0.3. So here we have the wrapper. Right now it ended up behind the circle, so I'm going to fix that using z-index property. Let's set it to 10. So now the problem is fixed. Next, I'm going to make the corners of the wrapper rounded. So let's set border radius to 1 rem. And also I'm going to align elements inside the wrapper using flexbox. We need display flex. Then in order to align elements vertically, I'm going to set flex direction to column. And also we need here align item center. Okay, so the elements are aligned. Next, I'm going to take care of the span element, I mean the icon. So let's go ahead and select account from wrapper, followed by the span element. Actually, if we take a look at the HTML code, you will find that we have here a couple of different span elements. So we need to select this span element here, only this one. Therefore, I'm going to use one of the CSS combinators. So in this case, we are selecting only this span element. Okay, so I'm going to set width and height to 9 rem. Then let's change the background color it's going to be AF C8 FF. Then I'm going to make the element rounded using border radius 50%. After that, I'm going to place the icon in the center of the circle. So for that, I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex, justify content center, and align items center. So as you can see, the icon is placed in the center of the circle. Next, I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 6 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set color to 3776 FF. And now we need space at the bottom. But actually, I think that we missed here padding, I mean in the wrapper, because we don't have space inside the wrapper. Let's set padding to 3 RAM at the top and bottom sides and 2 RAM on the left and right sides. Okay, so now we have space inside the wrapper, and I'm going to add here margin bottom in order to create space at the bottom of the icon. Let's set it to 3 RAM. Okay, so that's it about the icon. Next, we have to take care of the input elements. I'm going to select wrapper, account inputs, and I'm going to use flexbox. We need display flex, and then flex direction column, because we are going to align inputs vertically. So let's set flex direction to column. Now, as you can see, the inputs are placed vertically. Next, I'm going to customize them. So let's go ahead and select account inputs followed by the input element. I'm going to set width to 40 RAM. Then the height will be 5 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the background color. Let's set background color to F0, F2, F4. Next, we need some space between the inputs, so I'm going to set margin to, actually margin bottom to 3 RAM. Then I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none, and also make the inputs rounded using border radius 0.5 RAM. Okay, so now the inputs look pretty nice. Next, we have to create some space inside the inputs using padding. So I'm going to set padding to 0.5 RAM at the top and bottom sides and 1 RAM on the left and right sides. Next, we need to change the font size. I'm going to set font size to 1.6 RAM and also change the color. It's going to be 444, which is a gray, dark gray color. Okay, so that's it about the inputs. Next, we have to take care of the placeholder. So I'm going to select account inputs. Then we need input element followed by the placeholder pseudo class, pseudo element. So the color is going to be 888. Okay, after that, I'm going to take care of the checkbox. Let's go ahead and select account check. It is a wrapper div element. I'm going to define margin. I'm going to move the element slightly up. So I'm going to set margin at the top side minus 2 RAM. Then we need 0 on the right side, 3 RAM at the bottom, and 0 on the left side. Alright, after that, I'm going to change the cursor to pointer. Let's select account check followed by the input element and set cursor to pointer. So now we have here a pointer. After that, I'm going to take care of the label. So let's go ahead and select account check, followed by the label. I'm going to increase the font size. Let's set it to 1.6 RAM. And then the font weight will be 300. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to 777, and also change the cursor, make it pointer. Okay, so that's it about the checkbox. Next, we have to take care of the button. So I'm going to select account form wrapper, followed by the button element. I'm going to set the width to 100%. Then the height will be 5 RAM. Next, I'm going to change the background color. So the color will be 3776FF. Then I'm going to get rid of default border. Let's make it none. Change the border radius. Let's make the button rounded. I'm going to set it to 4 RAM. So here we have the button, which looks nice, but we have to take care of the font. Let's go ahead and set the font size to 1.5 RAM. Then we need font to be bold. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Then we need color. It's going to be white. Next, I'm going to set letter spacing to 0.1 RAM, and also let's change the cursor, make it pointer. Alright, so the button looks pretty nice. The only thing that we have to do is to create some space. So I'm going to set margin to 1.5 RAM at the top side, and then we need here 1.5 RAM at the top and bottom sides actually, and then I'm going to set 0 on the left and right sides. Alright, so that's it about the button. Let's move on and take care of the paragraph. So I'm going to select account form wrapper, followed by the P element. I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 1.8 RAM. Then we will have here text align, center. We need to center the text, and also I'm going to change the font weight. Let's set it to 300. Okay, so the paragraph looks nice. As you remember, we have two span elements inside the paragraph. The username and the password. So I'm going to customize them. Let's select account form wrapper, followed by the P element, and then we need span. I'm going to change the color. It's going to be 2371FF. Then we need font weight to be 400, and also I'm going to set cursor to pointer. Okay, so that's it about the paragraph. Everything looks pretty nice, and the only thing that we have to do is to customize this button here. So I'm going to select button with the class name btn out. Actually, I'm going to copy this code from here because we need similar styles. So the width is going to be 35 RAM. Then we need the same height. As for the background, I'm going to use linear gradient function. So the direction is going to be to right. Then we need colors. The first one will be FF48BF. As for the second color, I'm going to use FF3393. Next, we need border none, border radius 4 RAM. All those styles will be the same. The only thing that I'm going to change here is margin. We need margin top. and the value is going to be 4 RAM. Okay, so the second button looks pretty nice, and actually we are almost done with this page. The only thing that we have to do is to display back the footer. So for that we just need to remove attribute called hidden from here. So now everything looks pretty nice and we are done with the account page. So in the previous lecture we have finished working on the account page. It looks pretty nice. And now we have to move on and take care of the last page of our project, and it's going to be the pricing page. So let's go to the finished version of our project and look at the pricing page. So it consists of a header. We have here some material symbols. Then you can see here two different options of the pricing. I mean the yearly access and lifetime access. Also we have here a couple of different shapes as the backgrounds of those options. And down below you can see the standard footer, which we have used in the previous pages. So that's it about the pricing page. In this lecture I'm going to create the HTML markup. So let's go to the VS Code, and then I'm going to create new files in the HTML and CSS folders. So we need here pricing.html, and then I'm going to create pricing.css file. Okay, let's move this file on the right side. Then I'm going to go to the account.html file and copy the entire code. Let's paste it here. So I'm going to make here some changes. We need to change the name of the CSS file. It's going to be pricing.css. But then I'm going to get rid of the account section. And also I'm going to hide the footer. Okay, let's check the browser. So we have here the pricing page. It is empty right now. We have here just the navigation. So let's go ahead and start to create the HTML markup. I'm going to insert here comments for pricing. Then I'm going to open section tag with the class name pricing. So the first element inside the section element, I'm going to create pricing wrapper. In which I'm going to insert another div element, and it's going to be pricing shapes. So we will have 3 different shapes. The first one will be pricing rectangle. Then I'm going to create pricing small circle, and then we need large circle. So I'm going to duplicate this line of code and just change the class name. We need pricing large circle. Okay, so after the shapes, I'm going to create pricing header. In which we will have 3 different headings. The first one will be H1 heading element with the text simple pricing. Then I'm going to open again H1 heading element, and it should be complete access, unlimited websites. And then after this heading element, I'm going to open H3 heading with the text join 100,000 plus customers and get access to unlimited websites. Modern themes. Actually, we need here modern themes and plugins. And also we need the ultimate website builder. Okay, next I'm going to open div tag and it's going to be reviews. We need to insert here paragraph with the text excellent. Then I'm going to open div tag and it's going to be pricing stars. So we need to go to the Google Material Symbols website and search for star. So we need field icons, and also I'm going to select rounded. So let's copy the span element. We need 5 different span elements, so I'm going to duplicate this line of code 4 times. And then let's go ahead and check the browser if the icons are displayed. So as you can see, we have here 5 stars. After that, we need again paragraph with the text reviews on. And then after paragraph, I'm going to open div tag with the class name pricing Trustpilot. So inside that element, I'm going to insert again Google symbol. Let's go ahead and search for symbol called hotel plus. So we need this symbol here. Let's copy the span element and paste it here. Then check the browser. So we have here the icon. After that, I'm going to insert here another span element with the text Trustpilot. So with that span element, we are done with the header. Next, I'm going to insert here div elements with the class name pricing cards. We will have 2 different cards. So let's create the first one. Actually, I'm going to add here another class name pricing card left. This will be the individual class name. As for the pricing card, I'm going to use it as the common class name. So inside the card, we will have div element with the class name pricing card top, in which I'm going to insert h3 heading element with the text yearly access. Then we need h1 heading element for the price. The price will be $99.99. And then after the heading, we need again stars. So I'm going to open div tag with the class name pricing card stars, and then let's copy this span element here. We need 5 stars, so I'm going to duplicate this span element 4 times. Let's check the browser. So we have here the stars. Next, I'm going to open UL element with the class name pricing card list. In which we will have a couple of different list items. So let's open li elements. The first one will be hundreds of website packs. So overall we will have 6 list items. Therefore I'm going to duplicate this item 5 times and then change the content. So the second one is going to be product updates. Then we will have premium support. Then the next one will be unlimited website usage. Then the next one will be risk-free guarantee. And finally, I'm going to insert here one-time fee. Okay, so here we have the list items. Next, I'm going to open button with the type button. Also, I'm going to add here class name, and it's going to be pricing card BTN. As the text, I'm going to insert here sign up today. Okay, actually, I think that's it about the first card. All the elements are created. Next, I'm going to duplicate these elements because we need second card as well. So I'm going to duplicate it. And we have to make some changes. Let's change the class name. We need pricing card rights. Then I'm going to change the content of the headings. In this case, we need lifetime access. As for the price, it's going to be $249.99. Then we need here stars. As for the card list, I'm going to make here slight changes. We need lifetime product updates, then lifetime premium support. As for the rest of the items, I'm not going to change them. So I think that's it. Everything is ready. Hopefully we don't have here any mistakes and everything is correct. We will see that in the next lecture where we will style those elements. So right now that's it. Let's check the browser. All the elements are prepared. And now we have to start to style those elements. Let's go to the VS Code, and in the pricing.css file, I'm going to insert new comments for the pricing section. Then I'm going to select section elements with the class name pricing. Actually, we need here pricing. And the first thing that we have to do is to define the width and height. So the width is going to be 100%. As for the height, I'm going to make it 150 viewport height. I mean 150% of the viewport. And then we need margin top 30 rem in order to create space at the top of the section. Okay, so the width and height are applied to the elements. Next we have to change the background color for the scroll bar. I'm going to go to the account.css file and grab this code. We have here blue scroll bar. I'm going to paste this code here. So as you can see, the background color of the scroll bar is changed. Next, I'm going to select pricing wrapper, and I'm going to define width and height. Let's set both properties to 100%. Then I'm going to align elements using flexbox. We need display flex. Then I'm going to change the direction and make it column because we're going to align flex items vertically. So we need flex direction to be column. And also I'm going to set align items to center. Okay, so as you can see, the content is placed in the center. Next, I'm going to take care of the shapes of this section. I mean those three shapes, the rectangle and those two circles. So let's go ahead and start with the rectangle. I'm going to select pricing rectangle. First of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 50 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Actually, I'm going to use linear gradient. So the direction of the color transition is going to be 135 degrees. And then I'm going to select the first color. It's going to be 184 FBB. As for the second color, it's going to be transparent with a percentage value 8%. Okay, so here we have the rectangle with linear gradient effect. Next, I'm going to make it rounded using border radius 10 rem. And then we have to change the position. I'm going to set position to absolute. Then in order to position element according to the parent, which is pricing wrapper, we need position relative for the parent element. And then I'm going to set top property to 30%. As for the left property, I'm going to set it to 15%. Let's check the browser. So here we have the rectangle. We need to rotate it. So I'm going to use transform with rotate z function. And the value is going to be 45 degrees. So as you can see, the rectangle is rotated. And the last thing regarding this shape is to decrease the opacity. So let's set opacity to 0.2. Alright, so that's it about the first shape. I'm in the rectangle. Next, I'm going to take care of the second shape, which is this little circle here. So I'm going to select pricing, small circle. First of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 8 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. Let's use here color 34DD87. It is a green color. Next, in order to make the element rounded, we need border radius 50%. Then I'm going to change the position of the element. Let's set it to absolute. And then define top and right properties. The top position is going to be 25%. As for the right position, I'm going to set it to 15%. Okay, so here we have the small circle. Next, we have to take care of the third shape. I mean this large circle here. So let's go to the VS Code and select pricing large circle. First of all, let's define width and height. I'm going to set both of them to 40 rem. Then we need to change the background. I'm going to use again linear gradient. So the direction of the color transition is going to be to right. Then we need first color, which will be transparent. As for the second color, it's going to be 7118D6. And also we need percentage value 90%. Oops, we have here mistake. We need 7118D6. Now everything seems to be correct. Here we have the element, which right now is not circle, so let's take care of that. We need border radius 50%. So now you can see here the circle with linear gradient effect. Next we have to take care of the position of this element. So we need position absolute. Then I'm going to define bottom position. It's going to be 15%. Then I'm going to define right position. Let's set it to 15%. And finally, I'm going to change the opacity. Let's set it to 0.2. Okay, so all three shapes are customized and positioned. And now, as I said, we have to move on and customize the header of the pricing page. So let's go to the VS Code and then select pricing header. I'm going to center the text. I mean, we need text align, center. And besides that, I'm going to create space at the bottom side using margin bottom 20 rem. So, as you can see, the text is placed in the center, and also we have here the space. Next, I'm going to take care of the headings individually. I'm going to start with the first heading. So I'm going to customize both headings simultaneously because we have here two H1 heading elements. So I'm going to select them. We need pricing header followed by the H1 heading element. First of all, I'm going to change the font family. It's going to be Multi cursive. Then I'm going to define the font size. It's going to be 5 rem. Also, we need space between the letters. Let's set letter spacing to 0.2 rem. And finally, change the color. Let's use here color 263 B53. Okay, so as you can see, the first two headings are customized. They look pretty nice. Next, we have to take care of the H3 heading element. So I'm going to let's duplicate this code, change the selector. We need here H3. Then I'm going to get rid of font family. Also, I'm going to set font size to 2 rem. Then we need to get rid of letter spacing. The color of the heading will be 567599. Besides that, I'm going to add here font weight 300. Let's check the browser. So I'm going to decrease the width of the heading. Let's set width to 80 rem and then to the browser. So the width is decreased, but as you can see, we have to place the heading in the center. Therefore, I'm going to use margin. So we need margin. It's going to be 2 rem at the top side. Then we need auto on the right side. Then 2 rem. Actually, let's get rid of 2 because we need the same values for the bottom side and also for the left side. So we can leave here just 2 rem and auto. Let's check. So as you can see, the heading is placed in the center, and also we have some space at the top and bottom sides. Okay, so that's it about the headings. Next, I'm going to take care of this part here. So I'm going to select paragraph. Let's set the font size to 2 rem. Then we need font weight. It's going to be 300. And also I'm going to create some space on the right side using margin right. The value will be 1 rem. Okay, so the paragraphs are customized. Next, I'm going to take care of the stars. Let's select the wrapper development, which is reviews. So I'm going to use flexbox to align the elements. Let's set display to flex. And then we need justify content center. So as you can see, the elements are placed horizontally in a row. Next, I'm going to select pricing stars, which is the wrapper of the icons. Let's select pricing stars and create space on the right side using margin right 1 rem. Okay, now we have to customize the stars. I'm going to select span elements. I mean those span elements here. So we need pricing stars followed by the span element. Let's set the font size to 2.5 rem, and also I'm going to change the color of the stars. The color will be 0, 3, B5, 7F. It is a green color. So as you can see, the stars look pretty nice. Next, I'm going to take care of this part here. So let's select pricing Trustpilot. I'm going to use Flexbox. Let's set display to flex. Then we need to align items in the center. And also we need to move the element slightly up using margin top with a negative value minus 0.5 rem. Okay, now it looks pretty nice. Next we have to customize those two elements here. Let's go ahead and start with the first span element, which is an icon. So I'm going to select pricing Trustpilot followed by the span element with nth child selector. As I said, we need to take care of the first span element, which is an icon. So we need here 1. I'm going to set the font size to 3.5 rem. As for the color, I'm going to use the same color. So let's grab it and paste it here. Okay, so as you can see, the icon looks pretty nice. The last thing that we have to do is to take care of this element here. I'm going to duplicate this code. We need span element 2, the second span element. Let's get rid of color and change the font size. We need here 2 rem. Alright, so that's it. The header looks pretty nice. Next we have to take care of the cards. We have to style both of them. So let's go back to the VS Code and start styling the cards. I'm going to select the wrapper development, which is pricing cards, and I'm going to use Flexbox in order to place the cards horizontally in a row, side by side. So we need display flex. If we take a look at the project, then you will see that the cards are placed side by side. Next, I'm going to customize the cards. As you remember, each card has a common class, pricing card, and also an individual class name, pricing card left. First of all, I'm going to add to both cards some common styles. Therefore, I'm going to select them using common class name, pricing card. So I'm going to define the width and height. The width is going to be 45 rem. As for the height, I'm going to make it 70 rem. Then I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be white, and also in order to see clearly cards, I'm going to define the box shadow with the values 0, 1 rem, 10 rem, and the color will be RGBA 130, 162, 235, and the opacity will be 0.4. Okay, so as you can see, we have here 2 cards. Actually, the shapes, those elements are overlapped on the cards. So I'm going to place them behind the cards, and for that we can define the z-index property, and let's set it to 10. Okay, so now as you can see, the problem is fixed. Okay, after that, I'm going to create some space between the cards. Let's do that using margin. Margin will be 0 at the top and bottom sides. As for the left and right sides, I'm going to set margin to 1.5 rem. So now we have space between the cards. Next, I'm going to create space inside the card as well. For that, we need padding. The padding will be 4 rem at the top and bottom sides, and then 6 rem on the left and right sides. All right. After that, I'm going to make the corners of the cards rounded. And also we have to align items inside the card using flexbox. So let's set border radius to, actually we need here border radius. The border radius will be 1 rem. And then, as I said, we need flexbox. I'm going to set display to flex. Then I'm going to change the direction because we're going to align items inside the card vertically. So I'm going to set flex direction to column. Let's place it down. Next, I'm going to set items in the center. I mean, we need align items center. And also we need to center the text using text align center. Okay, so that's it about the common styles of the cards. Next, I'm going to customize each element separately. We're going to start with the headings, I mean H3 heading elements. So let's go ahead and select pricing card, followed by, actually we need here pricing card top, and then H3 heading element. So first of all, I'm going to define the font family. It's going to be Multi cursive. Then we need font size. I'm going to set font size to 1.8 rem. Then we need to transform text to uppercase. Also, I'm going to create space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. And finally, I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom. The value will be 2 rem. Okay, so as you can see, the headings are customized, but if we take a look at the finished project, you will see that the headings have different colors, and also we see here the linear gradient effect. So I'm going to define the colors separately. Let's go ahead and select pricing card left, and then I'm going to grab this selector here. So I'm going to use linear gradient. The direction of the color transition will be to right, and then we have to define the colors. So the first color will be 44A1 FD. As for the second color, I'm going to use 0B3 FA8, and also I'm going to add here 90%. Next, we need property called WebKit background clip, and it's going to be text, and also we have to set color to transparent. Okay, so as you can see, the heading of the first card looks pretty nice. We have here a linear gradient effect. Let's do the same for the second heading as well. I'm going to duplicate this code. Then we have to change the class name. We need here pricing card right, and also we have to change the colors. So the first color is going to be CA6EFF. As for the second color, I'm going to set it to 7118D6. Okay, let's check the results. So as you can see, the second heading looks pretty nice as well. Next, we have to take care of the prices. I'm going to select pricing card top H1. I'm going to set the font family to Multi. Actually, let's grab this code from here and then make some changes. So the font size will be 6 rem. Then we need here, actually we don't need here uppercase, I think. Actually, that's it. Let's check the browser. So the headings, I mean the prices look good. We need to change the colors, and we have to do the same what we have done for the previous headings. So we can simply add here selector. Let's duplicate the selector, get rid of the curly brace, Then we need here comma and also h1 heading elements. Let's check the browser. So the price has the same color with gradient effect. Let's do the same for the second card as well. I'm going to do, actually, let's copy this selector from here and then just change the class name. We need here right. Alright, so that's it. The headings look pretty nice, and next we have to take care of the stars. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to select wrapper with a class name pricing card stars. So I'm going to create some space at the bottom using margin bottom for RAM. And then we have to select the span elements. So we need again pricing card stars followed by the span element. So I'm going to change the color of the star. Let's use here 03 B5 7F. So as you can see, the stars look pretty nice. Next we have to take care of those lists here. So I'm going to select UL element with the class name pricing card list. The first thing that I'm going to do is to get rid of default bullets. We need list style none. And also I'm going to create some space at the bottom side using margin bottom for RAM. Okay, so as you can see, the bullets are removed and also we have some space at the bottom. Next we have to take care of the list items. I'm going to select pricing card list followed by the li elements. Actually we need here pricing card list and not left. Then it should be followed by the li elements. So I'm going to increase the font size. It's going to be 2 RAM. Then we need font weight. Let's set it to 300. Also, I'm going to change the color. Let's set it to 567599. And then we need margin 1.5 RAM at the top and bottom side, and then 0 on the left and right sides. Okay, so as you can see, the list items look pretty nice. Next, we have to change the color of the 5th list item in the list. I mean, we have to make this list item green. So for that, I'm going to select li element followed by the nth child selector, and we have to select 5th item, and the color is going to be 03 B5 7F. So as you can see, the 5th item now has the different color. So now we have to take care of the last item. We need the last item to be overlined. I mean, this effect here. So let's go ahead and select the last list item of the first card. We need here pricing card left followed by the pricing card list. And then we need li element followed by the last child selector. We need here last child. So I'm going to use property called text decoration with the value line through. And then we need opacity 0.5. Okay, so that's it about the list. Next we have to take care of the buttons. So I'm going to select pricing card btn. I'm going to set width to 100%. Then the height is going to be 6 RAM. Also, I'm going to change the border. I mean, we have to get rid of default border. Let's set it to none. Then we need border radius to be 5 RAM. Then let's set the font size to 1.6 rem. Also, I'm going to transform text to uppercase. Change the color. It's going to be white. Then we need to create some space between the letters. Let's set it to 0.2 rem. And finally, I'm going to set cursor to pointer. So right now the buttons don't look quite good because we have to change the background colors for each buttons. We need linear gradients for both buttons. They have different colors. So I'm going to select pricing card left, followed by the pricing card BTN. Then I'm going to change the background. Let's use linear gradients. And actually we need the similar values that we used for the headings. So I'm going to grab this code from here. Let's check the browser. So the first button looks pretty nice. Let's do the same for the second one as well. I'm going to duplicate this code, then change left to right, and also grab the values from here. Let's paste the value here. So, as you can see, both buttons look pretty nice. And actually, with the cards, we are almost done. I have to do one more thing. If we take a look at the finished project, you will see that the card on the right side looks a bit larger than the left card. Actually, you may think that we are going to increase the width and height, but that's not what we're going to do. I'm going to create 3D environment, and then I'm going to move this card close to the user. So in order to create 3D environments, we have to use property called perspective, and we have to add it to pricing cards. The value will be 50 rem, and then I'm going to select pricing card right, and I'm going to use transform, then translate z function with the value 5 rem. So now, as you can see, the second card, the card on the right side, moved closer to the user, and I think it looks pretty nice. Okay, so with the pricing page, we are almost done. The only thing that we have to do is to display the footer. So I'm going to get rid of attribute called hidden, and that's it. Okay, so the pricing page looks pretty nice and modern, and actually with the pages we are done. The next thing that we have to do is to make the project responsive to different screen sizes and devices. So let's move on to the next lecture.